Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. Chapter 132. Secret of the Jewel Pillar Sacred School. 2. Chen Baojiao was a beauty capable of causing the downfall of cities and countries. A femme fatale that stole the souls of people, someone who incited mouth-watering greed. In close proximity, her particularly towering well-rounded breasts that were faintly showing caused others to feel overwhelming emotions. Li Qie smiled and came closer. Using an indescribable rhythm, he gently blew next to her ear. He spoke words that were both poisonous and tempting. Do you know what the rarest physique in this world is? Finished speaking, he gently and unexpectedly nibbled on her earlobe. Ah! Chen Baojiao was like a cat that had its tail stepped on. She screamed and jumped far away. Suddenly, her jade-like body was hot like the surging of a hot spring. This feeling struck through all of her senses. At this point, Chen Baojiao's face was blushed red like the sunset. She angrily shouted at Li Qie. Little demon, do you want to be beaten? Her current appearance was soul-destroying. Anyone who saw such a charming and supreme allure couldn't help but become smitten. It truly is this physique, the Chen clan's heritage. Ah! Li Qie enjoyed the beauty of Chen Baojiao and calmly smiled. Finally, Chen Baojiao managed to stabilize her thoughts. She coldly glared at Li Qie and spoke. Little demon, you better give me an explanation, or I will not forgive you. Regarding Chen Baojiao's outburst, Li Qie didn't seem to mind, and he smiled. Based on your situation, to be able to reach the named hero rank, this means that you spent 10 times more effort compared to others. Let me guess, you are absolutely not willing. Regarding talents, you are not too bad, but your cultivation time after time was insufficient. You are very confused about this matter. Because you hoped others wouldn't consider you a flower vase with big breasts and no brains, you crazily cultivated. A young girl to be able to spend so much effort on cultivating, it truly is not easy. Even though you have reached the named hero rank, you are not willing to settle for this because you paid far more than just this. Chen Baojiao's face changed and her heart was alarmed. This was incredible because Li Qie seemed as if he could see through her. Where did you hear this from? Chen Baojiao exclaimed. Did you send someone to spy on me? Li Qie shook his head and smiled. Spy on you? Where are you going with your thoughts? I am not one of your suitors and definitely not one of your admirers. Why would I need to spy on you? The reason why I know is simple, I guessed. Li Qie looked at the startled and uncertain Chen Baojiao, then he continued. Let me guess again. When you were practicing your fate merit, there was another problem. Your chest became swollen and sore, and your lower body was tightly shut as if there was a jade spring surging, and this disturbed your mind. Moreover, your blood energy became stagnated, and your true fate's absorption of the world's essence was blocked. You little rascal. Hearing Li Qie's words, Chen Baojiao jumped far away and looked at Li Qie in horror. She subconsciously protected her chest, as if it was being stared down by Li Qie. Seeing Chen Baojiao looking like a frightened kitten, Li Qie couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. Why are you so nervous? I am not peeking at you. Plus, do you think anyone else would actually know these matters? Chen Baojiao was afraid and indecisive. The words that Li Qie had previously said could be found out by spying on the Chen clan, but his words just now couldn't come from anyone else. Cultivation was a very personal thing, and a matter like hers was even more private. She couldn't tell others, not even the people closest to her. How do you know this? Chen Baojiao anxiously looked at Li Qie as she asked the question. Under his gaze, she felt as if she was naked with no secrets at all. Li Qie shook his head and spoke. This isn't important. What is important is that you have the tyrannical valley immortal spring physique. Because you were born with this physique, it led you to the current situation. This is why your blood energy is stagnated, and your true fate is blocked. Even though your talents aren't bad, but no matter how much effort you put in, you will never find a suitable physique merit law. You will never be able to step into the virtuous paragon realm, or even the heavenly king realm. The tyrannical valley immortal spring physique? Chen Baojiao memorized this name, but she had never heard of this physique before. Li Qie smiled and said, It is not strange that you haven't heard of this physique. Your Chen clan's ancestral grandmother didn't tell her descendants because this physique essentially was impossible to appear again. Its possibility of appearance is even lower than an immortal physique. Who are you? Chen Baojiao in her shocked state, stared at Li Qie and asked. Me. The cleansing incense ancient sect's prime disciple, Li Qie. Li Qie grinned and sat down on a rock nearby. Then he patted the spot next to him and said, "Come sit down, talk with me about your Chen clan." Chen Baojiao stared at Li Qie, who was even younger than her. This seemingly harmless young man astonished her. He was unfathomably frightening. Eventually, she slowly went over and sat down next to Li Qie with some caution. Then she coldly said, "What do you want to say?" Seeing Chen Baojiao acting as if she was afraid of a thief, Li Qie couldn't help but chuckle. Then he leisurely said, "There is no need to be so alarmed, we will just talk about family things." He looked at Chen Baojiao and continued, "How is your Chen clan right now in the Jewel Pillar Sacred School? Is it still ruling over the Jade Valley country?" "Ruling the Jade Valley country?" Chen Baojiao bitterly responded. "The Jewel Pillar Sacred School is in control of the Jade Valley country. My Chen clan is only a regional monarch of One Direction inside the Jade Valley country. Our jurisdiction is no more than 100,000 miles. In the past, her Chen clan's ancestor was the progenitor of the Jewel Pillar Sacred School, and the Jade Valley country belonged to her clan. Unfortunately, their Chen clan had declined for a very long time. Even as the first branch of the Jewel Pillar Sacred School, at the moment, they could only be a regional monarch of One Direction. Even though Chen Baojian was a princess, it was only bestowed to her later since she had values that could be exploited. Dao child Shengtian wanted to marry her, and the Jewel Pillar Sacred School wanted to be in-laws with the Heavenly God sect. To the school, the ancestor of the Heavenly God sect was a powerful backing. This was why she, who was only a regional princess, became an official princess. It was only so that she would be worthy of Dao child Shengtian. To the school and to the country, she was only a tool for political marriage. She vehemently opposed this marriage and was not willing to be married to Dao child Shengtian. However, growing up in the Jewel Pillar Sacred School and living in the Jade Valley country, in such a powerful heritage, her face was not her own. Even when her parents wanted to shelter her, they were still not able to be the masters of this matter. One can only say that your ancestors were too honest. Li Qie slightly shook his head and said, "It is a shame for your ancestral grandmother's efforts. In the end, even her dowry is gone. However, the good news is that at least her first branch is still lasting till this day." "What is the meaning behind your words?" Hearing this, Chen Baojiao asked as she stared at Li Qie with a bit of perplexity. Li Qie revealed a wide smile and said, "Do you feel that your Chen clan is named after your ancestor, or your ancestral grandmother?" "Of course it was from my ancestor. His surname is Chen." Chen Baojiao angrily exclaimed. "This is clearly written on the family's historical annal. This is where you are wrong." Li Qie shook his head and said, "To be exact, your ancestor followed the surname of your ancestral grandmother. At that time, your ancestor's surname was not Chen. Even though he was born at the very bottom, he was not a bad man. His only flaw was that he was too honest of a person. That year, your ancestral grandmother was from the royal family of the Jade Valley country. She was originally a princess and then became the empress of the Jade Valley country. Later on, your ancestral grandmother married your ancestor, and he was really in love with her, so he took her surname, Chen. They formed the first branch of your Chen clan, and the vast territory of the entire Jade Valley country became the dowry. Regarding her family name, she always thought that it was from her ancestor. However, regarding the legends of the Jade Valley country, she truly had heard some rumors before that actually referred to the matter that the country belonged to her ancestral grandmother. However, heritages and the origin of the Jade Valley country were destroyed under the contemporary ruling party of the Jewel Pillar Sacred School. There were very few people that knew that the country originally belonged to the Chen clan. They all assumed that after the progenitor established the Jewel Pillar Sacred School, he then created the Jade Valley country. Later on, your ancestor established the Jewel Pillar Sacred School. Li Qie continued. This person, yeah. Everything about him was excellent, outside of being too honest. He said that whoever was the wisest will be the ruler for the Jewel Pillar Sacred School. Unfortunately, in the end, your Chen clan lost the school along with the country. Here, Li Qie couldn't help but sigh out of lamentation. The progenitor of the Jewel Pillar Sacred School and princess of the Jade Valley country. This was a distant memory. Back then, when he was the Dark Crow, Li Qie had met the progenitor of the school when he was younger. Seeing that this young man was not a bad person, he taught him a thing or two. However, at that point, he didn't guide him to become an immortal emperor. At that time, he was impressed by the princess. Instead, and she even had the qualities to become an immortal emperor. Alas, she didn't have any ambition. She only wanted to be a virtuous wife and a good mother. Later on, as the Dark Crow, he made her form a vow and passed on to her the tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring physique. Even though she was a good candidate, her heart was not into becoming an immortal emperor. In the end, Xueqi had to give up on grooming her. Chapter 133, Evil Root Underground, 1. Later on, he even tried to pull some strings for them. It was fitting because they saw eye to eye. As the witness, he contributed and pushed this couple forward. At that point, he wanted to groom an immortal emperor, but since the princess' heart was not into it, he could only give up. From then on, he paid little attention to the Jade Valley country. Even so, having been taught by Xueqi, the progenitor of the Jewel Pillar Sacred School didn't shame Xueqi. He became one of the strongest virtuous paragons in that generation, and he could be considered invincible. Eventually, he established the Jewel Pillar Sacred School. During that era, the world all knew that the progenitor was a grand completion saint physique, and he was considered the strongest within that era. The truth was that they didn't know that the Empress of the Jade Valley country, behind the curtain of being a virtuous wife and good mother, was even stronger than her husband. She had the tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring physique at grand completion. If she took action, she would absolutely be able to suppress the strongest contemporary virtuous paragon. Xueqi didn't force the loving couple, nor did he bring them along to the cruel war for the heaven's will. He only gave them his best wishes. Later on, he traversed the 9 heavens and 10 earths and found a suitable candidate to become the next immortal emperor. How do you know all of this? Chen Baojiao stared in astonishment at Xueqi. This was impossible. As a child of the direct branch of the Chen clan, she didn't know all of these secrets. However, this 15-year-old boy knew everything about the Chen clan. This was unthinkable. This is nothing. There are no secrets in this world to me. Xueqi prosaically uttered, but there was absolute confidence in his words. Chen Baojian sat there for a long time without saying anything. After a while, she couldn't help but ask, is my problem solvable? It's possible. Xueqi nodded his head and said, as long as you cultivate the tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring physique. This will not only solve your problem, but in the future, you will have the opportunity to sweep through the 8 desolaces and have a chance to climb to the peak. You have this physique merit law. Chen Baojiao hurriedly exclaimed. Xueqi leisurely said, in this entire world, since the beginning of time, only I will have the tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring physique. There is no one else besides me. At this point, Chen Baojiao's plump and full breasts were quivering up and down akin to incessant powerful waves, and exuded an air of irresistible charm in a magnificent spectacle. Xueqi stared at her and smiled. Since you don't want to marry Dao Child Shengtian, everything is easy to solve. Follow me. As for the Heavenly God sect and the Jewel Pillar Sacred School, I will take care of them for you. Marry you? Chen Baojiao's charming eyes became wide open, and she glared at Xueqi. No, Xueqi shook his head and said, how about becoming my maid? I just so happen to be missing a capable assistant. You, Chen Baojiao's face was flushed red, and she angrily glared at Xueqi. She bit her teeth and stared at him with hatred, then she exploded. Little demon, are you trying to insult me or not? If you keep on spewing rubbish, I will tear your repulsive mouth to pieces. Xueqi glared at her as he remained carefree. Then he said, beauty, it is truly capable of toppling cities and kingdoms, but in my eyes, it is simply a container made out of skin and flesh. It is just a fair human skeleton. Dao Child Shangtian loves it, even everyone else loves it, but this doesn't mean that I will value you. In my eyes, it is only because of the tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring physique. Even though you could be considered to be a supreme beauty, but in front of me, don't think too highly of yourself. Geniuses, so what? Peerless beauties, and then? If they are of no use to me, then they can't reach the apex. In my eyes, they are no different from ordinary people. If they block my path, be they geniuses or beauties, I will still kill without mercy. Xueqi slowly articulated those words with a mundane tone. However, within these words hid a domineering presence that was enough to proudly lord over the 9 heavens and 10 earths with a murderous and bloody sensation. Chen Baojiao could smell the stench of blood after the last sentence. She had heard of Xueqi's recent actions. He buried more than 10,000 experts and slayed Nantian Hao in cold blood. He was definitely not a kind-hearted person. Li Qie slowly continued. How do you compare to Xuanyan? She has a saint fate, a king physique and a king wheel. She is the princess of Old Ox country and the descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Do you think she is any lesser compared to you? Yet she is still my maid. So what do you think? Standing next to my side, you will be able to climb to the peak. In the future you will understand how wise this choice was. In a flash, Chen Baojiao was shocked. She originally thought that Li Qie was arrogant because he married Li Shuangyan, but she didn't know that Li Shuangyan's status was only a maid that was next to him. Thinking about it, Li Shuangyan followed all of his commands, so these were not outrageous words. She was in internal conflict. Li Shuangyan was a recognized genius in the Grand Middle Territory. She took action several times and she was clearly stronger than Dao Child Shengtian, but she was willing to stay beside Li Qie as his maid. Compared to Li Shuangyan, she had nothing to be arrogant about. Chen Baojiao sat there in a daze. One could say that wherever she went, she would be considered the moon that was surrounded by the stars, always dazzling. At this moment, her pride was shattered, and she couldn't be proud even if she tried. Think about it carefully. In the end, Li Qie gave her a glance and said, Of course I won't force you. Once you figure it out, you can find me at any time. Remember, don't be too late and waste the best time to cultivate. This would be self-destructive for your future. Also, sooner or later, there will be someone else who will stand beside me, and there will no longer be a spot for you. Finally, Chen Baojiao and her carriage driver left first. Then, Li Shuangyan and Niufen returned. Li Qie and Chen Baojiao talked for such a long time, but Li Shuangyan didn't know the topic. Li Shuangyan, seeing Li Qie smile as he watched Chen Baojiao's departure, she glanced at him and asked, What did you see in her? Of course, Li Shuangyan didn't think that Li Qie was valuing her beauty. If he really craved her beauty, then he would have already directly took her by force and killed Dao Child Shengtian with his arrogant nature. Her physique. Li Qie smilingly said as he comfortably stretched his tired back. A saint physique? Li Shuangyan was shocked inside, but she felt this was impossible. If Chen Baojiao was a saint physique, then many people would have known about it sooner. If she truly was a saint physique, then the Jewel Pillar Sacred School wouldn't be willing to marry her off to Dao Child Shengtian. One has to know that the school had many physique merit laws, including saint merit laws. If they could develop a grand completion saint physique disciple, then unless a grand completion immortal physique came out, this would be akin to invincibility. No, a Hotian physique. Li Qie shook his head and said, The Tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring Physique. Tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring Physique? Li Shuangyan was a bit surprised. She had never heard of this physique before, so she asked, Just a Hotian physique? Hotian physiques could be said to be worthless. Many great sects and powerful countries all had disciples with Hotian physiques. Xiantian physiques were much more superior, which rendered Hotian physiques to be completely useless. Don't look down on this physique. Li Qie said, if she could reach grand completion with this physique, then even with your grand completion immortal physique, it would still be a challenge to you. From the past till now, this physique had only appeared 3 times, and she is the 3rd. An earthquake shook in Li Shuangyan's mind. A grand completion immortal physique. This was such a frightening existence. There was a legend that there were immortal physiques at grand completion. Even though they didn't become immortal emperors, they maintained the qualifications to challenge immortal emperors. Grand completion immortal physiques symbolizes invincibility. Even against an immortal emperor, even if they couldn't defeat him, they would still be able to withstand his attacks. If her immortal physique reached grand completion, this would be completely feasible. However, to think that a Hotian physique at grand completion could challenge an immortal physique, this was an impossible matter. There is such a physique in this world? Li Shuangyan murmured. You and her are a pair. Nothing could be better. In the future, when both of you join forces with 2 grand completion physiques, you two will be unbeatable in the entire world. Fighting against forbidden burials, trampling the ancient earth. Nothing is impossible. Li Qie narrowed his eyes. Li Shuangyan was touched. Grand completion immortal physique, and 2 of them at that. How terrifying was this? From the past till now, she had never heard of 2 grand completion immortal physiques coming from the same power. But, she is betrothed to Dao Child Shengtian. Li Shuangyan worried for Li Qie and said, You are stealing from the Heavenly God sect and the Jewel Pillar Sacred School. Why not? As long as she is willing to be my maid, should the Heavenly God sect dare to block my path, I will stomp it to destruction. Li Chia smiled and said. His ambition and determination was not stoppable by anyone. One day, he will bring an invincible force to kill all the way back to the Immortal Demon Grotto. One day, he will annihilate the Immortal Demon Grotto. When Li Chia brought Li Shuangyan back to the crater, they saw Chen Baojiao standing there as well. There were not many clans or sects here. The rest of them all went down with the Heavenly God sect in the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. Li Chia smiled towards Chen Baojiao and asked, So? Still hesitating? Finished speaking, he rode the snail down below. Chen Baojiao slightly scowled and rushed down below in her carriage. The moment they went inside this bottomless crater, they found that the area below was much bigger than the entrance above, like a large pottery jar. Plus, there were many caves here with staggered branches, like a bee's nest. It would be very easy to become lost once inside. Standing under the cavern, Li Shuangyan couldn't help but exclaim while looking at Li Chia. Could it be that this place used to have a great tree? And this place was the main root of the tree? The scene in front of them truly looked like an area where there used to be a great tree with countless holes, or rather, the places where the roots used to be. Correct. The evil Taifa tree. Born in a very ancient era and rooted in this small world, it was an existence comparable to the gods. Li Chia nodded his head and said. Chapter 134, The Evil Taifa Tree. Hearing this name, Niu Fan felt the creeps all over his body, and he lost his colors. I have heard of the legends regarding this existence. This thing is like a fiend and will not die after many slayings. No matter who meets it, death will be their only path and they will become its meal. However, since the ages till now, I've never heard of anyone seeing an evil Taifa tree. There are gods. Chen Baojiao, who was standing to the side, heard about gods and she couldn't help but ask, There really are gods in this world? Li Chia glanced at her and said, You tell me, why are you here? For the treasure of the gods or the godly monarch weapon? When asked by Li Chia, Chen Baojiao lifted her head to meet his gaze, and she replied with a serious tone, The legends of the gods' universal laws. The most ancient of the laws, they are able to break through all obstacles and return to the origin. So you are here for the universal laws of the gods. Li Chia understood. Chen Baojiao had a limited physique and wanted to break through her own predicament. Thus, when she heard that there was a treasure of the gods, she wanted to aim for the universal laws of the gods. Li Chia smiled, then he shook his head as he said, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. There are no universal laws of the gods here. I am not clear if there are gods in this world, but at the very least, there are no laws of the gods in this place. Humph, this is your first time here. How would you know whether or not this place has treasures or universal laws of the gods? You are simply speculating at best. Chen Baojiao coldly snorted. She was naturally not willing to just give up. Finished speaking, she and the old man went towards the other direction. You are not stopping her? Seeing Li Chia's relaxed state, Li Shuangyan glanced at him and said, In my opinion, she was willing to go with you. With such an arrogant attitude, it is not a bad thing to let her suffer a little bit. Li Chia slowly spoke. He was in no hurry at all. Niufan said, That old man, her driver next to her is also not simple. I believe he is an enlightened being. Even if she is going to suffer, it will not be too dangerous. Come, we will go find our objective. Li Chia analyzed his current position a little bit. He finally went into a different direction and went inside another cave. The moment Li Chia went inside, other cultivators underground were extremely excited as well. They only wished that they could search the entire crater and find all of the treasures. There were more than 100 different sects and countries here, along with more than 10,000 cultivators. When Heavenly Prince Qingxian, along with Dao Child Shengtian and their people, went into the cavern, some sects followed them while others chose their own paths. However, whether it was the cultivators who were following them or the ones that chose their own paths, they all had amazing results. The caves were complex, but under this vast underground world, there were many hidden treasures. There were not only rare and strange plants and grass, but also treasure metals and godly ores. Even the exceedingly rare true fate godly ore was present. In Spring Water, a grand sect master saw the spirit spring and excited exclaimed, Hurry, hurry, bring all of the spring water to me. In Spring Water, this is the best water to nourish in fish. Onyx Tree. A demon monarch couldn't believe it as he was looking at an ancient tree 3 feet ahead. He was moved and excitedly said, "An onyx tree, this is the treasure of our demon branch, ah." He then immediately dug up this amazing treasure. Haha! A 6 runes treasure metal, I am rich now. A cultivator dug out an exceedingly rare Saint Copper, and he uncontrollably jumped up from excitement. A bone transformation fish. In the underground Een River, someone caught a mysterious fish. Where are you running? This drill wind rat was found by us first. There were many strange and wonderful treasures underground. In this moment, many cultivators were very excited and wished that they could dig every inch of this land. This place used to be a treasure ground by itself, and it was then entrenched by the evil Taifa tree. The treasures here had once been taken away, but after millions of years, this treasure ground was able to give birth to many strange plants and grass, along with treasure metals and godly ores. However, when these cultivators were drunk with their harvest, underground, many tree roots silently came out from the mud. Some were as big as an arm while others were the size of a hair. They were like spirit snakes and were impossible to be noticed. And these tree roots were moving like a poisonous snake that hid in the darkness, waiting and moving. Ah! Suddenly there was a miserable shriek. A tree root, the size of an arm, suddenly crawled out and penetrated the chest of a cultivator. Little brother, the abrupt change happened too quickly, rendering many of his fellow disciples to be shocked. Poof! But in a flash, this tree root drained the blood of this cultivator and like a snake, it drilled down into the ground. Then, it suddenly appeared on the other side and stabbed another practitioner. Activate! The frightened cultivator roared and slashed forward with his saber towards this tree root. It cut through the root, but the remaining fragments still pierced through his chest like an arrow. The dying cultivator couldn't believe this scene. As the root invaded his chest, it sucked up all of his blood, like a leech, then it suddenly went underground again. What kind of monster is this? Seeing the events that transpired right before their eyes, everyone felt a cold chill that reverberated throughout their bodies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, waves of tree roots rushed out from the ground and attacked the other cultivators. Demon's pawn. A royal noble finally took action. He unleashed a torrential aura with a godly light that was capable of destroying everything. In a flash, he destroyed one tree root after another. However, these roots were much more frightening than their imaginations. Even if they were cut in half, they could still escape and hide underground. Only a complete destruction would be their true end. Momentarily, there were many pitiful bellowings inside the complex maze. Many cultivators met the disaster of being penetrated and being drained of their blood. Bang! Many experts started to take action, especially the royal nobles. They were extremely domineering and each of their moves destroyed an attacking root. The strongest was still Heavenly Prince Qingxian. Surrounded by his surging azure aura, he swept through any places that he treaded on. All of the roots, no matter how huge they may be, would have to retreat in the presence of this azure light. Qingshuan's Emperor Treasure. Seeing such a strong aura, many cultivators that were following behind him were shocked. With Heavenly Prince Qingxian opening the way, it became more secure. Activate. Dao Child Shengtian also didn't fall behind. He rampaged and destroyed waves and waves of the tree roots' onslaught. Kill. There were many sounds in the cavern below. There were the sounds of killing, screaming, and also the cheering of people obtaining treasures. They were all woven into one melody. The deeper the path, the stronger the attack of the roots became. Many more cultivators suffered, but the big sects still continued to go deeper. To them, the treasures here were too tempting. Plus, no one had seen the treasure of the gods yet, so no one was willing to give up. Because there were so many mysterious plants and metals underground, all of the cultivators became even more convinced that there was a treasure of the gods here, just like the legends had claimed. Li Qie found his path and was also met with attacks from the tree roots like the other sects, but to Li Qie, this was not a problem. Poof! Suddenly, an arm-sized tree root rushed out from the ground and stabbed towards Li Qie with a lightning-like speed. The tree root's speed was fast, but Li Qie was even faster. He suddenly grabbed this tree root and crushed it in his hands. However, even though the tree root was crushed, it turned into smaller, needle-like roots and went straight for Li Qie's skin, wanting to penetrate his muscles. However, once the hell-suppressing godly physique came out, his body became terrifyingly stout and the tree roots simply couldn't pierce through. Li Qie coldly laughed and pulled with a disastrous force. Bang bang bang! In one fell swoop, the long tree root was torn down alive. These roots were very long. Every time Li Qie tore them apart and down onto the ground, they were like serpents that coiled around him. Suddenly, Li Qie was densely covered by 3 layers of these roots. Scram! Li Qie slightly shook his body with the hell-suppressing godly physique, exerting millions of gene. Just a simple shake was enough to crush everything. The roots on his body broke into many snags and were still wiggling. They tried to burrow underground to escape. Then, Li Qie activated his fate palace and the Kuan Pang leapt up. The Kuan Pang opened its mouth, like a giant that could consume the entire ocean, and easily swallowed all of the root branches. Then, the Emperor's power of the Kuan Pang's 6 variants easily crushed all of the tree snags. Compared to Li Qie, Li Shuangyan was simply a fairy with her void imperfection physique. She was like a blooming holy lotus that emitted sacred lights. The tree roots wanting to stab Li Shuangyan could not get close to her. They were even afraid of her aura. Li Shuangyan swung her sword and swept through the air. The sword edge annihilated all of the tree roots. However, the simplest and most direct was still no fun. He hid inside his giant shell. It had a great origin and was incredibly fortified. The roots couldn't pierce through it. He rolled down towards the depths of the cavern, like a boulder, and bluntly crushed all of the tree roots he passed by. Chapter 135, XSHHH, XSH. The deeper Li Qie went, the more often the tree roots attacked. They became increasingly thick and had stronger power. Towards the deeper area, the tree roots seemed to be made of steel and bronze. To the dismay of others, even life treasures wouldn't be able to easily cut through them. What is this? Li Shuangyan was surprised. At this moment, the metal tree roots began to attack her. 10,000-year-old ancient roots of the evil Taifa tree. We are coming closer to its nest, so it is pressing its attack. Li Qie continued. Use the lotus ashes, don't mess around with them. As long as we can find its main root, the other roots won't be able to do anything. With that, Li Qie sprinkled the lotus ashes and Niu Fan and Li Shuangyan did the same. Sure enough, the ancient roots immediately retreated and didn't dare to approach. They were very wary against these lotus ashes. Suddenly, the cave right behind Li Qie was packed with branches of the ancient roots. It seemed as if poisonous snakes were creepily staring at them. So magical! Li Shuangyan couldn't believe how amazing the seemingly ordinary lotus ashes were. They were even able to deter the ancient roots of the evil Taifa tree so that they didn't dare to come closer. The 6 Dao lotus is the bane of the evil Taifa tree. These are the ashes of the true ancient tree, so the true root of the evil Taifa tree still wouldn't dare to get close. These things were only 30,000-year-old at the very most, so they naturally can't compete with it. If touched by these ashes, that would be their end. Finished speaking, Li Qie threw out a handful of lotus ashes as if he was a shooting arrow. Seeing the lotus arrow coming, all of the ancient roots immediately retreated in rapid succession. However, there was still one branch of ancient root that was struck. It immediately struggled around on the ground and died a pitiful death, like a dried, dead snake. The 6 Dao lotus. Li Shuangyan asked with some astonishment. Is that the giant tree in the south? Yes, but also no. Li Qie continued. The truth is that the 6 Dao lotus was the previous life of the Kasha lotus tree. In this world, I'm afraid the 6 Dao lotus is no more. As they were speaking, they stepped inside a giant cave that was made out of rocks and had no end. The creepy thing was that these rocks were as red as blood, and they oozed out a fog-like mist. The entire cave was hazy with this bloody mist, nearly blinding the people within. Walking into this huge cave was akin to walking into a hole made out of blood. The inside permeated a stench of fresh blood, as if it used to house a frightening fiend. Where is this place? Stepping into the cave, even Niu Fan was a bit afraid. He felt uncomfortable, as if there was evil magic in the air. The soul of the evil Taifa tree used to be here in the past, Li Qie gravely said, and his sight swept through all 4 directions. At this time, Li Shuangyan gently pulled on Li Qie's sleeve and hinted at another direction with her chin, and then said, Over there. Li Qie focused his sight and saw a shadow in the far distance. This shadow was wrapped by the bloody mist so other couldn't see it clearly. It looked like a human from afar, but also not like one. At a second glance, it was more like a small dragon flying around. Poof! In the blink of an eye, the 2 invisible dual blades of Li Qie flew out, as fast as lightning, towards the shadow in the bloody mist. However, The shadow was extremely agile. It felt the danger of the invisible dual blades, so it immediately escaped with an unbelievable speed. The blade swung back into Liqia's hands, but it couldn't cut the shadow and instead had allowed it to escape. The shadow knew how frightening the blades were, so it didn't appear again. That was the main root of the evil taifa tree? Seeing Liqia's failure, Li Shuangyan worriedly asked. No. At this time, Liqia's eyes became fierce, and he coldly uttered. That year, someone opened the evil-infested ridge and something else went inside as well. The main root of the evil taifa tree isn't in this place? Niufen also went around the bloody cave, but he couldn't find anything else. If it isn't here, then it must be in a different place. Liqia continued. It has to be in the other direction. Come, we will go. Li Shuangyan and Niufen hurried to keep up with Liqia. They didn't dare to ask anything. Liqia knew this place like the palm of his hand, and he even knew the area where the soul of the evil taifa tree used to be. Even though Li Shuangyan was extremely curious, she knew that this was not the time to ask. However, in a different direction, even the group of Heavenly Prince Qingxian was having trouble. Farther in their direction, they found that there were less and less caves. As the caves converged, it was as if they were all coming together. All of the cultivators and sects that went in different directions were now coming together. However, they found that the tree roots became stronger and stronger. The ancient roots appeared more often, and with even more power. And further in, even royal nobles couldn't handle them. Such a situation forced the sects to work together, and all of the royal nobles worked as one. But even then, it was still not very favorable. When they had no other places to go and were backed into a corner, countless tree roots, like the current ones, blocked the exit. With countless rustling noises, the tree roots flooded this entire space like a tide. Ah! Sounds of screaming appeared left and right. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, but under this situation, even many royal nobles couldn't stand strong. A bit of inattentiveness resulted in them dying to the ancient roots and being drained of their blood. In this place there were not that many big caves left. The two strongest groups were Heavenly Prince Qingxian and Dao Child Shengtian. Because of this, their two caves had the highest number of cultivators. In this chaotic battle, Chen Baojiao and her old servant were also shunted to the cave with Dao Child Shengtian. At this moment, there was no turning back. Chen Baojiao didn't have any other choice besides going with the big group, but the ancient roots attacking from behind became even more numerous, like the flow of the ocean. At this time, all of the cultivators were at a dead end. They felt that they were caught in a trap. Strong ancient roots blocked their retreat and were chasing them deeper into the caves. It felt like they were being lured deeper into the nest. At this moment, the main root of the evil taifa tree viewed the intruding cultivators as a delicious meal. It was entrenched on its spiderweb, waiting for its delicious meal to come. However, for unknown reasons, wherever Chen Baojiao went, she especially attracted the roots of the evil taifa tree. They attacked her far more vigorously compared to the others. Chen Baojiao naturally didn't know that she, with the tyrannical valley immortal spring physique, was rare across the ages. Her blood essence was the most delicious feast in this world to the evil tree, as well as the best supplement, so she was attacked far more than others. At first, Chen Baojiao was able to handle it, but later on, she couldn't cope any longer. Fortunately, the old man by her side took action. People began to realize that Chen Baojiao was attracting major fire by a large amount of tree roots. So many of them quickly ran away from her so that they wouldn't be pulled down as well. Under the crazy onslaught of the evil taifa tree's roots, Chen Baojiao and her old servant were forced back into a tunnel. This was a dead end without an escape path. Careful, Chen Baojiao was almost stabbed to death by an ancient root. The old servant took action and cut the ancient root down completely. At this point, he finally revealed his true strength. Hua, hua, hua. In this moment, the roots and branches became crazy, and they pushed Chen Baojiao into the wall. Suddenly, all of the roots went inside this cave of death, like a flood, drowning this hole along with their delicious meal. Kill! The old servant loudly roared and his enlightened being aura pierced the sky. In a flash, he rushed to the tree and slashed off countless roots, but an infinite amount, like the tides, kept on coming. Bang! The old servant once again started his massacre. He swept through everything again, but the vanguard of the tree roots were not deterred. Seeing this old man's true strength as an enlightened being, many cultivators in a different path were astonished. A poof sound appeared and blood rushed up in the air. Even though the old servant was powerful, he had to protect Chen Baojiao while killing the roots. A momentary lapse of focus let an ancient root penetrate his shoulder. The old man cut off the ancient root, but it had already been rooted inside his body. This greatly changed the old man's expression as his entire body shivered. "Grandpa Sure!" Chen Baojiao frightenedly screamed. She wanted to go save the old servant. "Hide behind me!" The old man screamed and unleashed a heaven-punishing move. However, at this moment, the ancient roots had formed a giant nest, wanting to devour the two of them. In the back, there were also countless tree roots rushing in, encompassing the entire cave of death. Dao Child Shengtian had already retreated to another cave, but seeing this scene, he couldn't help but lose his colors. He wanted to rush up, but enlightened being C2 held down his shoulder. "Young master, don't be impulsive," enlightened being C2 said. "Exit." At this time, inside the cave of death, the old servant were pierced by two ancient roots on his shoulder yet again. By now, he was completely bloody and tattered. Chen Baojiao was frightened and immediately held on to him. Chapter 136. Seeing Dao Child Shengtian's group in another path through the myriad of gaps between the webs made out of the ancient roots, Chen Baojiao couldn't help but shout, "Long Shengtian, kill!" While the old servant was protecting Chen Baojiao, he unleashed his enlightened being power once again. At this moment, his body had been pierced through by the roots, and he could only risk his life one last time. Dao Child Shengtian, in the other path, heard the cries of Chen Baojiao. He greatly changed his expression, then hesitantly took a step forward. "Young master, please reconsider. Even the Chen clan's enlightened being sure isn't able to handle it. We going in is merely seeking death. We should take advantage of when these evil plants are not attending to other things and rush to the deepest area to find the treasures." Enlightened being C2 said. Zthi. At this point, countless stems and roots submerged the cave of death like the tide, and the entire pathway was sealed. Bang! But then, in the blink of an eye, the entire world shook and the area subsided. Everyone became greatly alarmed. Everyone saw a person, with an extraordinary velocity, violently rushing in by himself. Under his impact, the earth was mere tofu. He easily penetrated cave after cave, and he could even rush up from the depths of the ground with an unstoppable rampage. In an instant, 10 caves were plowed through. Not even the earth could stop him. Bang! He directly swept to another direction with an unstoppable momentum and drilled through the cave of death. Go! Li Qie fought his way in and carried Chen Baojiao, along with her old servant, out from the crack in the blink of an eye. Brum! Brum! At this moment, all of the ancient roots became crazy and chased after Li Qie, who escaped with Chen Baojiao, like millions of poisonous serpents. Seeing Chen Baojiao taken away by Li Qie, Dao Child Shengtian's expression sank, but he didn't say anything. "Young master, while the evil plants are chasing after them, if we don't go now, then when would we leave?" Enlightened being C2 deepened his voice. "Go!" Dao Child Shengtian quietly uttered with a chilling expression and brought his group towards the depths. They would not give up until seeing the treasure of the gods. Bang! Li Qie, like a tyrannical dragon, crashed through the ground via many holes. And right behind him, countless roots were pursuing. Since their delicious meal being taken away, these ancient roots were truly enraged. In a flash, not only the ones from the back, but ones from all directions came striking at Li Qie. In just a moment, rustling sounds that could cause your scalp to tingle penetrated from all directions. Flooding with numerous ancient roots, they were all aiming for Li Qie. Now! Finally, Li Qie brought Chen Baojiao and her old servant to a trap that they had prepared beforehand. Li Shuangyan and Niufen hid here earlier and saw the tidal flood of the ancient roots. They immediately appeared and roared, unleashing the ashes everywhere. Suddenly, countless lotus ashes were thrown out, hitting all of the furious ancient roots. This change occurred too fast, and the ancient roots couldn't flee in time. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, all of the ancient roots, like poisonous serpents, were crushed and whimpering on the ground, shaking the earth. Hole after hole inside the crater were collapsing, causing the cultivators who were penetrating even deeper to be frightened. It was as if this area was submerging. A short while later, all of the roots were dead on the ground, like strips of dried serpents. The evil Taifa tree's roots, once met by the lotus ashes, its nemesis, would be dead for sure. When all of the tree roots were dead at this place, only silence ensued. The event that Li Qie was anticipating did not happen. It still isn't coming out. It really is smart, Li Qie murmured as he looked at all of the dead tree roots. Earlier, he brought Li Shuangyan and Niu Fan to another hole in a different direction. Since they still couldn't find the main route, Li Qie guessed that the main route was always on the move to escape the hunt. Thus, Li Qie set a trap to kill a large amount of evil plants in order to provoke the main route and lure it out. However, even after killing so many, the main route still did not appear. Not bad, it can even endure this. Li Qie was disappointed that he couldn't wait for the main route to appear. This underground area was huge. Wanting to hunt the main route that could traverse freely was not an easy matter. Chen Baojiao at this moment was in a daze. She had no idea that, in the end, the one to save her was Li Qie. Even Dao Child Shengtian, who was her fiancé, didn't help her. It was Li Qie who came to the rescue. Ah! Suddenly, the old servant pitifully bellowed and fell to the ground with a seizure. The roots were cutting his body and rivulets of the roots were visible along his muscles. He had been stabbed by many evil thorns. Even though he cut the evil root, these remains inside his body continued to grow and he couldn't suppress them. Grandpa Sure. The frightened Chen Baojiao wanted to lift the fallen old servant. Don't move him. Watch out for the evil roots, they might enter your body. Li Qie snapped. He immediately separated Chen Baojiao from the old servant, then he told Niu Fan, rip open his wounds. Niu Fan immediately tore open the wounds of the old servant. Li Qie then poured the holy water over the wounds. The old servant's body immediately quivered in pain and he couldn't help but to scream. How is Grandpa Sure? Chen Baojiao urgently cried. Her face was pale as a sheet of paper. The evil plants inside his body were like leeches sprinkled with hydrated limes. They crawled out from the wounds, then fell dead onto the floor, motionless. Once they have entered the body, only the holy water from the 6 Tao lotus could force the roots out. Otherwise it would entrench inside the flesh and suck the blood of the human. When Niu Fan applied golden medicine on the old servant, he was finally able to breathe and open his eyes. Grandpa Sure, how are you feeling now? Chen Baojiao hastily called. Seeing the revival of the old servant, she was ecstatic. The old servant sat up with Chen Baojiao's support. He struggled to take a deep breath, and then he answered, Young miss, I can't die just yet. Old man, your cultivation is not bad. Your deep enlightened being's cultivation was really well hidden. Niu Fan said, just a bit of rest and you will recover. Young noble Li, for saving young miss and this old man, I am very grateful. The old servant finally stood up and voiced his appreciation towards Li Qie. Li Qie slightly nodded his head. Then he eyed Chen Baojiao and said, Even though you haven't made your decision, I won't let you be eaten by the evil plants. At this time, Chen Baojiao lowered her head in silence. This time, there were a few things that moved her heart, and unknowingly, she had already made her decision. What to do now? Being unable to lure the main route out, Li Shuangyan worriedly asked. After a trap has been sprung, it won't fall for it a second time. Li Qie narrowed his eyes and said, This thing is wily. However, I still have one more method. Even if it is a demon, it will still have to drink my feet-washing water. Come, we will go to a different cave. I don't believe that it won't come out. As he wasn't able to lure it out, Li Qie wanted to use a different secret card. That year, to destroy the evil Taifa tree, Immortal Emperor Xueqi left behind a preparation here. Later on, Immortal Emperor Min Ren also fortified it after this place became the private property of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, in order to sweep through the surviving roots in the future. Finally, Li Qie took the group of Li Shuangyan to a different place. Chen Baojiao, along with her old servant, also followed him. There were no more roots as they were traveling to a different location. The truth was that not only Li Qie, but even the other cultivators in the other caves came to realize that the evil roots were no longer appearing. The truth was that the main root underground was aware of the danger, and it felt that someone was hunting it. Thus, it became a ghost, lurking underground, and it no longer took action. It was laying dormant and waited, instead. Eventually, Li Qie and the others came to a large cave. This rocky cave was very big. However, without Li Qie leading the way, others wouldn't be able to find it. There was a thing that looked like a giant box yet also a Dao platform. It was unknown what godly ores this thing was made from. It emitted a faint light along with a brilliant ray, resembling a blood diamond, very beautiful. A sword was hovering on top of this Tao platform. On a closer look, this sword was not made from godly or treasure metal. This black and white sword that was suspended on top of the Tao platform, with careful observation, was found to be made from two types of woods, one side black and one side white. Black was like the obsidian stone. White was as white as jade. Seeing this white and black sword, others would think that it was made from jade. However, Li Qie was not captivated by the sword. His gaze was on a frog on top of the Tao platform. It was an ordinary frog. Only, its belly was bigger. It was lying on the Tao platform, motionless. Li Qie stared intensely at this frog. His eyes became incomparably red-hot and murmured, truly unable to find the destination after wearing out iron soles, then inadvertently finding it without any effort. Chapter 137, Treasure of the Gods, 1. Li Qie regained his wits and slowly walked towards the frog lying on the Tao platform. He didn't expect that this frog, which had escaped earlier, was now lying here motionless. What is that? Chen Baojiao looked at the Tao platform ahead and was stunned for a moment. Then she murmured, "Shoo." Li Shuangyan softly whispered and gestured for Chen Baojiao to keep quiet. She was also staring at this frog on the Tao platform. She knew that Li Qie yearned for this frog day and night, and he unsuccessfully chased after it for hundreds of thousand miles. Li Qie went onto the Tao platform, but this frog was still not moving. There was a seed the size of a thumb on the back of its neck. It was long and bobbed in its blackness and not easy to discover. "Little thing, look at you, what treasure did you find?" At this moment, Li Qie understood why this frog did not run. The problem was the seed on its head. Even Li Qie had to change his expression. He squatted down and stared at the seed. Then he slowly spoke. "Unfathomable. So many years have passed, but it still managed to survive till now." Anyone who knew the origin of this seed would be shocked. The seed of the evil taifa tree was a rarity throughout the ages. That year, the seed of the evil taifa tree had matured for tens of million years. It was then that its nemesis, the sixth Tao lotus, took action along with Li Qie and immortal Emperor Xueqi to ambush it at this place. That battle was incredibly deadly. One had to know that the evil taifa tree had grown after a countless number of moons, growing here since the desolate era. It was the supreme evil lord of this separate world. However, after being ambushed by its nemesis, the sixth Tao lotus, along with the dark crow, Li Qie, and immortal Emperor Xueqi, even a powerful being such as itself couldn't escape death. When its main body was destroyed, the evil taifa tree wanted to send its seed away. However, it was burned by the supreme immortal flame of immortal Emperor Xueqi and penetrated by the sixth Tao reincarnation technique from the sixth Tao lotus. It could be said that the seed that escaped into the ground had no hope of survival. Unexpectedly, after million years passed by, the seed that basically had a death sentence could heal its wound. Only, it didn't have a good opportunity to germinate. This frog was the nemesis of spirit medicines and immortal plants. After it was full, it rushed into the cave and found this seed. The frog, at first, wanted to consume it, but the seed wasn't just for show. It rode on the frog's head instead. Both had heaven-frightening origins, and they were assaulting each other. Eventually, the frog's neck was clamped by the seed and neither could do anything to the other. The frog was intelligent. It found this place and wanted to borrow the Tao platform to kill the seed. Unfortunately for it, Li Qie also came to this place. "Little thing, you are no good." Li Qie crouched down next to it and cheerfully said, "Such a seed. You won't be able to escape it. How about we make a deal? You follow me, and I will help you remove it. Otherwise, after a long period of time, it will take root on your head. At that time, your fate will be miserable." The frog looked at Li Qie. After a long time, it let out a cry. Without a doubt, it was agreeing with Li Qie's proposal. This is how it should be. Li Qie smiled. He took out the lotus ashes and lightly sprayed it on the seed. The seed couldn't handle it and immediately shrank, rolling up as if it wanted to protect itself. When the seed fell down from the neck of the frog, it tried to run away. However, with the lotus ashes sprinkled on its body, it was running away with the speed of a tortoise. "You want to run away? Don't even think about it." Li Qie caught the seed in a treasure box filled with lotus ashes and buried it inside. Even though the seed was formidable, the lotus ashes were its weakness. Being buried in the ashes, it was up to the mercy of Li Qie, so it could only contract its thorns and it went to sleep. Li Qie obtained the seed of the evil Taifa tree. Then he motioned his palm towards the frog and laughed. "Little thing, it is time for you to come back home. In this world, only I can tap into your true potential." At this point, the frog was quiet. Then, it jumped into the palm of Li Qie. As it was lying on his palm, it slowly turned into stone. In the end, it transformed into a tiny cauldron with the shape of a frog. Seeing the frog turning into a tiny cauldron, not only Li Shuangyan, but even Niu Fan was astonished. This is not any mythological beast, but a heavenly cauldron. Li Shuangyan exclaimed in amazement. They chased this frog the entire time, so the group of Li Shuangyan thought that this ordinary frog was a mythological beast or immortal spirit. However, they didn't expect it to be a heavenly cauldron. Li Qie carefully put away the heavenly cauldron and smilingly said, "I did not say it was an immortal spirit or mythological beast. That's right, it is a heavenly cauldron. A supreme peerless heavenly cauldron." Of course, he didn't say this phrase. The group of Li Shuangyan couldn't help but glance at each other. Heavenly cauldrons were indeed rare and hard to obtain, but this was not the style of Li Qie. No matter how precious a heavenly cauldron was, how could it compare to a precious million-year-old longevity spirit? Could it compare to precious immortal gold? It definitely couldn't compare. However, Li Qie did not look for the treasure metals and godly ores hidden beneath the evil-infested ridge. He even threw down the life ring of a 1 million-year-old longevity spirit like scrap metal, yet he gave so much value to this heavenly cauldron. This made Li Shuangyan and Niu Fan realize that this frog was certainly not a simple heavenly cauldron. However, since Li Qie didn't say anything, they didn't dare to ask. At this point, Li Qie picked up the floating sword on the Dao platform. This sword was like the black and white obsidian ores, naturally forming into a sword. This sword was extremely heavy. It was more substantial than any other life treasure created by godly steel. The moment the sword was in his hand, in a flash, it instantly unleashed two rays of lights. One was as luminous as the immortal's brilliance, while the other was as aphotic as the devil's aura. The two rays twisted together and continually circulated, like a Tai Chi yin-yang fish, without beginning or end. It clearly defined yin and yang. Grasping this sword was controlling righteousness and evil and controlling yin and yang. Inside the aggregation of the black and white rays, there were floating ancient runes. This light was as vast as the endless oceans. Inside this ocean, there was a hidden boundless grand Tao, encompassing the ancient profound truth since the start of time when the gods and devils ruled. After millions of years, I didn't expect it to absorb the two primal forces. Conflicting yet harmonious, it truly is a creation from the heaven and earth. Holding this sword, Li Qie emotionally sighed. This sword had a heaven-frightening origin. When the sixth Tao Lotus was fighting against the evil Taifa tree, he, along with immortal Emperor Xueqi, ambushed the tree. Its soul was destroyed and its fate was determined. Knowing that it would die, the ancient primordial foundation of the evil Taifa tree, comparable to the gods, escaped from its body and hid underground. One had to know that the primordial foundation of the evil Taifa tree was unfathomable. If the evil Taifa tree completed its Tao during the desolate era, then its primordial foundation lived during the legendary era that was completely unknown. Keep in mind that the evil Taifa tree reached its god transformation Tao by growing above the primordial foundation. The primordial foundation from this era was impossible to trace. Back when the primordial foundation escaped, Li Qie, as the Dark Crow, along with immortal Emperor Xueqi, were not able to chase after it. In a flash, the primordial foundation of the sixth Tao Lotus also left its body. The two wrapped around each other and fought to the bitter end. They both rushed underground. Afterwards, Li Qie and immortal Emperor Xueqi couldn't find the primordial foundations of the evil Taifa tree nor the sixth Tao Lotus. For both the evil Taifa tree and the sixth Tao Lotus, losing their primordial foundations meant death. Li Qie didn't expect that both of these primordial foundations fought to the bitter end and twisted into one to become a sword. The primordial foundations had too many things inside of them. This was truly the inheritance of the godly tree and the evil tree. Good sword, Niu Fan was aware. After seeing this sword, he emotionally said, "If there was a godly monarch weapon, at the very best, it would be just like this." This is the godly monarch weapon? At this point, Chen Baojiao was also shocked. Seeing the Tao platform absorbing the blood diamond rays, she said, "So to speak, this is the treasure of the gods?" Chen Baojiao was here for the godly laws. The godly monarch weapon was not tempting to her, but their laws moved her desires. Treasure of the gods? Li Qie bursted out in laughter and shook his head. There are no gods in this place, so it does not have a treasure of the gods. Heh, if there was really a treasure of the gods, did you think it will be your turn to get it? Then what is inside? Chen Baojiao stared at the Tao platform that was as big as a huge boulder. This Tao platform seemed to be used to hold valuable things, especially when it was emitting blood diamond lights. Anyone would guess that there would be extraordinary things inside. I'm afraid you don't want to know. Li Qie narrowed his eyes and said, "The inside is filled with the temptation of the devil. Opening it would be opening the devil's box, and also the moment the devil will come." Li Qie's demeanor didn't seem like he was joking around. It left Chen Baojiao and the group of Li Shuangyan to be surprised. At this time, they realized what was going on. "Come on, this is when we shall be hunting devils," Li Qie commanded the others. The group of Li Shuangyan didn't dare to linger. They immediately stood on top of the Tao platform. Chen Baojiao couldn't help but ask, "There are really devils here? What do you think?" Li Qie glanced at her once and said, "The roots that were chasing you earlier are what? Do you think that those are just tree roots with their own consciousness? Heh, they were only the things growing on its body." Hearing Li Qie, Chen Baojian became afraid. Thinking back on the tree roots like the flood, if there was something that could be considered as devils, then those roots earlier indeed belonged in that category. Chapter 138. Treasure of the Gods, 2. We will go outside to hunt in the sky. The underground is its heaven and earth. Li Qie controlled the few pieces of ancient bricks on the Tao platform and activated the runes on top. The entire Tao platform lit up with strands and strands of bloody diamond brilliances. These rays of light interwove together into a net that transmitted all the way underground. It seemed to be an endless net, capable of destroying the entire underground area. In the center of the Tao platform, a bloody ray pierced the horizon and penetrated through the sky. When this ray touched the sky, the Tao platform emitted even more colorful lights. These strands of light were no longer light. They were more like strings of flowing blood. These bloody strings twisted and turned into a formation and drilled into the entire world underground. That day, the bloody light that pierced the sky came from this place. Seeing the bloody light from the Tao platform, Chen Baojiao emotionally said, "The light that attracted all of the cultivators, the light that made them think that there was a treasure here, it came from this place." "You are correct." Li Qie continued. It wanted to bait the devilish thing, but it was clearly not successful. With that, Li Qie activated another brick on the Tao platform and shouted, "Rise!" A loud explosion occurred. The Tao platform flew upward and hit the roof up above. It crashed through the dome and soared into the sky. Li Qie controlled the runes on the Tao platform as the bloody rays became stronger. The rays were like a waterfall that had an unstoppable torrent, drilling downward into the ground. What is that? At this moment, many experts from the sects and nations were back at the common area. Many demon monarchs of the Flying Dragon Lake, through the heavenly mirror, all saw the Tao platform flying in the sky. They saw the bloody light that was like a waterfall cascading downward and were extremely astonished. "Is that the treasure of the gods?" a demon monarch murmured as he saw this scene. On top of the Tao platform, Li Qie looked everywhere. However, he couldn't find the main route as if it knew this was a trap. "Good. I will see how long you can withstand this temptation. Don't make me release the maximum effect." Li Qie activated the runes on the Tao platform and suddenly, the strings of blood flew into the ground below, turning into rivers of blood and infiltrated all of the areas underground. "You have been here before?" Seeing Li Qie controlling the Tao platform so comfortably, Chen Baojiao asked with a hint of surprise. "Otherwise, how would you know how to use this Tao platform?" The group of Li Shuangyan, seeing this scene, couldn't blame her. It was as if there was nothing Li Qie didn't know in this world. "Little girl, don't forget, the evil-infested ridge was the private property of the Cleansing Incense ancient sect. I am the prime disciple, so naturally, I know how to manipulate the items of the sect. This is nothing too surprising," Li Qie leisurely said as he glanced at her. Li Qie's words suddenly turned Chen Baojiao's face red. She snapped at him and angrily said, Little demon, am I not older than you? Her current demeanor was extremely charming. This angered Chen Baojiao because she was a lot older than Li Qie, yet this little boy referred to her as little girl. How could she not become angry? However, at this time, many cultivators from the great sects and powerful nations rushed out from the crater. After the evil roots stopped their offensive, even though all of the experts of the sects and nations rushed in, they couldn't find the treasures in the legends. This was when they saw the clear, bloody rays arriving everywhere like river of blood. They were all moved and thought that this was the appearance of the treasure, so they all searched for the origin of the light. The treasure of the gods. Eyes were reddened with excitement. All of the experts rushed to the sky and surrounded the Dao platform. Humph! At this time, the old servant of Chen Baojiao coldly snorted and stepped forward. Suddenly, the enlightened being's power smashed forward like the waves and knocked many attacking experts flying away with a powerful momentum. This was an enlightened being. Royal nobles didn't dare to be arrogant. Needless to say anything about the rest of the cultivators. With an enlightened being taking action, many cultivators greatly changed their expressions, but they didn't give up. Wave after wave came and surrounded the group of Li Qie. Without Li Qie's command, the old servant stepped out as his aura was bellowing. Anyone that wanted to come would have to pass his gate first. Li Qie saved his life. This would be difficult to repay, so, at this moment, he was willing to block all enemies for Li Qie. The treasure of the gods. Cultivators rushed out in droves from the ground and saw the violently flashing bloody rays of the Dao platform. They became alarmed. Any of the sects and nations, seeing the diamond-like blood, was filled with greed as they salivated. At this point, the preconceived notion from all of them was that the treasure of the gods was definitely inside the Dao platform. The treasure of the gods in the legends. Ah! How could one not be tortured by greed? However, with the old servant blocking at the front, no heritages or powers dared to recklessly rush forward. They all took a cold breath. Rushing forward would be seeking death. At this point in time, with an azure aura, Heavenly Prince Qingxian, along with a group of masters, rushed out from the ground. Then, a bloody aura carried Dao Child Shengtian, along with the heavenly god sex members, also dashed out. The godly monarch weapon, surrounded by his azure light, Heavenly Prince Qingxian noticed the wooden sword in the hand of Li Qie and Void stepped forward. Heavenly Prince Qingxian was a genius. Even with an enlightened being in the way, he was not one bit afraid. Plus, the people by his side were not weak. As Dao Child Shengtian, along with his group, came up, seeing that Chen Baojiao was still alive, their gazes met. He became pale, and as for Chen Baojiao, she only coldly stared at Dao Child Shengtian. At this moment, Dao Child Shengtian and Heavenly Prince Qingxian were the two most powerful groups that came into the old servant's energy range. Seeing so many people gather yet the main root of the evil Taifa tree still remained hidden, Li Qie squinted his eyes with laughter and told the old servant, "Grandpa, sure, these are guests. There is no need to be so alarmed." The old servant looked at Li Qie, then quietly returned to the Dao platform. Anyone who dared to come close, he would be the first to take action. How about it? Everyone all wants the treasure of the gods. Li Qie narrowed his eyes and was all smiles as he spoke. Then, Heavenly Prince Qingxian went forward with an all-penetrating gaze at Li Qie. He spoke with a godly voice that was filled with a rhythmic law. "Hand over the godly monarch weapon and I will immediately leave." He gazed at the yin-yang wooden sword in the hand of Li Qie. Everyone here knew their stuff. Seeing the enigmatic yin-yang wooden sword in the hand of Li Qie, they immediately discerned that this was a supreme weapon and were driven with greed. However, since Heavenly Prince Qingxian wanted this weapon, no one here dared to compete with him. However, this godly monarch weapon was first found by me. Li Qie squinted his eyes and smiled. He was without a trace of anger. Niu Fan and Li Shuangyan were completely speechless by this exchange of words. What was the treasure of the gods and the godly monarch weapon? They knew that there were no such things. Li Qie simply wanted to fool these people. Li Shuangyan gave a sympathizing glance to these people. They won't even know how they will die. They didn't know that they were the meat in someone else's mouth, yet still coveted the treasure of the gods. Only the virtuous deserves the godly monarch weapon. With a majestic aura, Heavenly Prince Qingxian spoke with a clear voice. "This godly weapon in your hand will only bring about a personal calamity. If you want to leave alive, then hand it to me and I will ensure your safety." That's right. The treasure of the gods. Only a virtuous person deserves it. What right do you have as a junior to pocket all of the treasures? The cultivators present all loudly jeered. Who wouldn't lust after the treasure of the gods? At this moment, everyone wanted to come up with an excuse to grab the treasure. Hand over the treasure of the gods. We will split you one part. Dao Child Shengtian also had an unstoppable presence. Right now, he was standing together with Heavenly Prince Qingxian. Teaming together, he coldly said. Otherwise, even if I and Brother Qingxian allow for you to leave, I'm afraid the rest of the world still wouldn't. The move of Dao Child Shengtian was quite effective. He incited the greed on behalf of the people here to audaciously steal the treasure. Chen Baojiao contemptuously glanced at him. She despised his character. Right, the treasure of the gods. Everyone should have a part. Wanting to keep it to yourself is impossible. Otherwise, everyone will kill you. Suddenly, everyone from the great sects and powerful nations echoed this sentiment. Little brat, if you are smart, then you will get one part of the treasure. Otherwise, you will die without a grave. A sect master coldly said. There was also a royal noble with glowing eyes that could devour others that coldly said. Giving you one part of the treasure is already a great righteous act. Any more hesitation and you won't even have one part. At this point, everyone was blinded by greed. They wished that they didn't have to wait to rip Li Qie to pieces and snatch the treasure from the Dao platform. Li Qie watched the ravenous experts with his squinting eyes. Then he calmly said, So, me finding the treasure of the gods has turned out to be a detriment. Chapter 139. The treasures of the gods are left by them for their human race descendants. You are a mere mortal. How could you pocket it alone? Dao Child Shengtian's words were like the blooming lotus flowers. You keeping this treasure would not only be your demise, but also the demise of the cleansing incense ancient sect. The smart ones are the heroes. You take one part of the treasure and leave behind the rest. I, along with Brother Qingxian, will guarantee your safety as you leave. Bah, at this time, Chen Baojiao said with disdain. The so-called heaven's proud sons are nothing but cowardly pretentious rats. Wanting to take others' treasures yet still speaking this nonsense and spouting shameless words. It can't get any more wretched than this. Chen Baojiao's statement made Dao Child Shengtian's expression turn red and then green, but he coldly scowled and remained arrogant. My patience is limited. Hurry up and hand the godly monarch weapon over. Otherwise, suffer the consequences. At this time, Heavenly Prince Qingxian unleashed his aggressive aura and became impatient. Li Qie bursted out in laughter. Even facing everyone in the world, he was still nonchalant and calm. He said, And if I don't hand over the treasure? Death. Heavenly Prince Qingxian replied with one word. It was filled with killing intent like cold steel and frightening chills. You will become the enemy of the entire world if you don't hand over the treasure. You will be murdered by everyone. At this time, an expert loudly shouted. Who didn't want a half cup of soup from the treasure? A lord coldly exclaimed. Hurry up and hand over the treasure or face your death. Being the enemy of everyone in this world will not result in a good end. Enemies with everyone in this world? Murdered by everyone? I am so afraid, ah. Li Qie laughed and patted his chest. Then, he squinted his eyes while speaking. Enemies with everyone in this world? Everyone in this world just with all of you? All worthless. So what if everyone was my enemy? I'll still kill without mercy. Young man, such big words. At this moment, enlightened being C2 stood up and smiled. Don't think that just because you have an emperor's possession that you are invincible in this world. The Azure mysterious ancient kingdom and Heavenly Prince Qingxian wanting to destroy you. This is an easy matter. Regarding emperor's possessions and emperor treasures, how can your cleansing incense ancient sect compare to the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom? Enlightened being C2 was a cunning old fox. His words first brought the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom into the mix, and it was also threatening Li Qie. I am so scared. Li Qie cheerfully smiled. What about the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom? What if I don't hand over the treasure? Young people are always hot-headed. You simply don't know the immensity of the heavens and vastness of the earth. Enlightened being C2 smirked and then said, If something should happen, then it would be unfortunate. Finished speaking, he took one step forward and revealed his torrential aura. Without a doubt, C2 was clearly threatening Li Qie. If he didn't hand the treasure over, only death awaited him. How many enlightened beings did your heavenly jewel kingdom bring? The old servant behind Li Qie coldly snorted and also took a step forward, revealing his blood energy. His aura billowed out in front of Li Qie and protected him. So it is the Chen clan's grandpa Shi. You have not come into being for such a long time. Why the need to stir this muddy water this time? Even if you can stop me, can you also stop Grandpa Guan from the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom? Enlightened being C2 let off a fabricated smile. At this point, C2 glanced at the old man wearing a hat next to Heavenly Prince Qingxian. His intention was very clear. If they were to join forces, the old man needed to show some sincerity. This old man came out with a completely different momentum, towering like a giant mountain, standing motionless like iron chains blocking the rivers. He was like the hidden rocks hindering the waves. Even though he suppressed his own aura and cultivation, but when he came out, it still felt very oppressive and suffocating. As this old man stood up, even the old servant's eyes shrunk. He felt a great threat, knowing that he had met an enemy much stronger than him. A suppressed ancient saint. Nyofen looked at this old man and smiled. Hee hee. Ancient saint. At that moment, countless people shivered in their hearts. During the difficult Tao era, only the absolutely brilliant ones could become an ancient saint. This was an unfathomable man. Young noble Li, life is the most valuable thing. Take a step back and be humbled by the high sky and wide ocean. Li Qie smiled and replied, suppressing your cultivation to come inside, you should watch out for the emperor's punishment. When the emperor's punishment comes down, unless you are an immortal emperor. Otherwise, becoming nothingness is the only result. The evil-infested ridge had been refined by immortal Emperor Min Ren. Outsiders that went in had to be below the ancient saint realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to enter. He did this to protect the treasures inside the ridge. It was so that the descendants of the cleansing incense ancient sect wouldn't needlessly plunder the place, killing the chicken to take the eggs. Enemies with the rest of the world? I love this type of matter the most. The Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom, in my eyes, is only scrap metal. Since all of you want to rob the treasure, then scram over here. I will fight all of you by myself. This unrestrained arrogance caused everyone to burst out in laughter. Dao Child Shengtian took a step forward and laughed. Blind little demon boasting shamelessly. Just with you alone. I can slay you with just one hand. Huh, just with a pretty boy like you? Why don't you take another look at yourself? When your fiancée was facing trouble, you didn't even try to rescue her. A cowardly, hypocritical bastard like you still has the face to consider yourself a genius of the Grand Middle Territory? In my opinion, it is more accurate to call you a fool. Li Qie loudly gloated and spoke with disdain as he glanced at Dao Child Shengtian. Li Qie's words immediately left Dao Child Shengtian livid. He coldly shouted, "Little animal, I will hack you." He roared and swung one hand down vertically. Scram! Li Shuangyan immediately slashed before Li Qie could move. One slash alone was able to force Dao Child Shengtian to retreat. With her city-toppling beauty, she coldly glared at him and said, "Cowardly rats still dare claiming to be geniuses." Being looked down by Li Shuangyan enraged Dao Child Shengtian till he started to shiver with an ugly and pale expression. "Enough nonsense. Hand over the godly monarch weapon and I will spare your life." At this time, Heavenly Prince Qingxian lost his patience and stepped forward with a soaring aura. He was like a young heavenly king. Li Qie glimpsed at him and said, "Spare me from death? Do you really think that you are your ancestor, Immortal Emperor Sandao, or Immortal Emperor Qingxian? Even if Immortal Emperor Sandao or Immortal Emperor Qingxian saw me, they still wouldn't dare to bluster. Accept your death." Heavenly Prince Qingxian roared and his azure aura immediately turned into a huge hand, carrying an invincible momentum, and swung at Li Qie. "Move!" After a shout, the holy lotuses bloomed. Li Shuangyan maneuvered and blocked the strike from Heavenly Prince Qingxian. In the blink of an eye, her void imperfection physique appeared with peerless sacred immortal lights, impervious to all magic, impenetrable by all things. A great amount of blossoming lotus petals propped up like the eternal blue sky. It was as if she was a banished fairy from the 9 heavens. The so-called #1 genius of the Grand Middle Territory. How about fighting me? Li Shuangyan stood up with complete domination. She was as cold as the mist, like a snow-covered mountain with peerless grace. Good. Shuangyan, people will say that I am picking on the world, bullying with numbers. This would not be a good rumor. Li Jie calmly said as he pulled Li Shuangyan back. At this moment, Li Jie looked at everyone and nonchalantly said, "Wanting to snatch my treasure. I have no choice left but to kill all of you. 1 versus 1, that would be my bullying you. All of you, come forward." Heavenly Prince Qingxian, Dao Child Shengten, in my eyes, you all aren't shit. I can kill all of you with just one hand. Ignorant fool, rush up and tear him apart. Li Jie's arrogance angered everyone, and one of them furiously exclaimed, "That's right. Tear this little demon into 18 pieces. Then we will divide the treasure." At this point, all of the cultivators who were forming a blockade at the back rushed forward with surging killing intent. "Since you are seeking your own death, I will help you." With a chilling gaze, Heavenly Prince Qingxian stepped forward with a flowing azure aura that was as vast as the ocean. Not only Heavenly Prince Qingxian, but Grandpa Guan, Enlightened Being C2, Dao Child Shengtian also all rushed forward. They all wanted to seize the treasure to avoid being taken advantage of by others. They not only wanted the treasure, but also wanted to capture Li Jie's group, including Li Shuangyan. Wait. When they all wanted to take action, Li Jie suddenly shouted, "If you have any last words, it is not too late to say them." Dao Child Shengtian said. Li Jie smiled and said, "Not last words, but I did say that I didn't want to bully the world. We have so many people here, so it is not fair. People will say I am using numbers to bully you all. So first, let me tell them to back off." Finished speaking, he signaled with a motion of his sleeve. Chapter 140. Evil Taifa Drinking Blood. 2. Chen Baojiao didn't know what was going on, but Li Shuangyan and Niufen understood, so they both stepped back and dragged Chen Baojiao, who was standing in the middle, to the back as well. "Good, let us start. Pretty boy Shengten, little bastard Qingxian. Go. This big uncle will slaughter all of you." Li Jie laughed. At this moment, he activated the runes on the Dao platform. As the demon monarchs of the Flying Dragon Lake in the faraway common area, and the other cultivators witnessed this scene in the heavenly mirror, they felt that he was defying all common sense. A demon monarch murmured, "Has this brat gone crazy? Does he want to slaughter everyone? He went insane. A mere firefly that still dares to compete with the brilliance of the moon." Heavenly Prince Qingxuan's azure and mysterious eyes, that were capable of seeing through everything, unleashed a sword made from the aura to cut Li Jie. Dao Child Shengten, with a cruel glimmer in his eyes, also snorted and took out a true treasure to slash at Li Jie. "Kill! Slaughter this brat!" Suddenly, all of the cultivators from behind also rushed forward. They not only intended to kill Li Jie, but also to seize the treasure. However, at this very moment, the Dao platform underneath Li Jie, that resembled a precious treasure case, suddenly staggered and horrifying bloody rays rushed out in the blink of an eye. Boom! Carrying immense power, the rays threw out all of the people with an impact that knocked on all of them, including Heavenly Prince Qingxian, Grandpa Guan, and Dao Child Shengtian. They were all sent flying away the moment the rays pierced the sky. Everyone who took action, regardless of whether they were royal nobles or enlightened beings, were all swept flying like falling leaves. At this moment, the center of the Dao platform completely opened. A stream of actual blood that was different from the former bloody rays gushed out. This stream of blood dispersed an iron-like bloody stench that filled the air of the entire area. This fresh blood was extremely beautiful. Demonically beautiful. It soared up to the sky and encompassed the group of Li Jie. Subsequently, it rushed straight down and turned into thousands of blood arrows that headed straight at Li Jie's group. "Haha, you dare to even mess with me. Do you not remember the lesson?" Li Jie smiled and gently blew some lotus ashes that he carried in his palm. The lotus ashes immediately hovered around Li Jie's body and, at the same time, Li Shuangyan and Niufen also spilled some lotus ashes that disappeared in the surroundings. The blood arrows felt the dread of the lotus ashes and instantly melted into one. It hovered in the sky as if it was staring carefully at Li Jie. Pluff! Pluff! Suddenly, this bloody amalgamation turned into countless strands of blood, and they all shot out with an extreme speed that was impossible for the eyes to discern. Kill! Seeing the strands of blood flying forward, the cultivators who were knocked away earlier summoned their life treasures. Pluff! Pluff! But even when they used life treasures, they couldn't cut through these strands of blood. In an instant, blood spurted out as cultivator after cultivator was impaled by the bloody lines. Ah! Screams rang out. While the pierced wounds of the blood strands themselves weren't fatal, when these strands of blood went through the body, they started to suck the cultivator's blood at a shocking rate and immediately grew in size. Ah! In a flash, pitiful bellows resounded in the air. A few hundred cultivators' blood was sucked dry, and they fell down from the sky. Escape. Seeing the indestructible strings of blood, they were terrified. One yelled loudly and turned around to run. Bang! 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 However, at this moment, many large roots rushed out from the ground like octopus tentacles, but they were far more terrifying than ordinary tentacles. Ah! This person running away was pierced by the root and had his blood sucked dry as he wrinkled up and ended up as a dry, empty husk. Swish! Amidst this chaos, countless large evil roots rushed towards all of the cultivators with extreme velocity. They interweaved into an inescapable net that surrounded the group of Heavenly Prince Qingxian. Slay! The group of Heavenly Prince Qingxian ferociously roared and activated their techniques with flying life treasures thundering in the air, slashing away at the inescapable net made from the tree roots. However, the evil roots were far more terrifying than their imagination. As the sounds of reverberated, the strings of blood from the Tao platform were absorbed by the evil roots, and suddenly, a terrifying evil aura appeared as countless more roots came into being like endless needles. At this time, behind the endless tree roots was a broken stump. It wasn't high, only around 3 feet, but it seemed like a horrifying demon lord where all of the evil roots came from its body. The most frightening thing was that it had a pair of black eyes on its body. When this wooden stump appeared, its terror didn't stop there. It suddenly emitted an endless evil presence that soared through the sky. Boom! Dash! At this time, the evil presence was absorbed by the wooden stump and turned into even more strings made out of the black aura. They merged with the evil roots and turned into the most terrifying of weapons that slashed constantly and sucked people's blood dry when they rapped onto someone. It finally came out even stronger than my expectations. On top of that, it became a whole stump and not just a main root. Li Qie looked at the wooden stump around 3 feet long and murmured, "The wooden stump of the evil taifa tree?" Li Shuangyan was creeped out after seeing the wooden stump with the 2 black eyes. At this time, she understood why Li Qie called it a ghastly being. Meanwhile, a section of the evil roots was trapping and killing all of the cultivators while the other roots were frantically devouring the strings of blood from the Tao platform. What are these things? Why are these evil things crazily sucking blood? The Tao platform was still shooting out numerous strings of blood that not only pierced the cultivators' bodies, but they also launched into the evil roots and got absorbed by them. Seeing this scene, Chen Baojiao was creeped out. It was as if the blood was evil. You guessed it, this is indeed evil blood. Li Qie cheerfully smiled. The peerless, valuable blood of the evil taifa tree is shockingly scarce. This evil blood is the biggest temptation to the living tree roots and evil plants. This is not a treasure of the gods. This is a trap. Chen Baojiao exclaimed with an astonished expression. She was not dumb and immediately understood the reasoning behind it. Li Qie glanced over at her and said, "You aren't too stupid. Who said there was a treasure of the gods here? This is a Tao platform that is used to bait the surviving evil roots." Ah, at this point, when the horrifying screech resonated, one cultivator after another died horrifically under the assault of the evil taifa root. It knew that Li Qie was a powerful enemy, so it didn't target him and only killed the other cultivators. Having absorbed the precious evil blood along with the evil aura, the stump of the evil taifa tree was further strengthened. At this point, not to mention the other cultivators, but even royal nobles would be easily slaughtered. Mother, what kind of devil is this? The Flying Dragon Lake's demon monarchs, along with other cultivators at the common area, saw this scene and were shivering with chills. Ah, this is the evil taifa tree in the legends. When it matures completely, all of us will die in this place without a doubt. The turtle monarch's face became pale and he turned tail to run. Seeing his escape, other cultivators immediately followed suit. Ah! Enlightened being C2 screamed as an evil root pierced his chest and drained his blood dry in a flash. Even as he was dying, his eyes were wide open. He was unwilling to believe that this would be his end. As for the group of Tao Child Shengtian and Heavenly Prince Qingxian, they were flabbergasted. Despite Heavenly Prince Qingxuan's peerless emperor merit laws and with the help of Tao Child Shengtian and Grandpa Guan, they couldn't escape the net woven by the evil roots. As the roots of the evil taifa tree absorbed more energy, it became even stronger. A few times, Heavenly Prince Qingxuan's group almost made it through, but they were forced back at the very last moment. As his royal noble and enlightened being numbers decreased, Heavenly Prince Qingshuan's face became extremely ugly. He made his decision, then he roared and shouted, "Kill!" In the blink of an eye, he summoned an item that was floating on top of his head. Boom! Amidst the fire and thunder, when this item came out, the invincible Emperor aura turned into an emperor light that swept through everything, slashing the countless evil roots from the sky and protecting the group of Heavenly Prince Qingxian as they rushed out of the net. An emperor's possession. Seeing the invincible aura of an emperor, the group of Chen Baojiao lost their colors. Yes, the item that Heavenly Prince Qingxian summoned was an emperor's possession in the form of a ring. Even though its power was limited in usage, it could protect them as they made their way out of the entrapment without an issues. You want to escape? It won't be that easy. Li Qie smiled with the invisible dual blades in his hands. Zeng, suddenly, the two blades shattered as Li Qie uttered a roar. The shattered blades spewed out emperor power that suddenly aggregated into two large blades. Decapitate, Li Qie howled, and the emperor blades cut through the sky straight towards the emperor's ring that was protecting the group of Heavenly Prince Qingxian. Li Qie destroyed his invisible dual blades and unleashed the remaining emperor's power into his strike that was capable of cutting down even the sun and the moon. The emperor's ring felt threatened, so it unleashed an invincible power to face the emperor's blades. Under the presence of the emperor's powers, the entire evil-infested ridge trembled. The power of two immortal emperors colliding would have an unthinkable consequence. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated throughout the entire ridge. All existences, including heavenly beasts and longevity spirits, shook in fear. Chapter 141. The heaven and earth became pale and the sun and moon lost their brilliance. Under this one move, countless existences were lying helplessly on the ground. A loud crack resonated, and the emperor's ring shattered, leaving behind only enough emperor's power for Dao Child Xingtian and Heavenly Prince Qingxian. XSHHH. Losing the protection of the emperor's power, the other cultivators were suddenly attacked by the evil roots. Heavenly Prince Qingxian had no time to attend to them. It took so much effort and killing to reach this point. He didn't want to die in vain. He roared and held the broken ring in his palm and escaped the trap along with Dao Child Shengtian. At this moment, he didn't dare to hesitate. He dragged Dao Child Shengtian along and crossed the sky all the way to the entrance. In the instant when he rushed out of the stone door, he didn't even look back and completely escaped from the evil-infested ridge. With the Emperor's ring not having that much power left, he didn't want to use his life-protecting secret methods to save other people. Thus, he fled immediately. Having lost the Emperor's protection, expert after expert screamed and fell to the ground. Next was an enlightened being that followed Heavenly Prince Qingxian. After the Evil Roots massacre, barely any experts were left alive. In this moment of life and death, Grandpa Guan crazily shouted and broke down his own seal. Suddenly, the aura of an ancient saint expanded to cover 10,000 miles. He was a powerful ancient saint and immediately maneuvered to slash the evil roots that were attacking him. Boom! But when the old man wanted to escape from the net, there was a bolt of lightning that struck down from the sky, carrying the force of the rolling thunders. Bang! The lightning came down upon his ancient saint body. He immediately froze and spurted out blood. His body fell and he was dead on the spot. Like I said, be careful of the Emperor's punishment. Seeing this scene, Li Qie slowly spoke. Did you truly think that the warning of immortal Emperor Min Ren was just empty words? If the Emperor's suppression was simply empty words, then immortal emperors wouldn't be so invincible. The evil-infested ridge. Only martial artists below Ancient Saint could enter. This was not an ordinary warning. Someone who suppressed their own power to enter, when revealed, would be punished by the Emperor's power. At this moment, the last cultivator standing finally perished to the evil roots. From start to finish, only Heavenly Prince Qingxian and Dao Child Shengtian managed to escape. The rest of the people who tried to rob the treasure suffered horrific deaths. Sai didn't trust my words. I said whoever blocks my path be killed without mercy. Li Qie calmly said. As for Li Shuangyan and Niu Fan, both of them were dead silent. They have seen the terrifying ways of Li Qie before, and Chen Baojiao along with her old servant felt their blood run cold. From the start to finish, Li Qie basically did nothing, but in a short time, several tens of thousands of cultivators were killed. The most frightening part was that there were royal nobles and enlightened beings, and even a master ancient saint. The evil taifa tree is staring at us. Li Shuangyan whispered to Li Qie. At this time, the evil taifa tree was bigger than ever before, being, at the very least, double its previous size. As the trunk grew bigger, there were many more small roots and ancient roots with greater sizes materializing. When it opened its dark eyes to look at Li Qie's group, countless tree roots started to fly towards them. Meanwhile, it was like a pillar of bones, sucking the evil energy nearby. It was making it even more powerful. The evil taifa tree carried an appearance that reeks of death. It was covered by countless large roots, akin to a devil from the depths of hell. Anyone who saw its appearance would be shivering with uncontrollable shock. When it looked at Li Qie like a poisonous serpent stalking its prey in the darkness, it caused the other's hair to stand on end. If you pledge allegiance to me now, you will have a path toward survival. Otherwise you will become ashes and dust. Everyone was afraid of the evil taifa tree's gaze. Only Li Qie remained calm. He slowly spoke to the tree with a smile. At this time, not mentioning Chen Baojiao, even Niu Fan's group was afraid. One has to know that this existence in front of them could even kill ancient saints, let alone them. XSHHHH. The evil taifa tree used the most direct method to answer Li Qie. A plethora of roots rapidly speared forward, like arrows, with power frightening enough to be able to tear through the void, doubling its speed from before. It sucked a lot of blood. The more blood it consumes, the more powerful it becomes. Seeing the action of the evil taifa tree, Niufan said with a surprised expression, "Zening," but in the blink of an eye, an imprisonment iron chain appeared and all of the tree roots of the evil taifa tree were chained by a universal law. This law turned into numerous chains around the tree, not allowing it to move. It was impossible to break these godly chains. All of the tree roots attacking Li Qie were frozen as well. This left the evil taifa tree aghast. At this moment, it felt a terrifying pressure as well as the most instinctive of fear emanating from its soul. Clank clank, wave after wave of sound came out from the chains, shooting out endless lights. One magical rune flew out into the sky, turning into mysterious incantations that slowly morphed into a huge black hole. At this moment, this black hole could devour anything in its surroundings. Being locked by the universal laws in the form of chains, as well as being surrounded by the black hole made from interwoven runes, these two things pulled the main root of the evil taifa tree inside. Once inside the black hole, it would instantly be crushed. What is that thing? Seeing the roots of the tree being suppressed, Chen Baojiao emotionally asked. The refined evil blood was not evil blood, but universal laws. Niufan saw the signs in this matter, and he movingly spoke. This entire Dao platform was meant to catch it. Li Qie, seeing the chains pulling the tree into the black hole, smilingly said, "Did you really think this place had some ancestral blood to power your body? Unfortunately, you are not smart enough." Bang, bang. At this moment, all of the roots of the tree crazily struggled in order to escape from the universal laws, but it was all in vain. This was the preparation left behind by immortal Emperor Xueqi, and was strengthened by immortal Emperor Min Ren later on. Once trapped inside, there was only death for the evil taifa tree. When they killed the tree that year, Li Qie, as the Dark Crow, knew very well that even with a few roots left, the tree would be able to revive. Thus, Xueqi prepared the evil blood in order to slay it in the future. They fused the blood together with universal laws. From then on, inside the Dao platform was the most tempting thing for the evil taifa tree. It craved the ancestral evil blood the most. So even after millions of years, it couldn't fight its desire for the ancestral blood. It went closer and devoured the evil blood to strengthen itself, not knowing that it would be swallowed in the process. The truth was, in the last 100,000 years, many small roots were able to revive, but they weren't able to suppress the desire for the evil blood. Eventually, this main root was formed with some consciousness and was able to fight its instinctual desire. However, when Li Qie unleashed all of the evil blood, this evil taifa tree was no longer able to suppress its temptation. It was no different from a fish taking the bait. Poof dash, the tree roots were being pushed into the black hole where they will be devoured and crushed inside. The evil taifa tree struggled to escape the universal laws. Bang! It crazily dived into the ground, wanting to root itself within the earth to stop the force of the black hole, but it was to no avail. Even when the entire ground was overturned, crushing itself, it couldn't resist the sucking power of the black hole. It's no use. In the face of the blessings from two immortal emperors, unless you are as strong as before, it is meaningless. Li Qie watched the struggle of the evil taifa tree and smiled. The eyes of the evil taifa tree turned cold, and a section of the roots suddenly gave up to turn into countless arrows towards Li Qie. It believed that Li Qie was controlling the Tao platform, so it wanted to kill Li Qie in order to escape. Pluff! Dash, however, the black hole morphed into a giant mouth and instantly devoured every single root that was shooting at Li Qie. Trying to kill me? Li Qie burst in laughter, and he uttered, "You are still too young. Compared to my methods, you are not a match." Chapter 142. Decapitate the Evil Taifa Tree. 2. Boom. A loud explosion filled the air. The evil taifa tree saw itself being slowly devoured, and its struggling became weaker. The main root tore into the ground, wanting to reach the deepest parts of the earth to stop the sucking power. Fuff, at this moment, an incomparable power appeared from under the earth and helped the main root. Boom! After being assisted by this power, the evil taifa tree began to stabilize, and then it pulled down the Tao platform instead. The Tao platform turned bright as it was being dragged by the evil tree. Boom! In a short time, the whole world shook and the evil taifa tree furiously pulled with its roots, wanting to yank out the Tao platform. What is going on here? Seeing the sudden reversal of the situation, Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojia were frightened and lost their colors. Once the evil taifa tree captured the Tao platform, they could only die. The evil taifa tree managed to devour such a rare thing. This growth is not unreasonable. Li Qie was still calm, and he idly said with a smile, "The underground contains an evil vein with evil spring water. This evil spring water is extremely valuable to the evil taifa tree. If the tree could use it to refine its body, then one day, it would become an existence that exists alongside the gods." Boom dash! Suddenly, the black hole doubled in size. The clanking sounds of the iron chains hitting each other as the universal laws restricting the evil taifa tree contracted several times more, pulling it into the black hole. Bang! Dash! The earth was overturned. This scene was like a heavenly ox plowing through the world, creating countless holes of dirt and mud. At this second, even connecting to the evil vein was useless and nothing could stop it from being dragged into the black hole. A section of its roots was devoured into pieces. Clank, clank, clank. But now, an even more horrifying event occurred. The bony outgrowths of the tree that were sucking in evil energy in the sky rushed to the mountain of bones, and all of the evil energy started to condense there instead. At this moment, all of the bones connected together. No matter whether they were human bones, heavenly beasts' bones, or stone statues' remnants, everything was assembled together into a huge, giant skeletal tree. This giant skeletal tree appeared in front of Li Qie, like a giant monster, and struck down towards the Tao platform with its monstrous body. Boom! The entire platform was shaken from the impact, but the black hole became even larger and more powerful as it continued to drag the evil taifa tree. Bang, bang, bang! At this point, the giant tree gripped the Tao platform, wanting to crush it into pieces. Shit! This evil thing became much stronger. Inside the protection sphere, the expressions of Niu Fan's group greatly changed from this crazy grotesque scene. Bang! However, the evil taifa tree was far more frightening than that. At this time, a bony outgrowth bursted out from the ground. This bony outgrowth was 10,000 zhang high, thick and terrifying. It turned into a giant hammer and slammed down with a destructive force on the Tao platform. Boom! Being stuck by this horrifying hammer, the Tao platform was shaking non-stop, and even the black hole suffered from the impact, decreasing its power. Boom boom! Both the bony outgrowth along with the giant tree made from bones repeatedly slammed the Tao platform, wanting to render it into nothingness. The black hole became weaker from the impact, leaving the evil taifa tree room to breathe. In a short time, their attacks became even more rapid. "I'm afraid the Tao platform won't be able to handle this. We should run away. If this ghastly thing escapes, it would be our end." Niu Fan lost his colors and glanced at Li Qie while speaking. Still a piece of cake. Li Qie was still calm. Looking at the evil taifa tree with its evil energy soaring the sky, he smiled. "I originally did not want to kill to the very end, but since you don't know life from death, I'll help you." Finished speaking, Li Qie formed miscellaneous seals with his hands. He stomped his feet on the ground and shouted. Blood energy rushed into the sky, and he chanted true mantras. "Obey my will, open Emperor Xueqi's dimension. Descend. Slaughtering evil formation." Boom, boom. At this moment, an unimaginable scene occurred. The entire space of the evil-infested ridge was illuminated with a bloody light. In the horizon, a giant door was opening, and it unleashed an endless stream of terrifying emperor aura. When the lights intermixed with each other in the sky, the celestials appeared and the world rotated, giving birth to a huge complex formation. Whoosh! Dashed in a flash, a bloody spear belonging to the gods descended from the sky in order to destroy evil and all existences. Bang! The blood spear pierced down and destroyed the long bony outgrowth, penetrating countless bones. Under this one spear, whether it was the bony outgrowths or part of the giant skeleton mountain, everything was drilled through. They were unable to resist its power. Even the heavenly beasts and longevity spirits were shivering from feeling the presence of the immortal emperor. 1,000,000-year-old heavenly beasts and longevity spirits were all hiding in their caves, not daring to venture out. Oh heavens, the sky is a killing formation. Even an expert like Xueqi lost the strength in his knees as he watched the Emperor's Gate opening and the appearance of the grand formation that created the bloody spear. He emotionally exclaimed, This is a grand formation of the immortal Emperor rank. Anyone who meets this will surely die. Chen Baojiao and the old servant were, needless to say, also speechless from this impossible scene ahead. This bloody spear was indeed capable of killing gods and devils. After a while, Chen Baojiao regained her wits and while still pale, asked Li Qia. You had this technique since way earlier, right? This beauty capable of toppling kingdoms, even when pale, was still enough for others to yearn and love. Chen Baojiao and the old servant finally understood at this point that, since the beginning, Li Qia already had a victorious method. From the very start, Li Qia wanted to kill all of the sects and cultivators that came into the evil-infested ridge. This was when they understood that whether it was the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom, the Heavenly God sect, or even the entire world, everything was within his calculations. He was the one who spread the rumors that Tao child Shengtian wanted what was called the treasure of the gods. In the end, too many people died here and only a few escaped. The old servant had experienced many waves and winds, but his palm was still shaking with cold sweat. At this point, he was secretly glad that they weren't the enemies of Li Qia. Even if he was stronger, they would still be doomed. Li Qia simply glanced at Chen Baojiao and said, The evil-infested ridge is the personal property of the cleansing incense ancient sect. As the prime disciple, it is nothing strange that I know certain methods. Of course, this grand formation didn't have anything to do with immortal Emperor Min Ren. This was prepared by immortal Emperor Xueqi. At that time, they prepared this grand formation in the sky as an inescapable net to destroy the evil Taifa tree. Unfortunately, before they could do anything, the 6 Tao Lotus had already made a move against the evil Taifa tree, so they didn't get a chance to use their preparation. The killing of the tree was led by the Dark Crow, Li Qia. But because the formation was not used, Li Qia left it behind, hoping to make good use of it one day. Today, Li Qia clashed his hands together with mysterious seals while chanting profound words to open this Emperor Gate and summon the descending bloody spear to destroy the evil existence. Zai! Dash at this time, the evil Taifa tree miserably shrieked. The bloody spear had pierced through its body and its roots were slain even more. Poof! The main root of the evil Taifa tree was split opened. Inside was an ancient root, around the size of a finger, flying forward. It wanted to escape as far away as possible. What is that? Seeing the ancient root wanting to escape, Li Shuangyan asked with astonishment. Primordial root. Li Qia looked at the extreme speed of the primordial root and said, The tree is not an adult evil Taifa tree, so it only had such a tiny primordial root. Are you not killing it? Xueqi was also worried. If the primordial root could grow up to become an adult evil Taifa tree, then once it escaped, the consequences could only be imagined. This would be a great disaster. It does not understand this world and does not understand this heaven and earth. Li Qia smiled and said. As they were talking, the finger-sized primordial root wanted to escape far, far away. As the root was flying out of the eastern region, the Kasha lotus tree in the far south made a buzzing sound. Suddenly, a green branch rushed forward like a sword of the gods. It suddenly slashed the horizon, a slash that was capable of ending the karmic cycle and destroying all 6 Tao. It was only a young branch, but at this moment, even the gods would tremble. This branch that was slashing out was just like a sacred sword. XH. The young branch rendered the primordial root into innumerable pieces under its godly power. Chapter 143. Alchemist God's Grand Canon 1. I said it does not know this world and does not know that this world would not allow for the evil taifa tree to grow. Wanting to escape out of this place was impossible in the first place. Seeing this scene, Li Qie happily smiled. Chen Baojiao and her old servant didn't know where this young branch came from, but seeing how it slashed through the entire sky, they were extremely frightened. This young branch was even more horrifying than a godly sword. Under its power, it didn't matter whether one was an enlightened being or ancient saint, death was their only fate. Li Shuangyan and Niu Fan, on the other hand, knew exactly where this branch came from. They took a deep breath. No wonder Li Qie said that the Kasha lotus could compare to the gods. This was a frightening existence. Just a young branch was around this terrifying. Not to mention the entire Kasha lotus tree that was as big as a mountain. The Kasha lotus tree was born from the 6 Dao lotus. After the battle with the evil taifa tree that year, the 6 Dao lotus tree lost its primordial foundation and was on the brink of death. Afterward, Li Qie and immortal Emperor Xueqi moved it into the moon Kasha tree, and they used a heavenly method to keep it alive, but it was no longer the 6 Dao lotus from then on. The 6 Dao lotus and the evil taifa tree were mortal enemies. Once the evil taifa tree's root entered its territory, the root would be slain by the Kasha lotus tree. Boom! At this point, the bony outgrowth, along with a mountain of corpses, had fallen down under the might of the bloody spear. Finally, all of the evil roots were dragged into the black hole and were devoured. The main root also suffered the same fate. It bellowed as it died a terrible death. As Chen Baojiao's group was in a daze, the Dao platform withdrew its black hole along with all of the evil blood. The supreme immortal door in the sky closed and the grand formation dissipated. In a flash, the sky was bright again. It was as if nothing had happened. Then, the Dao platform sunk into the ground once more, waiting for the next time when the evil roots would appear again. Li Qie jumped to the ground and got on top of Niu Fan's back. He patted his shell and smiled. Finally finished everything. This trip was very smooth and successful, and my task has been completed. Li Shuangyan was used to the mysteriousness of Li Qie. No matter what heaven-frightening thing he did, she wouldn't be shocked anymore. As for Chen Baojiao and the old servant, they were silent. This matter was just like a dream to them. Several 10,000 experts, including royal nobles, enlightened beings, and even an ancient saint, were annihilated. All of the geniuses of the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom and the heavenly god sect did not escape death. Everyone would lose their colors since no one could oppose the evil taifa tree. However, it was merely an item in Li Qie's hands, a part of his calculations. No matter how powerful it was not enough to reach the apex. It was simple enough for him to crush it. The old servant, who had experienced many things, had to look at this 15-year-old boy with a different eye. Even if someone beat him to death later, he still wouldn't want to oppose this boy. He was too scary and chaotically nefarious. Chen Baojiao was also contemplating for a long time. At this moment, she understood why Li Shuangyan was willing to follow this 15-year-old boy. Li Shuangyan was one of the most promising geniuses in the Grand Middle Territory. She not only had the qualifications that others couldn't compare to, but also a peerless beauty and alluring charm. Countless people courted her and many proposed marriages, but she chose to follow this youth with a mortal physique and mortal fate, becoming the sword by his side. Other people would surely think that she was crazy. In the beginning, Chen Baojiao was also perplexed. This was an unimaginable thing. Why was the unreachable Li Shuangyan, the focus of all the love from the heavens, willing to follow such an ordinary disciple? Now, Chen Baojiao understood that geniuses and heaven's proud daughters in front of this young man were not enough to reach the apex. Good, this grand matter is completed. We can go pick up the treasure now. Li Qie finally said. Li Qie brought everyone back to the Kasha lotus tree. Chen Baojiao and the old servant, seeing this tree, were in amazement. They finally knew what the thing that killed the primordial root of the evil lotus tree was. Okay, you guys are free now. Li Qie announced to all of the disciples. At this moment, everyone is free to pick up spirit plants, but you all shouldn't disturb the heavenly beasts and longevity spirits. As long as you don't provoke them, they will not attack. Remember, don't be too greedy, this is our private property. Whether it is treasure digging or spirit plant picking, if you see 3, leave 1 behind, don't exhaust the source. Hearing this, the disciples were ecstatic. Even Elder Gu was glad. He borrowed the power of a heavenly mirror to watch the grand battle at the evil taifa tree's place, and he was very shocked at that time. Seeing Li Qie able to slaughter thousands of experts while smiling, this left them speechless. At this time, the elders agreed that picking Li Qie as the one to revive the sect was too correct. After hearing Li Qie's command, Elder Gu's group led the excited disciples to go mine the treasure metals and pick the spirit plants. "Qie, you will not go along with us for the treasure seeking?" Seeing Li Qie not wanting to go along, Elder Gu asked. "I have something to do." Li Qie shook his head, then he stared towards the north and said in a serious manner, "I want to make a trip to the north." Seeing Li Qie's expression, Elder Gu didn't ask anything else. Whatever he wanted to do, as the first elder, he fully supported it. Eventually, Li Qie left Gu Tiesho's group and brought Li Shuangyan while riding her snail to the north. But at this time, Chen Baojiao also followed along with her old servant. Seeing her wanting to come, Li Qie glanced at her, but he didn't reject her. They went north straight to the deepest area. After the grand battle with the evil Taifa root that exerted its dominance, along with the Emperor's gate opening, all existences in the evil-infested ridge felt threatened. Li Qie's group didn't see any fierce beasts. Even the 1,000,000-year ones were hiding inside their nests, not daring to come outside. Along the way to the north, they picked up quite a few spirit plants, and the harvest was amazing. Chen Baojiao was quite ecstatic. They then stopped at the deepest area of the north. Even if they didn't want to stop, they had no other way to go, their path was blocked. Before them were flying magical runes, blinding the sky with immortal rune rays that encompassed the heaven and earth. The countless magical runes were similar to a waterfall coming down from the heavens, like the volcanoes gushing from the bottom of the earth. The magical runes covering the sky were hovering without order as if this was just as a storm. There was no pattern or order. Even so, they exuded a frightening presence. Any existence in this place would be shivering in fear, or even bowing down in worship. "Oh my mother, these are Emperor's runes. This place has the suppression of an immortal emperor." Within the group, Niufen knew what was going on. Seeing the magical runes, he lost his colors and muttered, "This is an area personally suppressed by an immortal emperor." He sealed the heaven and earth. What is this thing that is being suppressed here? At this point, Li Qie's gaze became cold as he stared at the scene ahead. He had guessed it earlier, but after personally witnessing the suppression, he still coldly scowled. As Li Qie observed the place, the hearts of Niufen's group sunk down. They felt the wrath of Li Qie. Even someone as powerful as Niufen was shivering in fear under this rage. They felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if everything would be slaughtered within millions of miles. At this time, Li Qie took out his ancient zither while staring at the magical runes that blocked the sky, and he started to pull the strings. Zhang, zhang, zhang. The musical sounds of the zither resonated, creating an emperor aura that encompassed the heaven and earth. When Li Qie plucked the strings, the aura swept through the world and drowned the entire evil-infested ridge. Such an aura caused everyone inside the ridge to be palely frightened with anxiety. Gu Taizhou looked towards the north. He knew that it was Li Qie's doing since he brought along the patriarch's ancient zither. Gu Taizhou lost his colors because he knew that it would absolutely be a powerful enemy to force Li Qie to utilize the emperor aura and immortal will. Zhang. Finally, the aura that encompassed the heaven and earth solidified into an immortal sword made out of blood that was capable of slaying immortals and annihilating gods. One sword across the world puts the stars to shame, and the yin-yang Dao became silent. Kill! At this second, Li Qie roared and his fingers, like the storm, played the most violent of tunes. Zhang Zheng. This one sword slashed all things in this world, carrying an invincible emperor aura with the utmost brutality. My aura is invincible and will cut down all enemies. This one sword instantly exuded a bright brilliance, illuminating the entire evil-infested ridge. The frightening emperor aura swept through the four directions and reigned over the heaven and earth. At this moment, all of the magical runes inside the light ahead were woven into an emperor tome, floating in the sky and turning into the word amnesty. This word amnesty pardoned all sins. Even the gods had to retreat. Boom! An explosion shook the entire ridge. Under this one blow, not mentioning the group of Gu Taizhou, but all existences inside the evil-infested ridge fell to the ground. The immortal will of an immortal emperor within the magical runes, along with the grand suppressing formation, collided with the emperor's zither, destroying the horizon. The yin and yang turned into chaos. If this strike was not directly struck on the formation, then the entire evil-infested ridge would have been shattered. Chapter 144. Alchemist God's Grand Canon. 2. One invincible sword versus one eternal amnesty. This impact overshadowed everything. Even though this sword slashed off the word amnesty, the endless magical runes were still moving without stopping. Lights pierced the sky like a volcano spewing molten ash. Without a doubt, this sword was not able to cut into the grand formation. The ancient zither in Li Qi's embrace became fainter. This strike was a huge loss to its immortal will. If he continued, then the ancient zither would shatter like the invisible dual blades, becoming a mortal item. Impact of two emperors. Finally, Niufen struggled to stand up and murmured. Needless to mention Chen Baojiao, even the old servant next to her was deathly pale. Not everyone could oppose the emperor's power. Death was a sure thing under the emperor's suppression. They were also frightened because Li Qie was also carrying an emperor's possession on him. Unless one also had an emperor's possession of emperor treasures or a virtuous paragon with them, no one would dare to provoke someone with an emperor's possession. The group of Niufen stared at the repressive wall where the runes were still rampant and lights were still spewing. Even though the runes no longer emitted the oppressive emperor's power, it was still very frightening. The simple runes from an immortal emperor would have been enough to kill them. What was this powerful thing that made an immortal emperor personally suppress? Thinking about this gave the group of Niufen the creeps. So mighty, at this moment, Li Qi's gaze became cold as he slowly spoke. Think about it really well. Otherwise the next time I come here, I will destroy your emperor's lineage. Li Qi's words frightened Chen Baojiao and the old servant. Even though he was only whispering, they knew he was talking to the oppressive grand formation. This was a threat to the immortal emperor who left behind the formation here. This was a threat to the immortal emperor's will. How arrogant and overbearing. Threatening the immortal emperor's will. Not too many people were this domineering. In the eyes of others, Li Qie would appear to be an arrogant brat. But at this moment, both Chen Baojiao and the old servant did not think that Li Qie was being foolish. What frightened them was that they had never seen someone who threatened the immortal emperor's will like this before. Finally, Li Qie didn't stay here for long. He jumped on the snail and left the endless runes behind. On the road, Li Qie didn't speak, but Li Shuangyan, as his personal maid, asked, "Not opening the emperor's gate?" More so than outsiders, Li Shuangyan understood Li Qie. She knew that his methods were not limited to just that. Li Qie left without obtaining anything. This was not his character, so she asked him. Li Qie looked back at the deepest part, then he gently shook his head and said, "I didn't come here to kill this time. If I opened the emperor's gate and released all of its murderous rampage, then everything in the north would cease to exist." Hearing this left Li Shuangyan in contemplation. The truth was that she wanted to ask what the thing being suppressed in the north was, or what type of person it could be, but since Li Qie didn't say it, Li Shuangyan didn't pry further. Chen Baojiao and her old servant were also in a daze. What on earth was the north suppressing? Which immortal emperor did it? It was clear that it was not immortal emperor Min Ren, which meant that there was a second immortal emperor who came here. This caused them to think about many different conjectures. A place that two immortal emperors came to must have an unusual significance. Chen Baojiao understood then that the evil-infested ridge was not as simple as it appeared. It couldn't just be a training ground for the cleansing incense ancient sect that year. The south had the great tree, the north had the great suppression, and east had the evil existence. If Li Qie didn't bring her along, she wouldn't have known about all of the heaven-frightening secrets behind the evil-infested ridge. When Li Qie and others returned safely, Gu Taizhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Qie having to use the emperor's possession made Gu Taizhou quite afraid. He thought that Li Qie had met a powerful enemy. In the end, the disciples of the cleansing incense ancient sect picked many spirit medicines and a lot of life metals. There was even one disciple who managed to dig out a true fate godly ore. The sect had a great harvest this trip. Seeing as how the sealing time of the evil-infested ridge was near, Li Qie commanded and had all of the disciples leave the evil-infested ridge. Everyone became relieved after stepping outside, especially Chen Baojiao and the old servant. They were glad to finally see the true sunlight again. Thinking about this trip, the old servant was quite shaken. All of the sects and countries were almost completely annihilated. Outside of him and his young miss, only the Violet Cloud sect and the experts from the Flying Dragon Lake made it out. As for the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom, the Heavenly God sect, the Zhongzhou clan, and the heavenly southern kingdom, they were completely wiped out. Even an ancient saint perished. Thinking of this, the old servants secretly rejoiced. If they didn't go together with Li Qie, they would have suffered and shared the same end inside. Little girl, think about it. I am saving a place for you by my side. However, don't think for too long. My patience is wearing thin. At the time of parting, Li Qie looked at Chen Baojiao in the eyes and said slowly. Being called a little girl by a younger man made Chen Baojiao more than slightly annoyed. She glared at Li Qie, such a country-toppling beauty. Every frown and every smile aroused people's souls. She was truly the definition of a femme fatale. Many other disciples of the cleansing incense ancient sect were also amazed and envious. Only their oldest brother would have such audacity. Goddess Li was already by his side, yet he still wanted to have the princess of the Jade Valley country as well. What was even bolder was that Goddess Li was standing next to him, yet he still spoke so nonchalantly. Truly domineering. He was the hero in their hearts. One breath to capture two great beauties. How despotic was this? Many disciples couldn't stop admiring. After Chen Baojiao left with her old servant, Li Qie went back to the cleansing incense ancient sect with the disciples. When they returned, the atmosphere was very jubilant. This trip had a great harvest along with very few losses for the disciples. Checking their current inventory, all of the elders and protectors who didn't come along were surprised and ecstatic. The sect originally didn't have the qualifications to enter the evil-infested ridge, but now. Not only did they enter, but they also had great success. How could the upper echelon not be excited? Gu Taizhou administered a meeting after the trip, so he also invited Su Yonghuang to show his respect to the sect master. Even though she was already the sect master before, she was always in the border area and never participated in the important meetings. This meeting also officialized her status within the sect. Gu Taizhou also wanted to invite Li Qie, but Li Qie wasn't interested in these types of meetings. During the meeting, Gu Taizhou disclosed the entire account of the trip to the evil-infested ridge. After hearing all of the stories, each and every one of the elders and protectors were shocked in disbelief. Some were even stunned into a daze. This time, they glanced at each other, and they marveled at how wise the choice of picking Li Qie as the person to revitalize the sect was. Even Su Yonghuang was surprised. Coming from the Su clan, she knew the situation of the cleansing incense ancient sect, but having heard Gu Tieshou's story, she took a deep breath and muttered, I can't believe the evil-infested ridge had such a big secret. As for Li Qie, the first thing he did after returning to the sect was finding a Buddhist temple block. He placed the frog on the table, then murmured, I finally found it again. I should let it see the sun once more. With that, Li Qie slowly tapped the temple block. Do-do-do. The sound of the rhythmic tapping continued in a slow manner like a melody and an indescribable Tao pattern. Do-do-do. As the temple block sounds were ringing, the frog began to shake in the same rhythm as the temple block. A while later, a small sound emerged, and the back of the frog lit up, revealing magical runes. These magical runes were basked in countless moons as if it had gone through countless ages. Finally back. Seeing the magical runes, Li Qie became happy. His fate palace opened and his true fate sucked in all of the magical runes into his head and into his sea of memories, turning into texts. When the runes were branded in Li Qie's sea of memories, his erased memories began to surface once again. Supreme Alchemy God's Grand Canon. This was a supreme alchemy scripture written by the alchemist progenitor. In reality, this scripture was not written by the alchemist god alone. Li Qie also expended numerous effort for its completion in the lost, past era. Chapter 145. Silence in All Directions, 1. During the Desolate Era, as the Dark Crow, Li Qie was the guide for the alchemist god. They experienced mortal dangers, traversed the 9 heavens and 10 earths, walked throughout the 9 worlds, invaded the forbidden burial grounds, and penetrated the ancient earth. Along the way, they tasted all type of grass and refined countless pills. In the end, they established the rules for the human race's alchemy Tao and specified the methods to refine pills as well as the standards. Since the ages till now, there was a saying, if the alchemy god didn't exist, then there wouldn't be an alchemy Tao for the human race, and there would also be no standards for alchemists for all the races. One could say that the alchemy god not only created the alchemy Tao's foundation for the human race, but also the foundation for all existences. Of course, The world only knew about the alchemy god and the alchemy god's grand canon. No one knew about Xueqi or the dark crow behind him. Later on, regarding the pill-refining Tao of the alchemy god or his inheritance, only Xueqi knew. The essence of the alchemy god's skill was not passed down. The world only had the alchemy god's grand canon. This was only a guideline for pill refinement and a complete system for alchemists. Of course, these things would serve as a guideline for alchemists later on. The reality was that the true essence of the alchemist god was lost, and Xueqi knew that this brat did it on purpose. What was even more frustrating was that there was a problem when he erased his memories, so, later on, he couldn't find the memories regarding the alchemy god's grand canon. However, Xueqi knew that there was still some hope, and it was this frog. This was the myriad heavenly cauldron they raised that year. The alchemy god's grand canon was sealed inside this frog. At that time, this lunatic alchemy god once made a joke that this frog was his essence. No one would expect that this frog would be his only handed-down teachings and his Tao orthodoxy. However, this frog unexpectedly escaped, so this joke was no longer true later on. After a while, Xueqi was always trying to find this myriad heavenly cauldron to recover the alchemy god's grand canon, but unfortunately, he couldn't find it. However, in this life where he regained his body, Xueqi finally found the cauldron as well as the alchemy god's grand canon. Seeing this frog-shaped cauldron, Xueqi smiled and said, "Crazy alchemy brat, I'm afraid in this life, I will have to outshine your brilliance." Having said this, he bursted out in laughter. But after a while, behind his smile was a sense of disconsolation and sadness. It was a memorable past during his millions of years of ups and downs amidst the blood and killing. Since the desolate era till now, he had been chased and even his route was cut, but he managed to reserve the situation and plotted against the world. It was either his enemies dying, or him dying. During the ancient Ming era, there was even more blood in the sky. When he massacred the gods and annihilated the immortals, to him, this was an extremely difficult era, and it continued all the way to the Emperor's era. This was the era when he counterattacked against the immortal demon Grotto, an era with many great changes. He developed many wise sages, and even immortal emperors. When he ran out of effort and ran out of preparations, that would be the day when he broke through the immortal demon Grotto. No matter how difficult the road was, whether it was slaughtering and vanquishing gods and devils or his plan to counterattack against the immortal demon Grotto, along with numerous foul winds and bloody rains during countless military campaigns, his memories regarding the era of the alchemy god was the most pure. It was an era of learning, an era of pill refinement and herb testing. At that time, it was a search for the Dan refinement path to form a foundation for the human race, as well as the 9 worlds. Finally, Xueqi gently sighed and calmed his thoughts. He picked up the frog and shouted, "Open!" As the frog was falling down, it turned into a huge cauldron in the shape of a squatting frog. It opened its mouth and spewed out the heaven's energy. Feeling the bashing of the heat in front of him, it caused Xueqi to close his eyes. He smelled the medicinal fragrances of the drugs inside the heavenly cauldron and said, "Myriad heavenly cauldron, truly worthy of being the best cauldron since the start of time, worthy of my time spent to chase you in all of the 9 worlds, and worthy of all the consumptions of great treasures of the world. With this cauldron in my hands, any heaven-rebelling or fate-changing pills would be too simple." The world had never heard of this myriad heavenly cauldron. In contemporary times, only Xueqi knew all of the mysteries of this heavenly cauldron. This cauldron went beyond simple alchemy refinement. It was fused with the alchemy god's grand canon, so it had heaven-frightening power. It was able to rebel against the heaven and change fates. The myriad heavenly cauldron, in Xueqi's eyes, was the supreme furnace throughout the ages. It was different from other heavenly cauldrons. Other cauldrons were born from nature and essentially couldn't move. It could only stay in one place to swallow the world's essence to cultivate its fire. However, this myriad heavenly cauldron, it could move by itself like a frog, capable of traversing this entire world. It could even find different flames to eat, along with spirit pills and alchemy grass. The longer it lived, the more valuable things it would have eaten. Normal flames and ordinary spirit pills were not worthy in its eyes. This was why its medicinal treasure along with its flames were peerless. It was also extremely fast. No one was able to catch it before. Even if they saw it, they didn't pay any attention since it was only an ordinary frog. Finally, Xueqi withdrew the frog and slumped down to the ground as he started to cultivate. Many sects finally got the news of the cleansing incense ancient sect's triumphant return. In a short amount of time, there were howlings and commotions everywhere between these great sects and secret schools. Losing everything in this trip to the evil-infested ridge, to many of these great powers, was an extreme disgrace. Inside the azure mysterious ancient kingdom, within an ancient temple, Heavenly Prince Qingxian, surrounded by his azure aura, was reporting the events regarding the trip to an expert. And this expert sitting up high was a heavenly king, renowned in all 8 desolaces. His royal aura chilled the souls of others. Even an ancient saint would lose his colors from fear. The cleansing incense ancient sect, the expert sitting up high with his voice carrying tension and godliness began to speak. An insect dying for 100 years yet still not completely vanquished. Immortal Emperor Min Ran is worthy of being the founder to the Emperor's era. They have declined for such a long time yet they still have some abilities. Heavenly Prince Qingxian, below, didn't say anything, he only listened quietly. Don't worry, there is no need to rush getting even with the cleansing incense ancient sect. The royal expert up high finally said. We should wait. Let other people ignite the first fire, we just need to watch. Even though you didn't get the godly treasure, it is not a big deal. Our ancient kingdom does not lack treasures. Remain calm and go cultivate. In this era, if you carry the heaven's will, our ancient kingdom will have our 3rd immortal emperor. Heavenly Prince Qingxian sounded in agreement, and he eventually left. My son Hao, inside the southern heavenly kingdom, an old man bellowed and almost fainted after receiving the news, even when he was a master. In the end, this old man was ready to blow up, and he bitterly said, if we don't obtain our vengeance, then our Nantian clan will cease to be humans. This old man went into the royal city of the southern heavenly kingdom to find the royal experts and beseech them to maneuver the troops to take revenge for his son, Nantian Hao, and to destroy the cleansing incense ancient sect. To his request, the high above royal expert replied, the cleansing incense ancient sect is within the border of the heavenly jewel sect, and they do not like us moving troops into their borders. Plus, the ancestor of the heavenly god sect is still alive. We cannot easily offend the heavenly god sect. I will send messengers to contact the heavenly god sect. As for the killer of little Hao, I will not let it go. Wait until my royal son comes out from his cultivation. I will then tell him to go and take revenge for little Hao. Even though the old man was not satisfied with the royal expert's ruling, he could only accept it. Meanwhile, inside the heavenly jewel kingdom, the mortal king heard the report from Dao Child Shengtian as he was sitting high in his dragon throne. At this moment, his expression sank before he finally spoke. Emperor's possession. Emperor's possession again. That year, when the cleansing incense ancient sect used the emperor's will to suppress him, it was an unbearably humble moment to a royal expert such as him. But he couldn't do anything. Unless there was no other choice, even someone as powerful as him wouldn't deal with an emperor's possession. The ancestor still has not come into being. We will just have to subdue our anger for a little longer. In the end, the mortal king finally said, this trip was fruitful. To be able to go together with Heavenly Prince Qingxian, it is a good thing. You don't have to worry about the cleansing incense ancient sect for now. I will send ambassadors to the azure mysterious ancient kingdom to see if we can form an alliance with them. If the alliance is successful, then with them as our backing, we will have nothing to be afraid of in the Grand Middle Territory. Humph. Even if the 9 Saint Demon Gate want to protect the cleansing incense ancient sect, they would only be seeking death. As his words came out, the killing intent in his eyes soared. My son. In the Jiangzhou clan, a person miserably shrieked. After hearing the news, the Jiangzhou clan was shrouded by sadness. The Jiangzhou clan not only lost Marquis of the Eastern River, but also the ferocious Xueqi along with 1,000 elites. To the clan, this loss was too heavy, especially when their younger generation was destroyed. They would have a hard time recovering. The cleansing incense ancient sect. One day, our Jiangzhou clan will slaughter you. Finally, the clan master of the Jiangzhou clan bitterly exclaimed. To the Jiangzhou clan, this was not only animosity, but also a generational feud. Back in those days, their virtuous monarch Jiangzhou suffered a crushing defeat to the hands of immortal Emperor Min Ren and was not entitled to host the Heaven's Will. Chapter 146. Silence in All Directions, 2. When their descendant, Marquis of the Eastern River, died in the hands of the cleansing incense ancient sect's disciple, they could only grit their teeth and wish to immediately destroy the cleansing incense ancient sect. Inside the cleansing incense ancient sect, Li Qie was sitting in his room and had opened his fate palace. His 2 fate palaces were floating on top of his head, one large and one small. The large one was his master fate palace and the small one was his vice fate palace. The small fate palace was his second fate palace. It was opened when he reached the grand completion stage of the provisional palace realm. At this time, inside his master palace, his true fate closed its eyes and was absorbing the world's essence while his Kuan Peng was refining this energy non-stop to create a new Tao foundation. At this moment, his life will began to move and his blood energy was like the rivers running into the ocean. Round after round of blood became longevity blood and was stored in his life wheel. Meanwhile, his revolving crescent sun merit law was sustaining his yin-yang sea of blood with an endless circulation and cycle. The yin-yang blood flowed towards the life wheel, giving it energy to increase its rotation. This in turn made the whole process of refinement even faster. As the yin-yang blood flew into the wheel, it became brighter and his life ring increased one by one. This scene meant that his lifespan was increasing year by year. Unless it was an external death, his lifespan would be much longer than an ordinary mortal. Li Qie had reached the inner longevity realm at this time. In reality, he already reached this level back in the evil-infested ridge, and he was closer to the second level of the inner longevity realm. The inner longevity realm had 3 levels. From lowest to highest, they are in the following order. First, treasure tempering, second, essence polymerization, third, flowing life wheel. Treasure tempering was changing one's blood energy into a longevity treasure. All cultivators at this level, no matter their origin, required their own longevity treasure whether they be inherited or using life rings to take form. Without the help of a longevity treasure, the refinement of longevity blood would be a lot slower than others. Thus, cultivators in the small sects without any other alternative would use their cheapest life ring to create a longevity treasure. Then one day when they are stronger they would change it. At the very least, the price to pay for changing the longevity treasure was much cheaper than changing a true fate treasure. Li Qie had a longevity treasure from long ago. It was the yin-yang sea of blood. The truth was that he already had it way before the treasure tempering level, and he had already refined it many times as well. With all of this, Li Qie easily crossed this level. The essence polymerization level was about absorbing the essence of the heaven and earth to empower the original blood energy, then refine it into longevity blood. To cultivators, blood energy and the world's essence were not the ultimate existences. Longevity blood was the ultimate existence. It not only contained the essence and life of a person, but also the tempered world's essence. There was a phrase amongst cultivators: if one expended their last drop of longevity blood, then their death was near. The revolving crescent sun merit law was very powerful regarding the refinement of longevity blood. With the help of the yin-yang sea of blood, Li Qie had an easy time creating his longevity blood. After tempering time and time again, his longevity blood was full and hidden inside his life wheel. Flowing life wheel was the process of using the longevity treasure to strengthen the body and the life wheel. Cultivators at this level would be able to increase their life essence as well as their lifespan. This was when cultivators would escape the confinement of mortality. The longevity treasure would lengthen one's lifespan, and the life wheel would give birth to additional life ring layers. One layer of a life ring was equivalent to 1 year. When the life wheel has 1,000 layers, that meant the flowing life wheel stage reached grand completion, as well as the inner longevity realm, and the cultivator would be ready for the next realm, Heaven's Mandate. Grand completion of the inner longevity realm meant that one had a 1,000-year lifespan. In principle, even if one's cultivation remained the same in the future, they would still be able to live for 1,000 years. Of course, if they died an accidental death or were killed, this would be a different matter. The truth was that cultivators at the grand completion of this realm rarely ever lived to 1,000 years of age. One day, an enemy would find them, or they would travel into a dangerous ground. The life ring continued to spin, and this meant that Li Qie's lifespan was increasing. Some time later, Li Qie stopped pouring his yin-yang sea of blood into the life wheel. He then opened his second new fate palace. Inside the second fate palace, the spring of life was flourishly flowing, the tree of life was shining, and the cauldron of life was burning with rage. However, there was no true fate inside the second fate palace. This was the biggest difference between the master palace and a vice palace. The place where the true fate should be located had a Tao bone instead. This Tao bone belonged to little Silly. Li Qie brought it back with him from the evil-infested ridge. When Li Qie was channeling the spring of life, activating the tree of life, and borrowing the spring of life, he used these life energies to refine this Tao bone one more time. It became shinier, and after countless refinements, it faintly contained universal truths of string-like thinness as if it was cocooning a new life. The cauldron of life inside the Fate Palace, along with the spring of life, tree of life, and pillar of life, could offer their power to strengthen life essence. However, many former sages did not believe that the true mysteries of the spring and cauldron of life were limited to just life essence strengthening. As for the genuine profoundness of these two, there were very few people who were clear regarding their true properties since the ancient ages. For cultivators with a master palace and vice palaces, the true fate would be inside the master palace along with the true fate treasure. This was to protect the true fate as well as having some offensive usage. As for the treasure inside the vice palace, this was the difference between a true fate treasure and a fate treasure. However, a life treasure was also different. For example, life treasures that were not refined, or life treasures that were not groomed. This meant that the life treasure was inherited from a predecessor, or a cultivator might have refined it but would not feed it in the future. This life treasure would not increase in rank any further. Cultivators could still use it, but it would remain at the same level. As for how many life treasures could be stored within the Fate Palace, however many one had was the amount that could be stored. In fact, the Fate Palace's space was gigantic. As long as one was powerful enough, even the heaven and earth could be stored inside. However, a groomed life treasure or a cultivating life treasure was different. One Fate Palace could only cultivate one life treasure. At this time, the cauldron of life and the spring of life would only refine and pour energy into this single life treasure. This meant that during this process, one Fate Palace could only grow one life treasure. This cultivating life treasure would increase in realms along with the cultivator, and its power would be very mysterious. It would change along with the refinement method. To cultivators, to use the cauldron of life inside the Fate Palace and one's life energy to refine a life treasure would only require two materials. One was Grand Dao treasure metals, and the other was the Dao bones of heavenly beasts. There was a big difference between Grand Dao treasure metals and heavenly beasts' Dao bones. There was a ranking limit for a Grand Dao treasure metal. Any of them could be refined into an immortal emperor's life treasure, as long as the refiner was powerful enough. However, it was different for heavenly beasts' Dao bones. When one obtained the Dao bone, whatever rank the heavenly beast it belonged to was then the rank of the refined life treasure. It would never surpass this rank. Even though this was the case, many cultivators still liked to use Dao bones to create their life treasure. The reason was very simple. The life treasures made from Dao bones would have the power and image of the heavenly beast. For example, if one used the Dao bone of a heavenly wild lion king to create a life treasure, then this treasure would not only have the power of the cultivator's refinement technique, but also the godly power of the heavenly wild lion king. Using a Grand Dao life metal to create a life treasure had no limitation, but its true potential was much weaker than a Dao bone life treasure, which always had powerful strength to begin with. Li Qiye used the spring water to pour life energy into the Dao bone of Little Silly. To Li Qiye, this was not a simple refinement of a life treasure using a Dao bone. To him, Little Silly had great significance. Little Silly was innately special and could even be considered supremely peerless. However, when it was young, its life essence was very weak and needed to transform over and over again. Because of this, Li Qiye, after capturing it from the ancient earth, had entrusted it to immortal Emperor Min Ren to take care of it in the west of the evil-infested ridge. That was a forbidden ground, and it was the most suitable home for Little Silly. As long as there was an ample amount of time, one day, Little Silly would become an existence that even the gods would fear. In reality, several 10,000 years ago, Little Silly was already frighteningly powerful enough. However, during his slumber, Little Silly was unexpectedly killed. To Li Qiye, this was a clear provocation to his authority. He would sooner or later find the one who committed the deed to settle the score. After Li Qiye poured the spring of life's water and life energy inside the Dao bone for an unknown amount of time, there was finally a distinct presence from the Dao bone. Li Qiye was relieved. It seems that there was still hope. In Li Qiye's eyes, as long as there was a faint presence, it simply meant that one day, there would inevitably be an invincible general reappearing in this heaven and earth. Chapter 147, Six Dao Sword, 1. After a while, Li Qiye stood up and outside the door stood Su Yonghuang and Li Shuangyan. They were completely different. Su Yonghuang had an elegant and noble beauty with a matchless imperial lineage. Seeing Li Qiye finishing his cultivation, Li Shuangyan silently retreated while Su Yonghuang finally stepped inside. Disciple, you should know that there is a code of respect between masters and disciples. Sitting down, Su Yonghuang looked at Li Qie and said, as a disciple, you cannot summon your master, understand? I won't scold you right now though. Su Yonghuang came from the Su clan, which had the blood of immortal Emperor Min Ren. She was a natural elegant noble, and this elegance was not something that could be taught. Instead, it came innately from her virtuous blood. Don't forget, we are not a real master and disciple. Li Qie calmly smiled and said, as a master, you have not taught me the Tao or inheritances. How could you even be called a master? Little demon, a master for one day is a father for a lifetime. Disciple, after arriving at the door, Su Yonghuang turned back and looked around Li Qie with 3 parts teasing, 1 part charm, and 6 parts calmness, and she smiled. Even though you taught me the supreme immortal physique law, it cannot change the fact that you are my disciple. Disciple, in the future, you better be pious to me. Whatever method and invincible treasures you obtain, you need to respectfully give them to me, you know? Finished speaking, she turned around and left. Her smile was as crisp and clear as the bell that resonated from outside the door. It was particularly pleasing for others to listen to. Li Qie smiled and called Li Shuangyan in. He took out the wooden sword from the evil-infested ridge and gave it to Li Shuangyan as he smilingly said, since I said that you are my sword maid, if you don't wield a sword, how could you be a sword maid? Find a good scabbard and carry it with you. It is not only my sword, but also your sword. Li Shuangyan gave him an angry glance and carefully looked at the sword in her hand. Then she asked, what is the sword's name? This sword was formed by the primordial foundation of the 6 Tao Lotus and the primordial foundation of the evil Taifa tree and refined by the heaven and earth. You can call it an evil sword, immortal evil sword, or black and white sword. Just pick one. Li Qie smiled and said, black and white sword sounds horrible. Li Shuangyan angrily said, then let it be called the 6 Tao sword. She didn't realize that she let go of her cold demeanor in front of Li Qie. She was acting more like a little girl. Give its mysticism a try. Regarding the name of the sword, Li Qie didn't provide his opinion. With the 6 Tao sword in her hand, she activated her blood energy. The black and white rays appeared and intertwined with each other like the yin and yang taiji, interlacing and rotating without stop. When the small sound appeared, Li Shuangyan's body spewed out an extremely holy light. The white rays of the 6 Tao sword were like the fish in the water. They immediately blended together with Li Shuangyan's brilliance. However, the black rays were very wary of Li Shuangyan's immortal physique. Her light dissipated the black rays, and it caused Li Shuangyan's entire body to shake. At this moment, she felt that her void imperfection physique was maximized to the extreme, impenetrable by all daras. When the immortal physique absorbed the black light, she immediately took control of yin and yang, reigning over the universe with an extreme power. Very good. This sword is very appropriate for you. Li Qie smiled and said, with this sword next to you, it can greatly grow your physique and strengthen your blood energy. It truly is advantageous for you. It will make your cultivation very easy. But half of this sword is the primordial foundation of the evil Taifa tree. It has evil energy. Would it haunt my void imperfection physique? Li Shuangyan worriedly said. The 6 Tao Lotus and her void imperfection physique were harmonious, but the evil Taifa tree was conflicting with her physique. You underestimate the physique law I passed on to you. Li Qie shook his head and smiled. Compared to your physique law, the evil Taifa tree is nothing. Do you remember the words? Chapter 148. 6 Tao Sword, 2. When the universe was still in its infancy stage, the primordial chaos arrived. From the primordial chaos, the grand beginning spawned. The grand beginning gave birth to the 9 words. The 9 words created the 9 treasures, and from the 9 treasures came the 9 scriptures. Li Shuangyan memorized these verses. To the people on his side, Li Qie trusted Li Shuangyan the most. She had successfully passed through his test of loyalty, so she would surely hide the secret of the physiques. She would definitely never tell a second person. My 9 scriptures stand alongside the heaven and earth. They are eternal since the beginning of time. How could the evil Taifa tree compare to this physique law? It is nothing. Li Qie shook his head and smiled towards Li Shuangyan. You should have confidence in your void imperfection physique. It will absolutely be able to suppress it. On the contrary, The evil property of the evil taifa tree will be refined by your physique, and your cultivation will increase. Hearing Li Qia's words, Li Shuangyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the moment, she was cultivating a supreme immortal physique law, and the power she could exert from it was gradually increasing. This sword is not just a simple sword. Li Qia looked at Li Shuangyan and said, it was formed from the primordial foundations of the 6 Tao lotus and the evil taifa tree from the ancient ages. It contained the grand Tao along with the profound truths of the world. Then, the heaven and earth refined them into a sword, and it had transcended the grand Tao boundaries of the 6 Tao lotus along with the evil taifa tree. It even contained the mysteries of the heavens, and from this sword, you could peek and see into the heavenly Tao. Take your time to be enlightened because, one day, you might be able to create your own heavenly Tao. Hearing this, Li Shuangyan was shocked. The heavenly Tao. This was the highest existence in her knowledge. Once the heavenly Tao reached grand completion, this meant that in the future, she would be able to become an immortal emperor and shoulder the heaven's will. What about you? Li Shuangyan calmed down. She understood the priceless and peerless value of the 6 Tao sword, and its worth was no less than an immortal emperor's life treasure. It was not only a weapon, but it also contained the heaven and earth's grand Tao. I have grasped it for some time now. Everyone has different opportunities and our understandings are also different. You go ahead and ponder it. When I need it, I will ask you for it. Li Qia said. When he grasped the 6 Tao sword, he was able to extract its profound mysteriousness for an enlightenment. Although he was only of mortal fate, he had experience on the road of cultivation and ordinary cultivators couldn't compare to him. Thus, when he was researching the sword, he learned a new sword technique. After Li Shuangyan left, Li Qia took out the myriad heavenly cauldron and shouted, "Open!" The frog left his hand and turned into a heavenly cauldron on the ground. The cauldron opened its mouth wide and Li Qia, along with the cauldron, followed the supreme Tao of the alchemy god Grand Cannon to fuel the furnace. Hoo. After fueling the furnace, the flame that traveled inside became the medicinal pot, but Li Qia did not stop there and continued the technique. One after another, medicinal pots were formed in succession. This creation continued throughout the process, and medicinal pot was formed one after another. The creation of these medicinal pots was unbelievable. In general, the origin flame would only form one medicinal pot. Only a few extremely valuable heavenly cauldrons or the alchemy god's heavenly cauldron would be able to create 2 or more medicinal pots. However, at this point, there were medicinal pots forming one after another inside the myriad heavenly cauldron, and it showed no signs of stopping. Any alchemy master would be stunned by this scene. This was an impossible matter, but it was appearing in the hands of Li Qia. This was a supreme treasure that would absolutely incite the greed in others and start a new murderous competition for it. As time passed, Li Qia was immersed in the heavenly cauldron. His medicinal pots became higher and higher, forming more than 500 medicinal pots. At this moment, he began to realize that his cultivation was not enough. His blood energy along with the world's energy was not enough to support the cauldron's flame. If anyone saw Li Qia creating more than 500 fiery cauldrons in just one breath, they would be astonished from this scene. It was likely that no one had ever done this before. Of course, this was the heaven-defying peerlessness of the myriad heavenly cauldron. It had lived for so long and swallowed countless flame sparks. What was more frightening was that, when Li Qia, along with the alchemy god, were grooming it, they collected countless flame sparks and spirit medicines along with immortal grass to grow it from the entire 9 worlds. It would not be an exaggeration to say that during that era, there was no treasure in the world that had not been tasted by the myriad heavenly cauldron. If anyone knew the luxurious feeding the myriad heavenly cauldron enjoyed, they would be scared silly and thought that only a madman would do such a thing. In fact, the alchemy god was considered half crazy at the time, which was why the dark crow, Li Qia, called him the alchemy lunatic. Meanwhile, Li Qia was reaching his limit. Thus, he changed his goal and no longer tried to complete the cauldron, and instead went to practice the art of controlling the flames. Inside the cauldron and under Li Qia's continuous refinement was many lively flames. Sometimes they turned into stallions, sometimes into flying eagles and swimming fish, and other times into the flowing water. To alchemy masters, regardless of whether they were boiling physique pastes, longevity medicines, or fate pills, the control of the flame was just as important as their Dan creation techniques. The Fate Palace directly affected the mastery of the heavenly cauldron's flames. The mastery of the flames correlated directly with the alchemy master's capabilities. There was no one in this world that could exceed the realm of the alchemy god and the dark crow, Li Qie, in the past. Because Li Qie helped write half of the alchemy god's grand canon, Li Qie was simply walking on an old, familiar road at this moment. His mastery of the flame-controlling arts had quickly reached a perfection beyond imagination. If people accidentally saw Li Qie's amazing improvement at flame mastery, they would be convinced by his peerless and supreme talents and would consider him to be a natural-born alchemist. Of course, they wouldn't know that Li Qie's seemingly easy achievement was all due to the sacrifices he paid in the past millions of years. With a firm grasp on the mastery of flame control, Li Qie began to refine pills. He began to refine only one cauldron, and he chose longevity medicine. There was a phrase amongst alchemists: boil physique paste, process longevity medicine, and refine fate pills. Within the three arts, physique paste was the easiest to create, longevity medicine second, and fate pills were the hardest. Li Qie began with longevity medicine as a warm-up for his first time with the heavenly cauldron. Fate pills were his true aim. Li Qie was immersed in the Dan refinement for several months, and no one in the sect rashly disturbed him. One day, there was a sudden guest of the cleansing incense ancient sect and specifically asked to meet with Li Qie. The carriage drove up to the top of the mountain. In addition to the driver, there were three other people. There was a peerless beauty capable of toppling kingdoms and cities, while the other two were adorned in completely black outfits and their face was hidden by a black hat. They helped the beauty to come inside. This kingdom-toppling beauty was the Jade Valley country's Chen Baojiao. At this moment, she was held by the two black-clothed people. With a pale face, she was unable to walk straight. Nevertheless, this did not affect her supreme beauty. Her pale face made others lovingly sympathize with her even more. "I accept your proposal." Once she saw Li Qie, Chen Baojiao weakly said. Even though this was a bit unexpected, especially Chen Baojiao's state, as she sat down, Li Qie observed for a moment and exclaimed, "You destroyed your Dao foundation." At this point, Chen Baojiao forced a charming and incomparable smile that held an untold bitterness. She was like a withered flower with a dejected, mournful bleakness. "Will you take in a useless person like me?" Chen Baojiao smiled bitterly, but she was still acting strong and sat up straight. She did not feel self-pity as she said such words. "Take," Li Qie said. "It is only a destroyed Dao foundation. To me, it is not a big deal. However, for you to decide to join me so fast, this was a bit unexpected. I left the Chen clan, left the Jade Valley country, and left the Jewel Pillar Sacred School." Chen Baojiao said with untold sorrow, and she continued, "I returned everything to the clan, to the school. All of the treasures, the mysterious items, and even my Dao foundation along with the merit laws. I returned everything." Hearing Chen Baojiao's words, Li Shuangyan was moved. Chen Baojiao spent a countless amount of effort in order to reach the named hero realm, but she destroyed everything along with her Dao foundation. To cultivators, this was a fate worse than death. A true fatal blow. Chapter 149, Tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring Physique. 1. To a young cultivator, losing their Dao foundation would be a fatal blow. However, Chen Baojiao was able to do it in such a resolute and staunch manner. Such determination impressed the cold-as-ice Li Shuangyan and also earned her admiration. This matter required a huge amount of perseverance. What happened? Dao child Shengtian wanted to marry you? This was within Li Qie's expectations. He understood the Tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring physique more than anyone else. The people with this physique were always forthright and unyielding. This was the same with the ancestral grandmother of the Chen clan. When she was young, she was a very brash princess. Even after she became a mother, she was still soft on the outside but tough on the inside as she assisted her husband and educated their children. "I wouldn't marry him even if I have to die," Chen Baojiao coldly said with an absolute tone. Originally, the Heavenly God sect had ordered for the Jade Valley country to marry Chen Baojiao to Dao child Shengtian. They were already engaged from before, so it was a natural progression. Plus, the Jewel Pillar Sacred School along with the Jade Valley country were both happy to become allies with the Heavenly God sect, so the marriage date was set. However, Chen Baojiao adamantly refused. In the past, she was already against this marriage, but this time, Chen Baojiao would rather die than accept this marriage. Either she would not marry, or her corpse would be the thing that gets sent. Dao child Shengtian did not try to save her at the evil-infested ridge. He chose to be cold-blooded for his own benefits instead. This made Chen Baojiao even more resolute and without any room for negotiations when she cancelled this marriage. Even though the Jewel Pillar Sacred School forced her to marry, since Chen Baojiao would rather die instead, what were they going to do? Marry the corpse away? This caused the two factions to turn against each other. In the end, Chen Baojiao destroyed her Dao Foundation and gave everything back to the school. The reality was that this was with the protection of the Chen clan. Otherwise, she would have not been able to leave. Good, I shall accept you. Li Qie nodded his head and said, but I won't take in people of unknown origins. After speaking, he stared at the two people dressed in black next to Chen Baojiao. At this time, the two that were dressed in black took off their hats. It was one man and one woman who had features resembling Chen Baojiao. These two were her parents, and this was a painful decision for them. She was such a good daughter, yet she ended up with this result. Father, mother, you guys don't have to worry about me. I will be fine. Chen Baojiao stood up to hug her parents who were unwilling to separate from her. At this time, she was still strong. However, she did not notice the tears glimmering in her eyes. Even with thousands of words spoken, separation was still an inevitable end. This scene caused a melancholic atmosphere, yet Chen Baojiao still tried to hold back her tears. This old servant will stay back to take care of young Mississippi. This old servant is not a disciple of the Chen clan. Near the time of departure, the old servant said, that year, this old servant owed Brother Chen my life and agreed to take care of his descendants, and so, I stayed behind. I can no longer listen to and follow your words anymore in the future, master and lady. He then bowed down to the Chen clan's husband and wife. Uncle Shi said too much. When my father was still alive, he told this nephew to treat Uncle Shi like a senior. With Uncle Shi taking care of Baojiao, I can be without worries. The Chen clan's couple quickly lifted him up. Finally, they bowed down to Li Qie and said, our daughter will be relying on young noble Li. I hope that you will take good care of her. To the Chen couple, bringing their daughter here to be a maid for someone was a hard decision. It was difficult for Chen Baojiao to convince her parents. After sending away the couple, Li Qie stared at Chen Baojiao and said, from now on, you will live with Xuangyan. As for what to do, Xuangyan will teach you. As for Grandpa Shi, how about this? You can be the guest advisor of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. As long as you swear loyalty to the sect, I will not mistreat you. Thank you for your guidance, I will keep it in my mind. The old servant said as he bowed his head. He didn't dare to underestimate this young man. He had seen Li Qie's methods, smiling while killing 10,000 experts. Even the ancient saint and the azure mysterious ancient kingdom were all trapped in his calculations. He was extremely optimistic about the abilities of this 16-year-old boy. Chen Baojiao left with Li Xuangyan, and Li Qie told Gu Taizhou to arrange a place for her and the old servant. The Chen clan's Shi Gondang. Gu Taizhou was shocked when he heard this news. He quickly and respectfully gestured before the old man in front. Brother Gu is too kind. That year, Shi Gondang had died. At this moment, this old man is simply just a nameless grandpa. Grandpa Shi quickly returned the gesture. The Chen clan's Shi Gondang being a guest advisor for the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect made Gu Taizhou fired up. At that year, Shi Gondang was a renowned fierce monster within the Grand Middle Territory. He came from a lowly background, yet during the difficult Dao era, he was able to become an enlightened being. One could only imagine how much perseverance and amazing talents he had. However, because of this, he also made countless enemies. Rumors has it that enemies were pursuing him 1,000 years ago. He was cornered with his last breath, but he was saved by the master of the Chen clan. From then on, he never left the Chen clan, and outsiders never heard the name Shi Gondang again. From now on, you are a person of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. Li Qie leisurely said, as long as you contribute, there will be a great life-changing fortune for you in the future. Even though Shi Gondang was a fierce monster, but in front of Li Qie, he didn't dare to be disrespectful. Even though others called him a fierce monster, Li Qie alone killed more than him at the evil-infested ridge. There was even an ancient saint included. If he was a ferocious monster, then Li Qie would be the king of ferocious monsters. Thus, after hearing Li Qie's words, Shi Gondang displayed a respectful attitude. When Chen Baojiao joined Li Qie's side, she also brought along new information and told him, I'm afraid that the Heavenly God sect is climbing up to the azure mysterious ancient kingdom. Rumors has it that Dao child Shengtian, Long Shengtian, already went on a diplomatic mission to the ancient kingdom. The reason why the Heavenly God sect was rushing the marriage with the Jewel Pillar Sacred School was because they wanted to showcase their most impressive power to the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom to get maximum leverage. Here, Chen Baojiao worriedly added, if the Heavenly God sect was able to have a relationship with the Ancient Kingdom, then I'm afraid this is very bad for you and the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect. With the Ancient Kingdom as their backing, the Heavenly God sect's power became even more formidable. It's only one Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom, not enough to reach the apex. Regarding this news, Li Qie was not one bit surprised, and he calmly spoke, if they are smart, then they can keep on being overlords. However, if they are not and block my path, then even an ancient kingdom will be annihilated. It's only one Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. These words came out so easily and was without any hesitation. It immediately silenced Chen Baojiao. Opening one's mouth and saying that they would destroy an ancient kingdom. This was not an ordinary arrogance. However, she was gradually used to Li Qie's arrogance, and such despotic words uttered from Li Qie was no longer boasting in her eyes. After coming to the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect for a few days and getting accustomed to her living situation, Li Qie called for her and said, I have many rules, and Xueqi has already told you about them. Today you will start over once again and make many vows. From now on, you will be my follower. It is not too late to turn back now lest your whole life will be chained by the vow. At that point, any disobedience would result in a punishment by fate. I have no regrets. Chen Baojiao continued. I will use my true fate for the vow. I will absolutely be without regrets. Li Qie nodded his head approvingly as Chen Baojiao performed a true fate vow. He then continued. You will start with physique refinement, the supreme immortal physique law. A Hotian physique can also have an immortal physique law? After hearing Li Qie, Chen Baojiao was shocked. Anything out of my hand would be an immortal physique law. Li Qie said, you don't need to sell yourself short. Your Tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring Physique at Grand Completion will not be weaker than any Grand Completion Immortal Physique. Your ancestral grandmother, with her Tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring Physique, even looked down upon the entire world. Chen Baojiao was astonished not because of her physique, but because of Li Qie's last words. A Grand Completion Immortal Physique. She came from the Jewel Pillar Sacred School, so she knew the meaning of these words. At the school, there were ancestors with Grand Completion Saint Physiques. In their eras, Grand Completion Saint Physiques were nearly invincible. They won every fight and were unstoppable, so they were able to establish the school. As for Grand Completion Immortal Physiques, it was unthinkable. From ages till now, people who had Grand Completion Immortal Physiques could be counted on one's fingers. Some said that not more than 5 people, since the immemorial, had reached Grand Completion Immortal Physiques. Others said that it would not exceed 10 people. If her Tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring Physique could reach Grand Completion and was comparable to a Grand Completion Immortal Physique, how frightening would that be? How do you know my ancestral grandmother was a Grand Completion Tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring Physique? Chen Baojiao couldn't help but ask. This was not written down by the Chen clan as opposed to everyone knowing that the Chen clan had Grand Completion Saint Physiques. This was a well-known thing. One day if you have children, would your children know that you were a natural-born Tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring Physique? Would they know that you made a true fate vow? Li Qie said with a carefree manner. These words shocked the young heart of Li Xueqi. Her charming eyes became wide open as she stared at Li Qie. She made a true fate vow, but did this mean that the Chen clan's ancestral mother also made a similar vow? Could it be that my ancestral grandmother was taught by a great master? You are the great master's descendant. Chen Baojiao movingly said. Thinking about how Li Qie knew that she was a Tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring Physique while no one else knew about it, and thinking about how Li Qie knew the secret hand seals of the Chen clan, Chen Baojiao finally understood something at this moment. Chapter 150, Tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring Physique. 2. Li Qie smiled and said, I am not. This matter isn't important. After you practice your physique law, practice a merit law next. Cultivate the Jade Spiral Merit Law of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. The Jade Spiral Merit Law? Chen Baojiao was in a daze, and she couldn't help but ask. The Beginner's Merit Law of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect? Don't look down upon this merit law. If you could grasp the profoundness of this merit law, it would be enough for you to prosper for a lifetime. Li Qie continued. Your physique is different from ordinary people. You will dual cultivate the tyrannical valley immortal spring physique as the foundation. The Jade Spiral Merit Law is a correct path of the Grand Tao. In the future, it will be compatible with all of your arts. As long as you have the tyrannical valley immortal spring physique to rely on, the Jade Spiral Merit Law is the most compatible merit law, understand? Hearing the seriousness of Li Qie, Chen Baojiao did not question his authority. At this moment when Li Qie was passing on the physique law to her, she was completely focused. She was afraid of missing even a single word. After learning the physique law from Li Qie, she emotionally understood why Li Qie was so confident. Coming from the Jewel Pillar Sacred School, she had seen many physique laws, but after being taught by Li Qie, she finally understood that this was the real supreme immortal physique law. The physique scripture could be said to be the source of all physique laws. It didn't just have the 12 immortal physique laws, it was the root of all physique laws. Of course, this was only after Li Qie spent countless moons and millions of years before understanding all of the mysteries of the physique scripture. The 12 immortal physique laws were only a part of the physique scripture, and they were only 6 extremely simple words. For Chen Baojiao, who practiced the tyrannical valley immortal spring physique, this was another profound aspect of the physique scripture. On top of this, her physique was not part of the 12 immortal physiques. If one divided the physiques into 10 parts, then the 12 immortal physiques were at the limit. For example, the extreme yang immortal physique was the strongest of yang. It was a yang physique in all 10 parts. Chen Baojiao's tyrannical valley immortal spring physique was extremely rare. In the 10 parts, yin and yang each had 1 part. Pure and taint also had 1 each. Hardness took 4 parts while softness had 2 parts. One physique containing all 6 profound words was an extremely rare physique. After being taught the physique law by Li Qie, Chen Baojiao was very emotional. She felt like a fish in the water that had an indescribable sense of ease. Her blood energy rapidly flowed for the first time. Her entire body was floating about like a satisfied immortal, creating thunderous noises as she was being baptized under this supreme immortal physique. At this moment, Chen Baojiao understood that she did not wrongly choose regarding the most important choice of her life. Prior to this, the tyrannical valley immortal spring physique had always plagued her with difficulties. The truth was that Chen Baojiao's talent was not bad in itself. Although it was not as great Li Shuangyan, she was still amongst the best. Due to the trap of her physique, she had to put in countless amounts of effort just to have the same results as others. Nonetheless, Chen Baojiao kept on cultivating, and she was even more diligent than anyone else. With blood and sweat, she finally reached the named hero realm. Now, starting from the beginning once again with an appropriate physique law, Chen Baojiao was still a hard worker and her cultivation speed improved by leaps and bounds. Her hard work and effort amazed others. Li Shuangyan movingly said, "It seems like I have to double my effort. Otherwise, I will feel the pressure." A genius like Li Shuangyan was always hard-working, but she felt inferior to Chen Baojiao's resolution. After Chen Baojiao achieved a few things with her physique, Li Qie finally taught her the Jade Spiral Merit Law. She was shocked about the fact that, in the teachings of Li Qie, even an ordinary merit law became extraordinary. She finally understood why Li Qie chose the Jade Spiral Merit Law for her. After the process, Chen Baojiao's young heart couldn't remain calm. She astonishingly stared at Li Qie, the 16-year-old boy, and exclaimed, "Are you really just a normal disciple of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect?" "Wrong, I am the prime disciple," Li Qie said. Chen Baojiao gave him a stern look and added, "How is a prime disciple any different from an ordinary disciple? If it was an ancient kingdom, then a prime disciple would be worth something. The prime disciple of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect does not have many advantages compared to ordinary disciples. This little girl doesn't know anything." Li Qie knocked her head and said, "Also, do not belittle your own master. Watch out or I will punish you, you know?" This flushed Chen Baojiao's face completely red. She couldn't help but angrily stare at Li Qie. She was clearly older than him, yet he kept calling her little girl. This truly exasperated her. She was such an alluring beauty. With her charming presence that swayed others, it would cause their hearts to beat faster, but Li Qie only smiled and left. After his departure, Chen Baojiao rubbed the area Li Qie knocked on and was in a daze. She could be considered a golden jade with peerless beauty. No matter where she was, she would be the moon surrounded by countless geniuses. She was high up above, but today, she was only Li Qiye's maid. However, she did not completely hate this feeling nor this status. It was as if by being next to Li Qiye as his maid, she was able to be free and be without worries. At this moment, she understood why a heavens-proud daughter like Li Shuangyan was also willing to be a sword maid. After Li Qiye's cultivation at the cleansing incense ancient sect and the end of the evil-infested ridge, more than 1 year had passed. Suddenly, there was a monumental event happening in the Grand Middle Territory. Within the Grand Middle Territory, there was suddenly an evil energy that pierced the sky with bright lights. Inside the lights were countless ancient coffins that sung sad, sorrowful tunes. In the far horizon, many coffins were flying by as immortal citizens were worshipping, and there were mourning wise sages amongst this extremely majestic scene. It was as if an immortal monarch had just passed away, or a godly king had his final burial. Anyone that saw this scene for the first time would be stunned, but for people who had seen this before, they were not too surprised. This sudden change garnered the attention from many, and many old monsters even came into being. At this moment, in the azure mysterious ancient kingdom, an archaic character opened his eyes. He was extremely excited. Inside the war god temple, an old man that was buried in dust finally moved and emotionally opened his eyes. He couldn't help but to stand up and alert numerous disciples along with royal nobles and heavenly kings. Even as far as the desolate wasteland, in the divine sword sacred ground, a man with boundless killing intent, who was sleeping inside the coffin, suddenly sat up. His eyes pierced the sky and emotionally whispered, "In this life, someone is reincarnating?" At this very second, in the eastern 100 cities at the Heavenly Tao Academy and the southern barren earth strange bamboo mountain, many old monsters that stood up from their coffins. Some were sighing, some were excited, and some were indifferent and cold. These were the old monsters in the legends, and they were immortals that were buried underground for countless years. Unless it was a sect-destroying matter, these immortal monsters would not appear. However, because of the sudden change today, they were all alerted. An old, undying man looked at the strange variation in the sky, and he couldn't help but murmur, "In this life, could there be a miracle? Someone will actually be able to be reborn?" Another old immortal with covetousness in their eyes muttered, "Or, this could be immortality. The underworld boat will soon appear." The next day, a message swept across the entire Grand Middle Territory like a storm. Then, it spread across the entire northern Grand Sea, southern barren earth, eastern 100 cities, and western desolate wasteland. After a long time, the entire world knew of this news. Inside the grand sects and powerful nations of the Grand Middle Territory, even the sect masters and lords of the immortal emperor lineages were all stimulated. The old monsters near death especially couldn't sit still. They suddenly stood up and rousingly said, "The underworld boat is coming, we need to hurry and leave." The underworld boat was coming into being. This news exploded in the Grand Middle Territory to all the corners. In a short month, every cultivators were talking about the underworld boat. There was a saying in the mortal emperor world, "The coming of the underworld boat signals a rebirth. The path to the heavenly road will appear, and the godly stones will open." The underworld boat was an extremely mysterious existence. In the mortal emperor world, all of the cultivators were curious about it and had no choice but to talk about the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground as well. As a cultivator in the mortal emperor world, some of them will never get to see the underworld boat, but they only had one opportunity to enter the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. The ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, in the old legends, was one of the 12 burial grounds in this world. In the mortal emperor world, the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground had a different meaning. The 12 burial grounds buried only the intents of death. Countless people and cultivators in this world hoped to be buried inside the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground when they died. Dying cultivators who had exhausted their lifespans all wished to be taken under this ideal burial ground. Chapter 151. Underworld Boat Coming into Being, 1. The ancient heavenly corpse burial ground was referred to as the largest cemetery by the people in the Grand Middle Territory. Countless grand characters were buried there. As for the nameless ones, no one knew for sure. Legends has it that countless people were buried there, ranging from the nameless to heavenly kings and virtuous paragons. There was even a rumor that this place even buried immortal emperors. No one knew whether this rumor was true or not. However, as one of the 12 burial grounds in this world, It was the place where many dying cultivators all gathered to find a great place with powerful feng shui to bury themselves. The most fascinating and tempting story was about the possibility for rebirth inside the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Legends has it that if one could bury themselves in a feng shui treasure earth, they would be able to have a chance for a rebirth, or even a chance for eternal life. As for what the feng shui treasure earth was, no one really knew for sure. This was all due to luck. After millions of years had passed, countless grand characters were buried inside, so even if there was feng shui treasure earth that was able of giving a second chance, they had long been accounted for. However, for every person, there was still another chance in this burial ground, and it was the legendary underworld boat. In every age in the legends, the underworld river would come out from the earth under the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. When it appeared, many underworld boats would come out along the underworld river. Finally, they would follow the river all the way to the deepest part of the burial ground. If a dying person was able to climb up the underworld boat and be buried inside, then they might be able to prolong their life, or even be reborn once again. Even though this sounded crazy, the reality was that there were people who climbed up the underworld boats and were able to extend their lives as well as being reborn. Because of this, for dying men, the underworld boat, along with the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, was filled with temptations. Cultivators, heavenly kings, and even the invincible virtuous paragons would all eventually die in the end. They all feared returning to the yellow earth, so they had to take this step. This burial ground brought hope to the dying men, especially the old monsters in the great sects and powerful nations that hoped to be reborn. In this era, I will bet on being reborn. At last, these old monsters were no longer able to wait and started to come into being as their blood and life were reaching their ends. The underworld boat quickly became the hot topic in all of the mortal emperor world, and Dao gateways were opening everywhere as experts set foot into the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. This news also traveled to the cleansing incense ancient sect. Nan Huairan was the most excited after hearing this news. He quickly went to find Li Qie and said, "Oldest brother, I heard that the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground buried countless virtuous paragons. The items buried with them are the world's immortal treasures. At this moment, everyone is going to this burial ground. Should we follow as well to obtain some of the world's immortal treasures? The underworld boat is appearing." Li Qie narrowed his eyes and essentially didn't hear anything Nan Huairan said. He murmured, "Rebirth, who in this era will be able to be reborn?" The life-prolonging of the underworld boat, or even rebirth, was not a false legend. This was the truth, and Li Qie had seen, with his own eyes, people being reborn. Oldest brother, should we lead some people into the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground to grab some treasures? Nan Huairan still ecstatically asked Li Qie. At this time, Li Qie glanced at Nan Huairan and said, "Grabbing some treasures? With just you? Any random corpse would be able to tear you into pieces. With Big Brother by my side, I have no fear anywhere," Nan Huairan cheekily said. He had blind confidence regarding Li Qie. "Even if I go, I wouldn't let you come along," Li Qie angrily said. Nan Huairan forced a smile and said, "Oldest brother, you don't really care about bringing another person. Well, if you really go, you have to bring me along for sure." Li Qie glared at him and shook his head. "Even if I actually go, I wouldn't bring you along. The ancient heavenly corpse burial ground is much more terrifying than the evil-infested ridge. This is not a place that anyone can go to. Your cultivation is not bad, but as for your physique, once tainted by corpse poison, if light, then you would stay in bed for a few years. If bad, then you would turn into an earth corpse." Turning into an earth corpse. Hearing this, Nan Huairan had the creeps and his head shrunk into his body as a cold chill ran behind his back. He couldn't help but lose his colors and say, "I heard that an earth corpse was no different than a zombie. Both are monsters that cannot eat nor drink. There is a difference. An earth corpse is a living existence." Li Qie smiled and said, "If it is lucky, then it could have a little sense to find a feng shui treasure earth to bury itself and wait. After hundreds of thousands of years, it would be able to be reborn once again. My mother, I don't need any of that. I am alive and well at this moment, and I don't want to be a corpse buried underground." Nan Huairan changed his expression and no longer dared to discuss the matter of the burial ground. He quickly left soon after. After Nan Huairan's departure, Li Qie looked at the far horizon towards the area of the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground and became quiet for a long time. The ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Li Qie gently sighed in his heart. This was one of the 12 burial grounds, the paradise of the dead. Many cultivators wanted to flock to this place. When he was the Dark Crow, he went to this burial many times in the last hundreds of thousands of years. One could even say that he no longer remembered how many times he had entered it. To say that it was dangerous, then it wasn't dangerous. But to say that it wasn't dangerous, then it was very dangerous. Even an immortal emperor in person wouldn't dare to carelessly tread into its deepest part. The most important thing when entering was the intention. The deepest part of the burial ground was not for anyone, not even for immortal emperors. Virtuous paragons would only be courting death at that place. You want to go? Seeing Li Qie stunned in silence, Chen Baojiao went next to his side. She had heard of information about this burial ground, and seeing Li Qie stare towards it in a daze, she couldn't help but to ask. Always being around Li Qie, Chen Baojiao was gradually getting used to Li Qie's thoughts and patterns. Go and see. Li Qie finally nodded his head and said, the path to the heavenly road will appear, and the godly stones will open. I have to take a trip to this place. There was something he wanted at the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. In reality, there was something that he coveted for a long time. He sent people there before as well, but it was not successful. This time, he intended to personally go. There is something there that is suitable for you as well. Li Qie turned towards Chen Baojiao and said. Even though Chen Baojiao's innate talents were not as great as Li Shuangyan and that she was very hot-headed, she was a very determined and arduous girl. Her effort on the road of cultivation was not less than anyone, including even Li Shuangyan. Li Qie truly liked this aspect of her. The ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. I heard that this is a place with zombies everywhere and countless earth corpses. The tyrants entrenched in the feng shui treasure earth were even more frightening. We shouldn't go to this place, or we might carelessly become earth corpses. Chen Baojiao emotionally asked, can we actually go to a place like this? Once inside, unless one is so unreasonable powerful, one would need special methods. Otherwise, forcefully entering would be prohibitively difficult, not to mention going into the feng shui treasure earth of those tyrants. Li Qie smiled and said. Seeing Li Qie's confidence, Chen Baojiao didn't say anything else. She was a maid, so she naturally would follow Li Qie's decision. While Li Qie was wondering about when to enter the burial ground, Li Shuangyan found him. The 9 Saint Demon Gate accepted a business proposal. I don't know if you are interested or not. Li Shuangyan went straight to the point. What kind of business? Is it relating to the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground? Li Shuangyan nodded her head and said, yes, there is someone wanting to be buried in an underworld boat. My master wanted this business since it is extremely important to the 9 Saint Demon Gate. But my master did not have the ability to do this, so he thought about you. He believes that you can create a miracle. Who is the partner? Li Qie looked at Li Shuangyan and asked. Without your recommendation, I'm afraid your 9 Saint Demon Gate would not be so active like this. Li Shuangyan didn't try to hide it and boldly said. I mentioned it to master. No one could do this task better than you, so master asked if you would be willing to accept this deal? Who wants to be buried in the underworld boat? Li Qie narrowed his eyes and slowly asked. A person from the War God Temple. Li Shuangyan truthfully said. It can be said that this person is extremely important to the 9 Saint Demon Gate. If he was successfully buried in an underworld boat, to you and the cleansing incense ancient sect, there will be great benefits. The old men in the War God Temple still haven't given up. Li Qie slowly continued. After that old devil was successfully buried that year, all of the old men later became crazy and wanted to follow in suit, but no one had been successful afterwards. The War God Temple had someone who was successful? Li Shuangyan was a bit shocked to hear Li Qie's words. To be exact, they had an old devil who was reborn for another life after a successful burial. Li Qie leisurely continued. Unfortunately, his luck was a little bit lacking. Otherwise, he would have become an immortal emperor with his 2 lives. The ancient heavenly corpse burial ground really allowed for someone to resurrect? To be brought back to life again? Li Shuangyan's breath became faster. Even though she had heard many legends about this burial ground, she always thought that resurrection was only a legend, or an exaggeration. Chapter 152. Underworld Boat Coming into Being, 2. It is not a resurrection. Li Qie gently shook his head and replied. The old devil still had a single breath of life. He had used countless immortal medicines to increase his lifespan. As long as it was something that could increase his longevity, he had tasted it. He temporarily survived for a very long time. In the end, longevity medicines and immortal grass were no longer effective to him. But he still didn't give up. He buried himself under the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, and was eventually successful in rebirthing into another life. What does it mean to rebirth for another life? Li Shuangyan asked. Li Qie replied, it is living again, living as if he was born one more time. His blood energy will be at its youngest, and the same applies for his lifespan. However, the Tao foundation, merit laws, and memories will remain the same. It was as if you were born with the memories of the former life. One could truly live again for another generation? Hearing this unimaginable thing, Li Shuangyan lost her colors. The two words heaven-defying were not enough to paint this picture. This was an extreme rebellion against the heaven's will, going against the heaven's Tao. The heaven would not allow for such a thing. It is possible, but the chance is extremely small, so small to the point of being negligible. One could say that living again was a fortunate thing, but also a tragedy. Li Qie slowly said. Li Shuangyan was in a daze for a short time. For a heaven-defying character, what was the true meaning behind living another life? This meant that in their former life, if they weren't able to accept the heaven's will, then in the next life, they would be able to shoulder the heaven's will by living again with all of the memories, along with their peerless foundation from before. At this moment, Li Shuangyan finally understood why all of these old monsters near death rushed in droves to the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Will you accept this business? Finally, Li Shuangyan asked. She didn't inquire why Li Qie knew all of these things. I want to meet your master. Li Shuangyan immediately went to arrange this for Li Qie without question. The next day, Li Shuangyan opened the Tao gateway near the Tao platform for Li Qie to directly arrive at the Nine Saint Demon Gate. They went inside the gateway and ported to the Nine Saint Demon Gate. This time, the first elder of the Nine Saint Demon Gate personally greeted Li Qie. However, the trip was very low-key, and he only wanted to meet the Demon King, not anyone else. Demon King Luan Ri, the Demon King of Old Ox Country and sect master of the Nine Saint Demon Gate. He was even a renowned royal expert in the Grand Middle Territory. Amongst cultivators of the same generation, he could be considered the most talented as well as the most promising. During the difficult Tao era, Demon King Luan Ri stepped into the enlightened being realm at a very young age. This was an extremely great achievement. To this day, no one knows what his exact cultivation was. Demon King Luan Ri also personally came to greet Li Qie. After stepping inside the chamber, he heard an invigorating laughter. The king quickly stepped forward to meet Li Qie, and he smilingly said, I have waited a long time for young noble Li's second coming. Demon King Luan Ri appeared to be around 40 years old with a stalwart physique, but he still exuded an air of elegance. He was not a classless man. Rumors has it that the Demon King was a demonic tiger who successfully cultivated, but there was not a trace of a ferocious beast on his body. He was more like a mortal king than a demon king. He stepped forward with the presence of a flying dragon and a striding tiger. His behavior and image were without flaws, carrying a majestic momentum, but when he greeted Li Qie, it also had a sense of a charm and likable affinity. They went into the grand chamber. Since it was a guest of honor, Demon King Luan Ri was not reserved or tried to do something flashy. Sitting together was enough to show his respect towards Li Qie. After everyone left, only the two remained in the chamber. Li Qie went straight to the point and asked, I heard that Demon King wants to bury people from the War God Temple? I don't have this capability. Demon King Luan Ri shook his head with a wry smile, and he said, the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground is a ferocious area throughout the ages. Hundreds of thousands of years till now, countless virtuous paragons, countless invincible characters of generations were buried there. All of them want to go on the underworld boat to prolong their life or even rebirth, but not many are successful. My little capability, compared to the great immortal sages, is insignificant. But you still want to take this deal? Li Qie calmly said. Demon King Luan Ri bursted out in laughter while looking at Li Qie. As his eyes flashed a brilliance, he said, I don't dare to perform this deal, but I believe young noble Li is capable of doing so. How does Demon King know that I can enter? A gut feeling. Demon King Luanri frankly said, "My intuition is telling me that young noble Li can do it, and my intuition is rarely wrong. It is a fortunate thing that you are not a woman." Li Qie gently shook his head. Demon King Luanri didn't find this comment off-putting and laughed heartily instead. After a while, Demon King Luanri said formally, "The War God Temple tried to find many people to do this matter, but I accepted it right away. I'm curious, what did the 9 Saint Demon Gate bet that made the War God Temple leave this matter for you all?" The War God Temple itself is not confident regarding this matter. As for other people, they essentially have no hope. Li Qie smiled and said, "The War God Temple was a crazily powerful existence. In the legends, it was built during the Desolate Era. Countless immortal sages of the human race came from this place. It was not an exaggeration to say that the War God Temple was a big reason for the human race's prowess. Their status within the Grand Middle Territory, and even the entire mortal emperor world was supreme. In the Grand Middle Territory, even a powerful existence such as the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom would be dreadful of the War God Temple. Even the War God Temple was not certain of successfully climbing up the underworld boat. How could outsiders like them be able to do it? Wasn't this relying on a forlorn miracle? The War God Temple had tried many times but had always failed. Thus, this time, they want to make a bet and let outsiders try instead." Demon King Luanri explained. He also didn't dare to directly accept this business. In reality, this was easier said than done. For the War God Temple to entrust this deal to outsiders, these outsiders must also have the qualifications to absolutely earn this trust. Although this could be a lucrative deal, the 9 Saint Demon Gate must have bet their treasures to show their confidence in the success of this business. Think about it for a moment. What kind of existence was the War God Temple? In order to seize this deal, the 9 Saint Demon Gate most likely used a heaven-frightening treasure as leverage, and it could even be an immortal emperor's item. After War God Mu, the War God Temple still wants these old monsters to live again. Li Qie smirked. He also didn't ask how Demon King Luanri obtained this deal. Young noble Li also knows about War God Mu's matter? Demon King Luanri was surprised. War God Mu was one of the most powerful existences in the War God Temple. During that era, he was an untouchable giant. War God Mu had lived again because of the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. This was why the War God Temple always yearned for a second miracle, but they had never been successful. Li Qie responded with just a smile. How could he not know about the rebirth of War God Mu? Even though Li Qie did not answer, Demon King Luanri's mind was shaken. He knew he had found the right person. Young noble Li, this grand character is extremely important to both the War God Temple and my 9 Saint Demon Gate. The current elder of the War God Temple's outer sect is a disciple separated by a generation of this grand character. If this business is successful, there would be a special significance towards the 9 Saint Demon Gate and the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. Demon King Luanri said in a serious manner. "It seems like the War God Temple has supported you quite a bit." Li Qie smilingly replied. The Demon King did not lie. He solemnly nodded his head and said, "When I was young, the outer sect's elder recognized my talents and opened my eyes. Because of his support, I was able to obtain the pure jade Saint Physique Law from the War God Temple. As a Saint Physique, Li Shuangyin's Physique Law from the War God Temple was a priceless treasure. To be able to trade this Physique Law from the War God Temple, the 9 Saint Demon Gate did not only use a supreme treasure, but it was also because Demon King Luanri earned the trust of the War God Temple. Not anyone was able to do such a trade. What is the agreement between Demon King and the War God Temple?" Li Qie inquired. Demon King Luanri wryly smiled and shook his head. "The exact details are not yet decided. I was waiting for a response from young noble Li. This business. My 9 Saint Demon Gate will not receive anything good. All of the benefits will be given to young noble Li. And you win the support of the War God Temple." Li Qie smiled. He knew the intricacies within. Demon King Luanri forced a laughter and said, "Young noble Li understands that I and the Heavenly God Sect's mortal king are old friends. If the Heavenly God Sect climbs the ladder of the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom, even my 9 Saint Demon Gate would feel pressured." Of course, when he said old friends, he meant enemies. During the last generation, the Mortal King and the Demon King were the most outstanding talents of the Grand Middle Territory and were well-matched rivals. What is the situation of this grand character from the War God Temple? Li Qie asked. Demon King Luanri responded. I heard that this ancestor's blood force had halted for a long time, and his lifespan doesn't have much left. He cannot come into being, and the war god temple needs to bury him directly on an underworld boat. Halting your blood force, in plain words, meant to cease all blood and vital breath in order to enter a dormant hibernation, just like a dead person sealed underground. However, halting one's blood force was extremely costly, so not everyone would be able to afford it. Only grand experts from the great sects and powerful nations would have the resources and strength to halt their blood force. Chapter 153, Ancient Sky City, 1. Having heard about the situation, Lichia smiled and said, "Well, since it is a dying person, I will give him a plan." "Please speak, young noble Li. I am listening carefully." Demon King Luan Ri became emotional and quickly exclaimed. Lichia leisurely spoke. "My plan is very simple. I will help them find an underworld boat, then bury him inside. The time he will be buried will be 1 to 2 years to prolong the lifespan by 300 to 500 years. Buried for 1 to 2 years to increase one's life by 300 to 500 years. Hearing Lichia's words, Demon King was quite surprised. This was simply playing God. This was even more heaven-defying than being buried in a feng shui treasure earth. 300 to 500 years is enough for his one breath, but it is impossible for him to reach a mortal emperor or a higher realm. He is a person near death, and his life wheel is damaged while his blood energy runs dry. The underworld boat can only temporarily help him live a bit longer. Lichia slowly explained. That is enough. Demon King Luan Ri greatly changed his expression. 3 to 500 years for a giant was enough to do many things, even if it was only temporary. To the war god temple, this matter had a great significance. But, I have one condition. I want one thing from the war god temple. There is no room for negotiation. Lichia slowly spoke in his casual demeanor. Hearing Lichia's condition, Demon King Luan Ri paused for a moment, and then he replied, "Young noble Li, stay in my sect for a few days. I will go and find the outer sect's elder to consult with him." Demon King was very swift. On the 3rd day, he brought news to Lichia and said, "The war god temple wants this old man to live again. Any condition was fine and all are on the table." This was a stunning comment to state. The war god temple was such a frightening existence ever since the desolate era till now. It was unfathomable with countless immortal sages, and no one knew its exact location. Today, this war god temple said that any condition would be possible. How amazing was this? Anyone who heard this phrase would be rendered unconscious from such an unthinkable deal. Live again for another era? Lichia faintly sneered and continued. This is wishful thinking. Living again for another era isn't as simple as this. If it was so easy, then not to mention the war god temple, but even immortal emperors would have done it. Tell those old men to not be so greedy. It will only be 3 to 500 years. Do it or leave it. Lichia's stance was very firm, and Demon King Luan Ri didn't dare to negotiate. He immediately communicated Lichia's words to the war god temple. The next day, he finally sent another message to Lichia. The war god temple agreed with your condition. As long as the venerable elder comes back, then young noble will immediately have the thing that you want. If it is not successful, then the item used as down payment will not be returned. Demon King Luan Ri was taking a huge chance here. If this matter failed, then the 9 Saint Demon Gate would lose the item used as guarantee the war god temple. It would simply be throwing a meat bun at a dog. What was gone would never come back. Good, I will go there and wait. Let me know when they come. Lichia agreed and said, "But, I will need a few things that Demon King needs to fully prepare." Then, he gave a list to Demon King Luan Ri. Seeing the list, there were a few things he had not heard of before, but he still acquiesced. Leave this small matter to the 9 Saint Demon Gate. After negotiating with the Demon King, Lichia brought Li Shuangyan back to the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect and held a meeting with the elders and Su Yonghuang. "I'm intending to go to the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground," Lichia announced. Going to the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Lichia's words caused the elders to change their expressions while Su Yonghuang lost her colors. "Chia, this burial ground is very dangerous. Even a virtuous paragon can't simply enter it," Gu Taizhou worriedly said. Su Yonghuang was also nervous and said, "This burial ground contains countless virtuous paragons and invincible existences. I heard these ancient corpses are tyrants inside the burial ground, and death was the only path to trespassers. You going there is too dangerous. This is right, Xueqi. Not to mention bringing an emperor's possession. Even an immortal emperor's life treasure would not be enough. Legends say that masters from an immortal emperor lineage that wielded an immortal emperor's life treasure went inside the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. But in the end, they still died inside and the life treasure was also lost. Elder Sun anxiously proclaimed. Even though many people wanted to rush to this burial ground, those were the people who were on the verge of death. To people who were living just fine, this was a frightening place. Countless people have died there, and one could even say that anyone who entered would surely die. I know about these matters. Regarding Su Yonghuang and the others' apprehension, Li Qie smilingly replied, I will be careful about these things. I have my own plan, and I only wanted to let you all know. Even though Li Qie said so in a calm manner, the elders gazed at each other and sighed. They knew that Li Qie would never change his decision, so they stopped trying to convince him. Elder Tu will go with you. In the end, Su Yonghuang was still worried for Li Qie and told Tu Buyu to go with him. Li Qie didn't reject this. And so, this matter was settled. Regarding this trip to the burial ground, after Li Qie's careful consideration, he decided to bring Niu Fan. As for Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, it was needless to say, they would absolutely be going with him. Outside of these people, Li Qie also brought along Chu Daili, Su Pei, Zhang Yu, and Luo Fenghua. These disciples were the ones he focused on training, and he needed them to uphold an entire direction by themselves in the future. Thus, Li Qie would bring them along to experience the world. Of course, the little brat, Nan Huiran, also shamelessly wanted to go, so Li Qie, in the end, promised to take him. The ancient heavenly corpse burial ground? Hearing about this, Niu Fan was in a daze and had a strange expression. After a while he regained his sanity and lamented, This is a very ancient place. There is an ancestor of ours that was buried inside. Whether he was successful or not in prolonging his life, no one knew. Did you all ever go to show your respect after your ancestor was buried inside? Li Qie smilingly said. Nin Fan wryly smiled and shook his head. The truth is that we don't know where the ancestor was buried. This respectful rite was never brought up. People pay respects to the graves inside the burial ground. Chen Baojiao was surprised about this matter. Honoring the deceased relatives or sect elders was normal. But she had never heard about people paying their respects in the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. It was because it was an essentially impossible matter. In principle, it is possible. Li Qie smilingly replied, In reality, it is not so simple to do. Many situations do not permit such a thing. Chen Baojiao was not stupid. It was hard to imagine honoring the elders inside this burial ground. One had to be aware that it was a place made from mountains of corpses and oceans of graves. It was filled with a corpse aura, so no one dared to go inside. Even though both of these locations were inside the Grand Middle Territory, the cleansing incense ancient sect was very far from the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Separated by millions of miles and more than half of the Grand Middle Territory, it was impossible to fly this distance. The group of Li Qie have to go through Dao gateways. With such a large distance, the amount of refined crystals required would be frightening. It was too much of a burden for a falling sect like the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, but with the complete funding from the 9 Saint Demon Gate, Li Qie did not need to worry about the refined crystals. Due to the existence of the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, the western area of the Grand Middle Territory was primarily wilderness. It existed like a forbidden evil ground that spanned through the heaven and earth. Even though it turned people pale, there was an ancient city right outside. Ancient Sky City. Ancient Sky City could be considered the oldest city in the Grand Middle Territory. It existed in an old era, and it was unknown when it was constructed. Ancient Sky City was also called Corpse City. Outside of people wanting to go to the burial ground, only the dying would come to the city, and it was their last stop. Due to this, the price of coffins in this place was very hot. Even a coffin made out of 4 wooden planks and a few nails would still be worth some money. As for the expensive ones, they would be made from godly wood. All types of coffins were available. As long as a particular material could be used to make a coffin, one would be able to find it at Ancient Sky City. There was a joke amongst cultivators that, if a dying person wanted a coffin perfectly crafted for their own hearts, it was best to go to Ancient Sky City. Even though it was called Corpse City, It did not have a lifeless atmosphere, nor was it desolate and abandoned. On the contrary, ancient Sky City was bustling and vibrant. Countless cultivators inside ancient Sky City came from all corners of the world. Even people from different races could be found here, such as heavenly devils and stone golems. It was one of the largest cities in the Grand Middle Territory. It was always crowded to the point where it was also known as the city that never sleeps. Entering ancient Sky City, one would immediately be met with lively and noisy commotions of the street vendors. In front of the eyes were countless towering pavilions and grand avenues. In the sky, there were many godly temples and ancient chambers hovering above. On the street filled with dragon carriages and water stallions amidst the large crowd, cultivators and mortals were able to go together. In fact, the staggering amount of people easily caused people to perspire. Chapter 154. Ancient Sky City 2. It could be said that mortals were used to the monstrous and multicolored cultivators, so they did not wonder at the strange sights, nor did they avoid them. On the contrary, the group of Nanhuiran was here for the first time, and they were no different from country bumpkins. No different from peasants seeing a dazzling grand garden for the first time. Too many cultivators traveled in and out of ancient Sky City from the 5 rivers and 4 oceans of the world. Some people used a flying treasure while others simply walked. One even rode a monarch worm. In the horizon, one could see countless explosions and bright lights coming into the city and the structures high above. On the streets were cultivators riding centipedes and earth dragons. From beginning to end, giant buildings with ancient architectures floated above. In the far distance, tall pavilions pierced the clouds. Thus, the group of Xueqi, who were riding the snail, were not too eye-catching and no one was surprised at the sight. However, the most attracting things about the group were Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao next to Xueqi, 2 supreme beauties. No matter where they went, their remarkable dazzles would be the center of all gazes. Li Shuangyan was like the cold apricot in the middle of the falling snow, causing other people to stop in their tracks for another glance. As for Chen Baojiao, she was a city-toppling temptress, rendering others to drool and lose their minds. The waves of pedestrians continued inside the city next to the restaurants and inns and numerous street vendors. Once inside, anyone would be submerged by the incessant advertising chants. Immortal Monarch's Flower, 1 mobile godly platform, and a flying immortal platform. Only exchanging true treasures or heavenly sovereigns' true treasures for virtuous paragons' magical seals. Ferocious ocean flying ship. A mobile fortress created by an ancient saint with 36 layers of protection and 8 layers of offense. Trading for 7/7 transformation murderous fate pill. 6 runes treasure metal with 3 incantation runes, 2 murderous runes, and 1 saint cleansing rune. This is a rare treasure metal. Only selling it for Heavenly King ranked refined crystal. Price is negotiable. Inside ancient Sky City, outside of the grand sects and powerful nations, along with the immortal emperor's lineages in the auction houses, many cultivators were exchanging items for money or other items. As the saying stated, one shouldn't show their wealth. The good stuff shown here were either sold by people with absolute strength, or they had a powerful backing, or they were scammers. Many hawkers were shouting to find buyers. Many cultivators displayed their items on the street while others did not say anything and only waited for the right buyers. Of course, this place was filled with dragons mixed together with snakes. There were too many crooks here, but they could only fool the inexperienced ones. Fingerbone of a Heavenly King, an invincible Heavenly King in the legends. The 11th finger of Heavenly King Phaeton that swept through the Grand Middle Territory and used his Heavenly King cultivation to challenge virtuous paragons. His 11th finger was refined by the heaven and earth, and it continued to exist in the world even after he had passed away. Quickly now, come take a look at the finger bone of a Heavenly King here. It's at a very good price. Sup, a street vendor loudly shouted. Because it was their first time visiting ancient Sky City, they stopped riding the snail and were just walking on the streets. Li Xueqi and Li Shuangyan were fine, but the group of disciples' faces were written with the words "first time here," so anyone who saw them immediately knew that they were country bumpkins. After just setting foot on the street, the group of Nanhuiran was enthusiastically led by the street vendors to their corners and showed them the treasures. "Oh great immortal emperor sirs, look, this Heavenly King finger bone. This lowly one risked my life to bring it out of the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. This is the 11th finger of Heavenly King Phaeton, the finger of the heaven and earth. It contains the godly power of Heavenly King Fation's entire life. This one finger bone alone is not weaker than a Heavenly King's life treasure. This street vendor carefully opened his jewel container for Nan Huiran to see. As the box was opening, the royal aura exploded and the street vendor quickly closed the container. A Heavenly King's finger bone. The royal aura's appearance shook Nan Huiran and Luo Fenghua's group. What is the price? The brat, Nan Huiran, became greed, and couldn't help but ask. Great one, we'll make it easy. How about 300 Heavenly King refined crystals? In this street vendor's eyes, Nan Huiran, Luo Fenghua, Zhang Yu, and even Chu Daily were all country bumpkins. The truth was that they couldn't be blamed. The cleansing incense ancient sect had fallen for a long time and never got the chance to see the world. Heavenly King refined crystals. Needless to say, Nan Huiran and Luo Fenghua sank their heads like turtles. They essentially couldn't afford it at all. How about this? I see that the future potential of you lot are unlimited, and you will all become immortal emperors in the future. I only want a bit of good fate. I'm throwing away my head-earned saving here. How about 1,000 destiny refined crystals? The vendor was very good at reading expressions, so he quickly changed his tone. In a short amount of time, the group of Nan Huiran and Chu Daily looked at each other, then at Su Pei. As for Zhang Yu and Luo Fenghua, they only became official disciples recently and were poor, but Nan Huiran and Chu Daily were able to afford it. 11th finger? Finger of the heaven and earth? Li Qia, who was watching the funny scene, came forward and smilingly said, Speaking of the finger of the heaven and earth, I have seen it. It is of a tiger amber color and has bloody spurs on the finger. This finger can rip out the sky with an unstoppable sharpness. Let me see your heaven and earth finger. If it is good, then even Heavenly King refined jades will be worth it. The moment Li Qia finished his words, the street vendor's expression instantly changed. He immediately closed his shop and left. As someone who had been here for a long time, his eyes were very sharp. He instantly figured out that Li Qia was knowledgeable and would only bring further embarrassment if he kept on trying to deceive them. This sudden event widened the eyes of Nan Huiran's group and caused their jaws to drop. Nan Huiran swallowed his saliva and argued. But earlier, the bone finger in the box exuded a royal presence. You are haunted by the ghosts and devils. Li Qia angrily slapped Nan Huiran's head and scolded him. How long has this city existed in this world? In this city, the most ancient trade is scamming. This profession was passed on in this city for countless years with layers and layers of tricks. Not to mention the royal aura. Give me some time and I can even prepare an immortal emperor's power for all of you to see. Earlier when he opened the box, you only felt it for a second. Royal aura my ass. Being slapped by Li Qia, Nan Huiran calmed down and scratched his head in a silly manner. So this was actually the case. You little brat, this is greed. Are you not good at reading other people? Yet you almost got scammed. You should just commit suicide by jumping off a floor to lessen your shame. Li Qia jokingly scolded him. Nan Huiran bursted out in laughter while the group of Chu Daily wryly smiled. This was not their fault. This was their first time to a place like Ancient Sky City. Fate Palace, a complete ancient fate palace of a heavenly sovereign's corpse, never opened before. Come test your treasures and merit laws. There was still a bit left to go on the street when the group of the brat, Nan Huiran, was stopped yet again by street vendors to their stalls. There was a wooden coffin with a corpse inside. The head of the corpse was very complete, and it emitted godly fiery sparks as if there was a treasure inside. A fate palace can still exist like this? A dead cultivator's collapsed fate palace. Seeing this scene, Chu Daily exclaimed. Dead cultivator, collapsed fate palace, broken life wheel. This saying is correct. However, in special circumstances where the universal laws are sealed within, a dead cultivator still has a chance to leave behind their fate palace and life wheel. There was an immortal emperor who left behind his fate palace for future generations. This is a corpse I dug out from the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. From my speculations, he was a heavenly sovereign when he was still alive. His fate palace is beautifully preserved and is unopened by us. Whether there are any good stuff or not, we don't know, so we are not selling it at a high price. This fate palace is more of a gamble. I don't know if you all are interested in this gamble or not. Compared to the hawker from earlier, this vendor was not only a cultivator, but he was seemingly even more professional. What do you think, oldest brother? Su Pei looked at Li Qia and whispered. This time, the group of Nan Huiran was also smarter, and they all stared at Li Qie. Li Qie approvingly nodded his head and said, "This Dao friend is not wrong. Under certain conditions, even when they die, the Fate Palace and life will have a certain chance of being preserved. However, such cases are very rare. If the Fate Palace was completely intact, then it would contain its cultivator's entire Dao power throughout his life. If an immortal emperor actually left behind his Fate Palace for his descendants, then this would be too frightening. Even an immortal emperor's true treasure would not necessarily be able to match it. Right, this Dao brother truly knows his stuff. My pleasure, my pleasure. I am a businessman, and I will absolutely not trick you guys. This is absolutely a heavenly sovereign corpse that I dug out from the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Ah." The vendor had a comfortable stance as he smilingly replied. The group of Nan Huiran, at this moment, was very tempted. A heavenly sovereign's Fate Palace. Even if it was empty, it would still be very amazing. Ah. Suddenly, they all looked at each other. "Whether this corpse of yours is from the burial ground or not, I will find out after one poke." Li Qie smiled and said. Then, he unsheathed Li Shuangyan's sword. Seeing Li Qie's sword in his hand, the vendor immediately changed his expression and stopped Li Qie. He quickly said, Dao friend, this is an ancient corpse. If you keep on lying there, do you believe that I will cut off his head and turn it into a pot or not?" Li Qie swung the 6 Dao sword horizontally, shooting out a black and white colored ray. The vendor's expression sank heavily, and he immediately bowed and said, My offense. Dao friend is a wise person, We shall go." After his words came out, the ancient corpse inside the coffin immediately stood up as well. Ah, Su Pei screamed in fear. A corpse suddenly standing up also frightened the group of Nan Huiran, making them take a few steps back as well. When their wits returned, the vendor, along with the ancient corpse, had already fled. At this moment, they understood that it was not a corpse but a living person. Chapter 155. Competing wealth with me? Finally, Nan Huiran calmed down and couldn't help but curse. Fuck, there are too many crooks here. Ancient Sky City has existed for such a long time and is one of the biggest cities in the Grand Middle Territory. It is not surprising to have so many crooks. Li Qie smilingly responded. They went past a few blocks without stopping. Li Qie was in no hurry and he slowly stepped forward. The truth was that he wanted Nan Huiran to see the world. A few blocks later, they met many more people who were selling corpses. Some real and some fake. Not everyone was a scammer. In a corner of the street, a grandpa cultivator was sitting with a skull presented in front of him. It emitted a cold air so many people gathered to see. The group of Nan Huiran also came to join in the fun. Dao friend, how do you want to sell this skull? A cultivator who knew his stuff asked after seeing the skull. One person who couldn't handle the expensive price, responded instead, he's only exchanging for a life wheel, an ancient saint life wheel. Plus, he only wants it from the heavenly devil race. I have an ancient saint's true treasure, trade or no? A cultivator asked. The seller did not say anything. It was a clear refusal. However, from his aura, no one dared to have any strange thoughts. At this moment, the group of Nan Huiran looked at Li Qie. He nodded his head and said, An ancient saint's skull, carrying saintly power. He turned around after speaking. It's the real deal? The group of Nan Huiran quickly chased after Li Qie. Nan Huiran was afraid of being cheated, so he was very paranoid. It's the real deal. Li Qie nodded his head and said, A dying ancient saint poured all of his blood energy into the skull to maintain the saintly power. This thing was not any weaker than an ancient saint's true treasure. Because it is a skull carrying the blood energy of an ancient saint? Chu Daily was astonished. An ancient saint's true treasure was worth many times more than an ancient saint's life treasure. No, because of its origin. This was the skull of the ancient Ming race. It has extremely tyrannical killing intent. Li Qie gently sighed. The words ancient Ming reminded him of a few things. The ancient Ming race? There is such a race? How come I have never heard of it before? Luo Fenghua curiously asked. It existed. Li Qie nodded his head as he stared towards the far horizon, and he slowly spoke. In this current world, it will be difficult to find the first clan of the ancient Ming. As he finished speaking, A chilling aura could be found deep in his eyes. Li Shuangyan immediately felt a change in Li Qie, but she didn't ask for the reason. The group went through a few more blocks. Outside of the large auction houses and stores, they saw many street vendors. Corpses were the most common items. Oldest brother, why are there so many people selling corpses in this place? Su Pei whispered. Li Qie answered with a smile. What is the name of this place? It is called Corpse City. It is right outside of the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. And there is another reason for this. Many people steal the corpses of the dead here. This burial ground contains too many corpses. Some were even invincible during their eras, so many cultivators take the risk to rob the graves. This is why many people sell corpses here. This is a profession that has existed for countless years now. Hearing this, Su Pei felt a bit more relieved. Inside the city, there weren't only street vendors. One could even see the sex and different races. Seeing people with human heads along with a snake body or a human body with horse legs was not at all uncommon. A big, burly man walked by Li Qie and he attracted Nan Huairen's gaze. The man's body was entirely made out of rock, and his face looked like it was crafted from being carved. Is this a rock gaining awareness from cultivating the Tao? Seeing this person walking away, Zhang Yu curiously asked. Li Qie didn't answer because Xueqi, who was following him, replied, This is a person from the stone golem race. He has a shallow cultivation. One of them with higher cultivation would be no different from a regular human. What race is that? At this moment, Su Pei saw a handsome young man in the far distance. This man was perfectly handsome to the point of being devilish. On top of his head was a halo, bestowed by the heavens. The heavenly devil race. Legends has it that after the Black Dragon King and immortal Emperor Ta Kong fought, the walls between the worlds collapsed, so it became difficult to see the heavenly devil race in the mortal emperor world. We can only see the heavenly devil race in ancient cities like ancient Sky City. Niufen reminisced with some emotions. Oh, the group of Nan Huairen opened their eyes wide. Luo Fenghua couldn't believe it and said, I always thought that the heavenly devil race were giants with horns on their heads and eyes as big as lanterns. The heavenly devil race is so good-looking like this? The heavenly devil race is not only one tribe, it has many side branches. Li Qie said. Walking in this old city really broadened the horizons of Nan Huairen's group. They have seen many new things today. Finally, they reached a street and Li Qie, a treasure inside a store, was caught in his eyes. Seeing this treasure, Li Qie laughed. And Li Shuangyan, as his sword maid, was always attentive to his mood. She noticed that this store was named Ancient Intent Fasting, and she said, We should go in and see. We will go in. Li Qie smiled and nodded his head repeatedly as he walked inside the store. The store named Ancient Intent Fasting was really large. Outside, it seemed like an ordinary store, but once you step inside, people would find that it was an ancient store with great feng shui. Inside the ancient chamber were walls with treasures close to the windows and jade cabinets that displayed priceless treasures that included life metals, godly steels, true treasures, and soul grass. It could be said that everything could be found here, especially when each true treasure and life wheel were hanging above along with the godly swords and immortal pagodas. They emitted their brilliances that would deter even the souls, causing others to be breathless. Li Qie's group walked inside as the shopkeeper of the store personally greeted them even when the group of Nan Huairen were little brats that had never seen the world. However, Li Qie had a godly calmness with peerless beauties, like Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, by his side. Any astute merchant would immediately know that this was a big customer. Plus, Niu Fan and Xueqi were not ordinary people. The group of Nan Huairen was a little nervous when they stepped into such a large store, but Li Qie was still as calm as ever. The shopkeeper stepped forward to greet them and was very sensible. Seeing Li Qie's expression, he didn't open his mouth to randomly present items. Li Qie's eyes fell into the middle of the yard that had a yellow bell hung in a small pavilion. This yellow bell was old and had ancient magical runes. It was without any bright luster. Besides the yellow bell in this pavilion, there were also two small cabinets to the side, one on the left and one on the right. There were 3 pieces of yellow paper on the left side. Their origin was unknown, and countless years have passed, causing the paper to turn yellow. The right cabinet had a small stone, or an egg. It was unclear whether it was a stone or an egg. It was around the size of a fist, it looked like a stone, but also an egg. The group of Nan Huiran was also confused and wondered why 3 uninteresting items was placed in such a place. Meanwhile, Li Chia was staring at the 3 items like they were the most perfect works of art in this world. As Li Chia was observing these 2 things in an enjoyable manner, the shopkeeper was very smart and only stood silently to the side without saying a distracting word. Good item. Casted by the early people, it originated from all existences. Good bell. A truly good bell, it's a priceless treasure. After appreciating it for a moment, Li Chia praisingly said. Seeing Li Chia's happy state, the shopkeeper was also happy and opened his mouth. Sir, you are really extraordinary. My store has numerous items, but Sir was the first one to be so attentive towards it. These 3 things are the defining treasures of our ancient intent fasting, and they are not for sale. Jiao hung passing on the 9 writings, 1 stone extracted from the earth. Not for sale is a normal matter. If it was me, I wouldn't sell it either. Li Chia smilingly replied. Li Chia's words stunned the shopkeeper. His face greatly changed as he said, Sir is indeed a wise man, revealing the truth with just 1 phrase. Wonderful, wonderful. My ancient intent fasting had been in this city for countless years, but there weren't many customers that knew the real origins of these 3 things. Li Chia only nonchalantly smiled at the praises from the shopkeeper and didn't reply. The group of Nan Huiran glanced at each other. They couldn't see how these 3 things were precious. Not even Li Shuangyan could discern the value. The 3 items before them were too ordinary. One was a yellow bell, another was the 3 tattered pieces of paper, and the last was just a stone. Nan Huiran thought that he had great vision, but he couldn't see through the 3 items, and Li Chia didn't say anything either. He could only ask the shopkeeper. Sir shopkeeper, my oldest brother's vision for immortal items is godly. We junior sights are weak and can't appreciate these 3 precious treasures. If you want to ask about the origins of these 3 items, then just say it straight. There is no need to go around in a circle. Li Chia smiled and slapped the back of Nan Huiran's head. Nan Huiran embarrassingly smirked. In fact, at this moment, Niufen wanted to know what these 3 things were even more than Nan Huiran. Chapter 156. Competing wealth with me? 2. Li Chia's words were only understood by the shopkeeper, and Nan Huiran didn't see through the treasures. The shopkeeper knew that Li Chia had great knowledge, and he pointed at the 3 yellow papers to explain. The 3 yellow papers were given to my ancestors by immortal Emperor Jiao Hang. If it was an ordinary day, he would be too lazy to explain even if someone asked him. However, with Li Chia here giving him a feeling of having a sentimental peer, he had a favorable opinion of Nan Huiran as well. Immortal Emperor Jiao Hang. Hearing this, not to mention Shurgondang, but even Niu Fan was astonished and had to take a deep breath. Nan Huiran was startled and said, This is the first immortal emperor of the human race, an undefeated immortal emperor throughout his entire life. Immortal Emperor Jiao Hang. There were too many legends about him. Even though he was not the first one to shoulder the heaven's will, he was the first immortal emperor of the human race. He was undefeated throughout his life. It didn't matter who his opponents were. Heavenly devils, ancient Mings, they were all defeated by him. A life of invincibility, untouched by all. One had to know that with the heaven's will, an immortal emperor could be considered invincible after reigning over the universe, but before becoming an immortal emperor, none of them dared claiming to be invincible. Even immortal Emperor Min Ran had lost countless times when he was younger. The truth was that immortal emperors at a young age had many opponents and they all lost many times. This was not a shameful matter. The Grand Tao was tortuous and difficult. Victory and defeat were the norm. Yet immortal Emperor Jiao Hang remained unbeaten throughout his life. This was his wonderful and illustrious legend. The shopkeeper's words frightened the group of brats. They didn't know that the ancient intent fasting had such an ancient and amazing origin like this. The immortal emperor was indebted to my ancestors, so he gave us 9 pieces of paper. If my ancestors had any needs, as long as they wrote it on the piece of paper, they would become satisfied. In that era, as long as my ancestors had this one paper, there was no place that they couldn't go and nothing that they couldn't have. My ancestors used a total of 6 pieces of paper, and 3 remained here at the ancient intent fasting to be our defining treasure. Referring to the glory of his ancestors, the shopkeeper was quite proud. This is an emperor's possession, ah. The group of Chu Daily was shocked. The 3 ordinary yellow papers were Emperor's possessions. How could they not be surprised? It is called an Emperor's possession, but it is even better than an Emperor's possession. Li Jie smiled and said. The shopkeeper was also very glad, and he said, Sir always know his stuff. These papers have a special significance to the ancient intent fasting. They are not only simple Emperor's possessions. Li Jie simply laughed. The group of Nan Huiran couldn't see through the origins of the other 2 items, the yellow bell and the stone, but the shopkeeper didn't speak about them. Even though Nan Huiran was curious, he didn't ask. After appreciating the 3 items, Li Jie slowly walked around the store. There were many treasures in this store, ranging from life treasures to fate pills, and mysterious weapons to strange medicinal grass and trees. The many new things caused the group of Nan Huiran to be dazzled. The shopkeeper hurriedly followed Li Jie around inside. He didn't introduce anything to Li Jie, and he simply let him enjoy his stroll. If it was an ordinary customer, then he wouldn't be personally accompanying them. Let alone the group of Nan Huiran, even Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao were surprised at the amount of precious treasures here. To be able to open such a store was indicative of how secretly powerful the ancient intent fasting was. Is this a dragon? There were many true treasure weapons overhead and many were still locked inside the chests. Each of the treasures were floating in a random manner. One was a golden dragon, swimming like fish in the water. It leisurely swam around non-stop. This little dragon around 3 feet long had a bright, golden light no different from a true dragon. After watching this golden dragon for a long time, Luo Fenghua couldn't help but ask. Indeed, it is a roaming dragon, a foreign Dao mysterious treasure. The shopkeeper replied. Foreign Dao mysterious treasures were not part of longevity treasures, true treasures, nor life treasures. It was very special. Its power was also great, and it was not easily crafted. It was basically even more precious than life treasures and true treasures. Is the roaming dragon for sale? Luo Fenghua really liked this foreign Dao mysterious treasure, so he couldn't help but ask. The shopkeeper nodded his head and said, In my shop, outside of the 3 defining treasures, everything else is for sale. The roaming dragon was not created by cultivators. It was a golden dragon that died and sank into the ocean. Its dragon muscles combined together with the primordial metal under the sea, and it was groomed by the essence of the grand ocean before finally being refined by the heaven and earth to turn into this golden dragon. The roaming dragon costs 7,850,000 ancient saint refined jades. But because I like you guys, you only need to pay 7,800,000 ancient saint refined jades. 7,800,000 ancient saint refined jades. Hearing this price, Luo Fenghua shivered. Not to mention just him, even the cleansing incense ancient sect wouldn't have that many ancient saint refined jades. Hearing this price, not just Luo Fenghua, but even Chu Daily no longer dared to look at these treasures. They were too luxurious. The group of Nan Huiran followed Li Jie around a full circle. Even though the treasures were very eye-catching, they only looked and didn't dare to ask for the prices. All of the items here were the finest. Normal things would not be sold in this place. And while Li Jie went all the way around, he did not speak and only had a smirk on his face. At the very best, he would only occasionally nod his head. Eventually, he stopped to look at a wooden chest on top of a cabinet. This wooden chest did not appear to be precious. It had 4 items inside. One was a tattered old piece of clothing, another was a long closed box, the other 2 were made from brass castings. One was a small hammer while the other was a gong, truly odd. The moment he paused his steps, Li Shuangyan's gaze condensed and carefully judged the items in this wooden chest. She understood that Li Jie wanted the items inside it. After following him for so long, she clearly knew that items valued by Li Jie were absolutely not simple. How much are the items in this chest? After carefully observing the items inside and confirming that he was not wrong, he then asked the shopkeeper. Good sir, these items do not belong to my store. It is from an old friend wanting to sell it here. The price is 8 million royal noble refined jades. The shopkeeper hurriedly replied. All of the prices were in the millions and it truly scared the little brats. All of the things were ridiculously expensive. Nan Huiran was Li Jie's royal henchman, and he specialized in understanding Li Jie's expression. He knew that Li Jie wanted the items in this chest, so at this moment, he acted like a cat that had its tail stepped on, and he spoke. Shopkeeper, this price is too expensive. 8 million royal noble refined jades? I can even buy the best godly or royal noble's true treasure. This time, the shopkeeper was easy to speak to. He shook his head and said, I don't see value of the items in this chest, but this was the price given by my old friend. There is nothing I can do. Shopkeeper, you should ask your old friend to see if he can give us some leniency. My oldest brother rarely likes any items. Nan Huiran naturally would bargain for Li Qie without him having to say anything. It was his duty to obtain the best benefits for Li Qie. This, the shopkeeper pondered for a moment. It is only 8 million royal noble refined jades. Shopkeeper, I want this item. At this time, an arrogant voice appeared. A person stepped inside the store with a hearty laughter. Nan Huiran's group looked at the person who had just arrived. This person was the oldest disciple of the Nine Saint Demon Gate, Lang Changfeng. In the evil-infested ridge, Lang Changfeng followed Heavenly Prince Qingxian inside, but he was lucky and went to ask for the Emperor weapon of the Nine Saint Demon Gate. Although he didn't get the Emperor weapon, he was able to avoid a disaster. Although he came in with a smile on his face, but from the perspective of Nan Huiran's group, it was as fake as it could get. Lang Changfeng brightly smiled and greeted Li Shuangyan, and he said, Little sister, I heard the sect master say that you arrived at ancient Sky City. I didn't think I would meet you so soon. Li Shuangyan gently nodded her head at Lang Changfeng and didn't say anything. Her attitude caused Lang Changfeng to be offended, so he coldly looked at Li Qie and sneered. The cleansing incense ancient sect has truly fallen. You can't even take out 8 million refined jades. Carrying so little money yet you still dared to visit ancient Sky City's #1 shop, the ancient intent fasting. Li Shuangyan wanted to retort, but Li Qie waved his hand and cheerfully smiled at Lang Changfeng as he spoke. So, you really want to buy them? It's only 8 million refined jades, only a small sum. Lang Changfeng was not happy about Li Shuangyan's attitude towards Li Qie. In reality, Lang Changfeng had always liked Li Shuangyan, but as the oldest disciple of the Nine Saint Demon Gate, he was her competitor. Plus, Lang Changfeng always thought highly of himself and believed that he was a good match for Li Shuangyan, so normally, he was always reserved. With Li Shuangyan now traveling with Li Qie, his heart had a bad taste. Shopkeeper, I want this item, wrap it up. Lang Changfeng stared at Li Qie with one eye and coldly continued. You can't even take out 8 million, you're truly poor as dirt. Humph. How can you give the dowry to marry my little sister in the future? Li Shuangyan wanted to open her mouth to stop Lang Qingfeng's aggressiveness, but in the end, she only sighed. As disciples of the same sect, she didn't want them to hate each other, but she understood Li Qie. This was Lang Changfeng courting a rebuttal. The shopkeeper then looked at Li Qie. If Li Qie said that he didn't want it, only then would he sell the item. Shopkeeper, no matter who was here first, I will add 2 million more. In short, I want this chest today. Seeing the shopkeeper looking at Li Qie, Lang Changfeng, with a stout presence, said towards the shopkeeper. Lang Qingfeng's attitude caused Li Shuangyan to shake her head. This was too much. And the group of Nan Huiran were glaring at each other, but they didn't have a solution. 10 million royal noble refined jades was a number high up in the sky for them. You think you are so great with your money. Nan Huiran was annoyed since Lang Changfeng caused them to lose face. This was even harder to swallow than a fly with the anger in their stomachs. Brat, you said it correctly. If you are so capable, then buy it. As long as I can't afford it, I will pass it on. Lang Changfeng presumptuously glanced at Nan Huiran, then back to Li Qie as he coldly sneered. However, I'm afraid that even if you sell the entire cleansing incense ancient sect, you wouldn't be able to have so much money. Lang Qingfeng's words caused the group of Chu Daily to madly glance at each other. Only Shi Gondang and Niu Fan, the two old foxes, were still calm. 10 million royal noble refined jades. We can afford this. Chen Baojiao's burning character wasn't able to hold back this anger. She looked at Li Qie and said, Young noble, we can just buy it. Even though Chen Baojiao had left the Chen clan, she still had some savings. Plus, her parents loved their treasured daughter, so before they left, they secretly gave her a lot of wealth. Just with his little sister in one place with Li Qie was enough to annoy him, but now there was also Chen Baojiao who had a peerless appearance. This in turn made Lang Changfeng jealous. Humph, the cleansing incense ancient sect can only rely on women to eat. Lang Changfeng said with disdain. Brother, Li Shuangyan saw that Lang Changfeng was being too aggressive and wanted to speak, but she was stopped by Li Chia. Li Chia looked at Lang Chengfeng and said, "You really want to buy this chest? I will certainly buy it." Lang Chengfeng faintly sneered and said, "Even if I don't buy it, can you afford the 10 million royal noble refined jades with just you?" "You." Li Chia couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. Then he said, "Only you alone, yet you still want to compete for an item with me? Shopkeeper, I want it." Shopkeeper, 12 million. Lang Chengfeng looked at Li Chia and coldly sneered. "This young noble recently has made a fortune. I don't have a lot of stuff, but I do have a lot of refined jades." The shopkeeper also looked at Li Chia. Since Lang Chengfeng gave such a high price, if Li Chia could only pay 8 million, he would sell it to Lang Chengfeng. "My descendant's yellow bell, one cry will shake the heavens," Li Chia slowly said, then looked at the shopkeeper with a smile. Hearing these words, the shopkeeper lost his colors and stared at Li Chia as his huge eyes became completely astonished in a short amount of time. For a while, the shopkeeper was stunned and forgot to answer Li Chia. He eventually woke up and regained his wits. Chapter 157. Early People's 9 Languages, 1. The shopkeeper returned to his senses and immediately looked at Li Chia. Then he said, "If young noble wants it, then this chest will be given to young noble. Shopkeeper, no matter how much money he spends, I will use enlightened being refined jades to buy this item." Seeing the sudden change in the shopkeeper's attitude, Lang Chengfeng's expression sank, and he coldly spoke. The shopkeeper shook his head and said, "Dear customer, this is embarrassing, but we are no longer selling this chest. My small shop will give you an item, instead, to show goodwill." "You?" Lang Chengfeng's expression immediately changed. He was at a loss for words after hearing the shopkeeper's answer. The shopkeeper then continued with a deeper tone. "Dear customer, at this moment, our little shop is closed. Please leave. Please forgive us for the bad hosting." "You?" Lang Chengfeng was absolutely livid and glared. But the shopkeeper was very calm and seemed to not feel the wrath of Lang Chengfeng. Finally, Lang Chengfeng took a deep breath and brushed his clothes, then left. Even though Lang Chengfeng was aggressive, he understood the basic truth that there were dragons mixing with serpents in ancient Sky City. To be a merchant at the ancient intent fasting, their status might be frightening. Otherwise, it would had long been robbed. What is so good about having money? As Lang Chengfeng was leaving, Nan Huairan exclaimed, "Compared to our biggest brother, your money isn't even worth a fart." Lang Chengfeng was shaking in anger from Nan Huairan's words. His face became pale and ugly, yet he still eventually left. "You brat," such poisonous words. Li Chia shook his head and smiled. His scolding was more like a compliment. "Heh, oldest brother, I am just not used to his newly rich attitude. Nothing good about having dirty money." Nan Huairan smiled and said. At this moment, the shopkeeper quickly packed the item himself and gave it to Li Chia, and he said, "This lowly person had eyes but couldn't see Tai, and I didn't know how great your knowledge was. Please be happy and accept this small gift." The shopkeeper, being so polite, along with his respectful tone, surprised not only the group of Nan Huairan, but also the group of Li Shuangyan. Li Chia's one phrase had completely changed the shopkeeper's attitude. This was really unbelievable. "Shopkeeper, each of my oldest brother's phrases is worth tens of millions." The group of Chu Daily didn't say much, but Nan Huairan, as a hound, licked his tongue and couldn't help but say, "Hey shopkeeper, I will also say my descendant's yellow bell, one cry will shake the heavens. Will shopkeeper give me an item as well?" Li Chia slapped his neck and smilingly scolded, "Little brat, what do you know about my descendant's yellow bell, one cry will shake the heavens? This is a secret of the ancient early people." "Heh, oldest brother knows I don't know," Nan Huairan cheekily said. But he immediately shut up after Li Chia glared at him. He certainly knew what could be said and what couldn't. "Will master come inside the hall? This lowly one wants to learn from master." The shopkeeper very respectfully inquired. "It is fine." Li Chia nodded his head and brought Li Shuangyan's group into the inner hall of the ancient intent fasting. The shopkeeper told the workers to close the shop. There will be no more business today. After sitting down in the inner hall, the shopkeeper was very welcoming and quickly gave Li Shuangyan's group a treasure jewel, and he said, "This is the highest-ranked jade seal of the ancient intent fasting. If you all do business here, everything is only 70%. The shopkeeper's enthusiasm surprised everyone. One had to know that the ancient intent fasting was a high-end shop. Everything was worth millions of refined jades. 70% of the price was very frightening. At this moment, they realized that Li Qia's words were worth 10,000 gold. Truly a mouth made of gold and words made from jade. My little shop has some puzzling matters and need advice from master. The shopkeeper sat down and rubbed his hands together while seriously speaking to Li Qia. If shopkeeper wants the early people's 9 languages, then just go ahead and say it. In my opinion, shopkeeper is someone who can be in charge. Li Qia smiled and said. The shopkeeper was in distraught. Early people's 9 languages. These words were too shocking to him. Other people didn't know, but his clan knew how valuable these things were. Wise master, the shopkeeper quickly bowed his head and said. I don't know the title of master? Li Qia smiled and replied. The cleansing incense ancient sect's disciple, Li Qia. Is shopkeeper the grand administrator of the Gu clan's first branch or not? I don't dare. The shopkeeper was moved, and he quickly replied. This lowly one was assisted by fellow clan members and barely qualified to be the clan master. This makes me a bit surprised. Li Qia said with a smile. The clan master of the Gu clan personally attending the shop. Truly not an easy matter. As for the group of Nan Huiran, they glanced at each other. Li Qia speaking with the shopkeeper was perplexing to them. What about the Gu clan? What about the grand administrator? They essentially couldn't understand. The Gu clan's laws, I am very well aware of. Li Qia comfortably continued. I also know the Gu clan's yellow bell. Clanmaster, the Gu clan is an ancient shop, and I'm also aware of the Gu clan's reputation and business. The early people's 9 languages. Master, please name a price. Shopkeeper Gu was truly a businessman. He didn't waste time, so he immediately asked. I don't want too much, how about this? Li Qia smiled and said, just your 3 sheets of paper. What does shopkeeper think about this? This. The shopkeeper changed his expression. The truth was that not only the shopkeeper, but the group of Nan Huiran was also alarmed. One had to know that the 3 ancient pieces of paper were emperor's possessions. Li Qia shook his head and said, Shopkeeper to the Gu clan, I have given a fair price. Otherwise, I would have already taken the 3 papers and the rock. Shopkeeper should know the importance of the thing that your Gu clan requires. I don't dare to hide it from master. Shopkeeper pondered for a moment, then he finally said, we need some guarantees. Because this matter is too important. Just words aren't enough. Li Qia stared at the shopkeeper, then he laughed and said, right, your Gu clan has been in the business for tens of millions of years, and your reputation is gold-plated. I can still trust the Gu clan's honor. Take out a brush and paper. I will write a sentence for you all. Then you can go back and discuss. I have quite a lot of trust in your Gu clan. My gratitude to master for trusting the Gu clan. The shopkeeper paid his respect and left. Then he brought a brush and paper to Li Qia. Li Qia held the brush and thought for a moment before dancing with his brush in one go. He then gave it to the shopkeeper and said, Go, don't let me wait for too long, my patience is limited. The shopkeeper ordered the workers to take care of Li Qia's group. Then he quickly left without a trace of neglect. After shopkeeper Gu left, Li Shuangyin's group was full of questions and looked at Li Qia. Even now, Nan Huiran didn't dare to ask. What is the early people's 9 languages? Finally, it was Chen Baojiao who opened her mouth. She couldn't contain her curiosity. Li Qia looked at her and shook his head. This isn't something that you all should know. This is a matter relating to an ancient era. Hearing Li Qia's answer, Chen Baojiao stopped her inquiry. If Li Qia wanted to say it, then she didn't need to ask as he would have told her. The yellow bell is the key? The normally quiet Tu Buyu asked. He normally was very reserved and attentive, and he was a lot more trustworthy than Nan Huiran. Good eyes. Li Qia praised Tu Buyu. The 3 papers are emperor's possessions. Is the yellow bell an immortal emperor's true treasure? Or is it something even more valuable than an immortal emperor's true treasure? Nan Huiran said, such an important thing displayed outside, are they not afraid of being robbed? As the shopkeeper said, the 3 yellow papers were emperor's possessions. To use the 3 papers to exchange for the early people's 9 languages, and that the 9 languages had something to do with the yellow bell, this meant that this item was even more valuable than emperor's possessions. It could even be more important than an immortal emperor's life treasure or true treasure. Rob. Li Qie bursted out in laughter and shook his head. The yellow bell placed right there. Not many people are capable of taking it. Besides, not too many people dare to rob from the Gu clan. What is the origin of the Gu clan? Chu Daily couldn't help but ask. To be able to open such a store with so many treasures, it definitely had to have a heaven-frightening origin. An extremely ancient existence. And the whatever ancient Nantian clan. Compared to them, they are way too far apart. Li Qie smilingly said. Not coming into being doesn't mean that they are not powerful. In the 9 worlds, there are some existences beyond your imagination. In this world, the strongest existences are not immortal emperors' lineages. There are stronger existences than immortal emperors' lineages? Luo Fenghua emotionally asked. As a young disciple, in his eyes, immortal emperors' lineages were supreme and could even be considered as monstrous behemoths. Stronger than immortal emperors' lineages, and even stronger than the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom. They do exist, and there are ones stronger than the Eternal River School as well. However, at this point, Li Qie's eyes narrowed, and he didn't say anything else. The Eternal River School is very powerful? Legends has it that the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom had 2 generations of immortal emperors. The quiet Su Pei softly asked. The Eternal River School is even more terrifying than the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom. Li Qie didn't say anything, nor did Li Shuangyan, but the quiet Tu Buyu sighed and said, the Eternal River School is 1 sect, 3 emperors. It is located in the eastern 100 cities. It can be considered a true behemoth, and no one could shake it. 1 sect, 3 emperors. The honest Zhang Yu was shocked and began to stutter. In reality, everyone else was also astonished. 1 sect, 3 emperors. Since they never left the Grand Middle Territory before, the group of Luo Fenghua had to take a deep breath. Chapter 158. Early People's 9 Languages, 2. The Azure mysterious ancient kingdom with 2 generations of immortal emperors was already a colossus in their eyes. 1 sect, 3 emperors, the Eternal River School. What the hell kind of terrifying existence was this? The 9 worlds are vast. There are many things that greatly exceed your imagination. Li Qie smiled and said, even though our mortal emperor world gave birth to many immortal emperors that were unlikely to be weaker than other worlds, but there are still many taboo existences that cannot be provoked. If one day you all can leave the mortal emperor world to go to other places, you will see them eventually. Chu Daily's group looked at each other after hearing these words. Before this, it was difficult for them to even want to leave the Grand Middle Territory. It was extremely immense and was millions and millions of miles wide. From the Grand Middle Territory to the Eastern 100 cities or the vast North Sea, this was not an easy matter. Opening a Dao gateway required countless refined jades. Legends has it that after the Black Dragon King fought against immortal Emperor Ta Kong and tore apart the heaven's will, the Dao's boundary had collapsed and the world's wall was sealed. The 9 worlds are no longer connected anymore. Chu Daily softly said at this time. Right the 9 worlds had not been connected for around 30,000 years now. Niufen took a long sigh and said, the fight that year between the Black Dragon King and immortal Emperor Ta Kong was too overbearing. Even the heaven's will was shattered. I regret not being born that year to witness the great battle between the Black Dragon King and immortal Emperor Ta Kong. Is the Black Dragon King that amazing? As a female disciple, Su Pei's eyes widened and timidly asked, don't people say that immortal emperors are invincible? The Black Dragon King was truly able to fight against immortal Emperor Ta Kong? When it came to the Black Dragon King, even the previous generation people like Niu Fan were shocked as well, and the old men stared at each other. The Black Dragon King. One could say that this is a taboo existence. In the end, Niufen opened his mouth and said, the legend that is most widely known is that he is the only one who lived for 3 generations without having to halt his blood force. 3 generations of covering the heavens. Rumor has it that even the 2 immortal emperors before immortal Emperor Ta Kong had to respect the Black Dragon King by 7 parts. There was even a rumor that when the Black Dragon King set out on a journey, even immortal emperors wouldn't want to meet him and had to give way in the face of superior strength. This so powerful? Could it be that he was the same as an immortal emperor? Hearing Niu Fan's words, the younger generation and Chu Daily were moved. Since the Black Dragon King was already so strong, why didn't he shoulder the heaven's will to rule over the universe and become an immortal emperor? Luo Fenghua curiously asked. Niufen shook his head and said, I'm afraid no one knows the reason. This had always been a mystery. Even the disciples of the Black Dragon King were not certain about the reason. The battle between Black Dragon King and Immortal Ta Kong. Who won? Nan Huiran excitedly asked. One frightened the heavens for 3 generations. One was an invincible immortal emperor. The two fought and tore down the heavens' will. How terrifying was this battle? I don't know. Neof Riley smiled and added. Even now, no one knows the outcome of this battle. The Black Dragon King disappeared while immortal Emperor Ta Kong never appeared again and his emperor's aura faded away. The heavens' will was also gone. Luo Fenghua's group was amazed after listening to this. To be able to fight against an immortal emperor, this was an unbelievable figure. Tearing apart the heavens' will, causing the 9 worlds to no longer be connected and torturing the cultivators of the world for 30,000 years during the difficult Tao era. How frightening was this battle? As the group of Luo Fenghua was talking about the Black Dragon King, Li Qie didn't say anything. He sat there in a daze and was lost in silence. As his sword made, Li Shuangyan noticed his difference. When everyone stopped talking, she gently asked, "What is the matter?" Li Qie regained his spirit and smiled. He shook his head and said, "Nothing, such a fantastic legend, causing others to yearn for." Having said that, his heart couldn't help but gently sigh in lamentation. He naturally knew the reason why little Blackie took action. Such a peerless confrontation. It is a shame to not be born in that era to witness the heavenly fight with my own eyes. Chu Daily emotionally said. The group of Luo Fenghua was also silent for a long time. An unknown amount of time later, shopkeeper Gu came back. He bowed towards Li Qie and formally said, "Supreme Master, after being examined by the elders of the clan, these are definitely genuine words. The Gu clan's elders have agreed with Master's condition. Master, give us the early people's 9 languages and we will trade for it with the 3 papers." The Gu clan's business is quite straightforward. Li Qie nodded approvingly and added, "I will give you the early people's 9 languages now. If there are some unclear parts, then you can come find me at the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect at any time." Finished speaking, Li Qie began to write with his brush. The group of Li Shuangyan knew that this was important and stood to the side. They didn't dare to observe next to him. After writing the early people's 9 languages, he immediately sealed it and gave it to shopkeeper Gu. Shopkeeper Gu, at this point, had already well prepared the 3 papers for Li Qie. They were stored carefully in a treasure box, and he respectfully handed it to Li Qie. "I hope there will be more chances in the future to work with Master." After solemnly putting away the early people's 9 languages, shopkeeper Gu said. Li Qie leisurely spoke with a smile. "Yes, there will be many times in the future where I will deal business with your Gu clan." With that, Li Qie didn't linger for long and went along with the group of Li Shuangyan. At the time of leaving, Luo Fenghua kept on looking at the roaming dragon floating on top of his head. He truly liked this foreign Dao mysterious treasure. Unfortunately, he did not have the ability to afford it. At this moment, shopkeeper Gu reached out with one hand and caught the roaming dragon. He handed it to the reluctant to leave Luo Fenghua and said, "If little friend likes it, then I will give it to you." Luo Fenghua couldn't believe his ears and was shocked. He couldn't help but to rub his eyes as he looked at the roaming dragon before him. "Hurry up and thank shopkeeper Gu for his generosity." Li Qie nodded his head and said with a smile. Luo Fenghua regained his spirits and carefully put the roaming dragon away. Then he excitedly thanked the shopkeeper and bowed to Li Qie and said, "Thank you, oldest brother." Luo Fenghua was a young and talented disciple, and he was also a smart person. He knew that shopkeeper Gu giving such a precious item to him was to show his feelings towards oldest brother. Otherwise, with his status, the shopkeeper wouldn't care about a little cultivator like himself. Seeing this scene, Nan Huiran started to drool and couldn't help but to be thick-skinned as he smilingly asked, "Senior Gu, you can't be impartial like this, ah?" Nan Huiran hadn't finished his words before Li Qie had already slapped his neck again and smilingly scolded, "Little brat, don't be greedy. Today, shopkeeper Gu has already bled a lot. If you are so thick-skinned like this, I won't bring you next time." Nan Huiran wryly smiled a few times and didn't dare to open his mouth again. He knew better than anyone to not question Li Qie. "We should go to the courtyard. Master has already informed the disciples." After leaving the ancient intent fasting, Li Shuangyan noticed that it was getting late, so she told Li Qie, "Right, First we need a place to stay. Li Qie nodded and took them to the Nine Saint Demon Gate's courtyard. Even though the Nine Saint Demon Gate couldn't compare to immortal emperor's lineages, it was established during the era of immortal emperor Min Ren and had stood strong all the way till now. Its foundation was deep and was rich with treasures. In an expensive place like ancient Sky City, the Nine Saint Demon Gate still had some business. The property of the Nine Saint Demon Gate at ancient Sky City was a small courtyard. On the exterior, it was very small, but after entering, one would find a different heavenly grotto. With gardens around, one could see the pavilion as common as the trees in a forest. It could be described as simply beautiful. Without a doubt, this small courtyard had been refined into a heavenly grotto that was able to contain thousands of people. Earlier, the Demon King had already ordered them, so after the group of Li Qie entered, the Nine Saint Demon Gate disciples immediately arranged daily living quarters for them. Seeing such a beautiful heavenly grotto inside ancient Sky City left the group of Nan Huiran with envy. At this moment, they understood the gap between the Nine Saint Demon Gate and the Cleansing Incense ancient sect. This place is worth a lot, Nan Huiran's eyes almost fell down to the floor. This brat, after following Li Qie, had become more greedy. Legends has it that our Cleansing Incense ancient sect also had a large property inside ancient Sky City. The quiet Tu Buyu added after sighing. Unfortunately, after our decline, we couldn't afford it and had to sell it in the end. Tu Buyu's words caused the group of brats to become dejected. Their decline was an undeniable fact. Even though we don't have any property right now, one of these days, we will buy back the Cleansing Incense ancient sect's property. Nan Huiran was motivated. A lively person like Luo Fenghua also sharply nodded and said, "That's right, one day we will rise." Even though Chu Daily didn't say anything, he also clenched his fists tightly. Seeing the unity of the small brats, Li Qie smiled in silence. After everyone was settled, as the handmaidens, Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao had to stay next to Li Qie's side. Entering his room, Li Qie took out the treasure box and took out the 3 papers. He meticulously looked at them. Finally, he said with feelings, "Immortal writ, a fully justified reputation. Only the fortunate could obtain them. Aren't these Emperor's papers?" After hearing Li Qie's words, Chen Baojiao, who was not as calm as Li Shuangyan, asked, "Emperor's papers?" Li Qie looked at her and laughed, then he shook his head. "These are of course not Emperor's papers. Otherwise, how could they be traded for the early people's 9 languages? The Gu clan's name is gold-plated with matchless credence. This time, it can't be considered me taking advantage of them. If I wanted to scheme against them, then I'm afraid that they would have also handed the rock over as well to be able to trade for the early people's 9 languages." "You mean, these 3 sheets of yellow papers are even more valuable than Emperor's possessions? The ancient intent fasting does not know the value of these papers?" Li Shuangyan was surprised. Chapter 159. Ancient Heavenly Corpse Burial Ground, 1. Of course, otherwise, how could I use the early people's 9 languages to trade for it? Just an emperor's possession wasn't enough to trade for the early people's 9 languages. Li Qie said with a smile. Chen Baojiao movingly added, "But, shopkeeper Gu used the item bestowed to them by immortal Emperor Jiao Hang to trade for it. Could this be fake?" Li Qie shook his head and answered, "No, this matter is not false. This is really the item bestowed by immortal Emperor Jiao Hang. But it is not an emperor's possession. Instead, it is an immortal writ." "What is an immortal writ?" Li Shuangyan continued to question. The 3 yellow papers in front of her sight, she couldn't see how they were more precious than emperor's possessions. Li Qie held the 3 pieces of papers in his hand and gently tried to figure it out. Then he finally said, "The moment the immortal writ comes into being, both gods and devils will have to retreat." The immortal writ came from the high heaven. Hearing this, Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao glanced at each other. No wonder why these 3 pieces of paper were even more precious than Emperor's possessions. Immortal writ. This name was so majestic sounding. The reality is that the descendants of the Gu clan misunderstood the intent of their ancestors. Li Qie smiled and went on. Immortal Emperor Jiao Hang truly owed a debt to the Gu clan, so he bestowed the 9 immortal writs to them. During that era, the Gu clan ancestors had used 6 of them. One could say that the moment the immortal writ came into being, nothing was impossible. Their future generation viewed these papers as proud objects. They thought that because immortal Emperor Jiao Hang gave it to them, that Zhao Heng would be able to satisfy all of their wishes during his era. Unfortunately, the Gu clan ancestors died too early and didn't make the immortal writs matter clear. Otherwise, these last 3 pieces of papers would have been used already. When he was the Dark Crow, he had seen the immortal writs once during the ancient era. Unfortunately, he was in a rush back then and immortal Emperor Zhao Heng took them instead. Thus, he didn't obtain the 9 sheets. Happily smiling, Li Qie put away the immortal writs. These 3 yellow pieces of papers in other people's eyes were not worth money. But Li Qie knew that these 3 immortal writs will be lifesavers. Staying in the 9 Saint Demon Gates courtyard, these disciples here under the Demon King's command used the highest style of hospitality to treat Li Qie's group. The next day during their stay, Li Shuangyan received news from her master. She found Li Qian spoke. The elders from the War God Temple won't arrive so early. They sent news that they will only come right before the underworld boat's appearance. Li Qie laughed and said, "Those old men of the War God Temple have been trying to keep up appearances recently, showing a self-important maneuver. Truly rotten and smelly old men." Li Shuangyan could only smile and not comment about such things. The 9 Saint Demon Gate couldn't do anything about such a thing. Even if it was only an action to show superiority by the War God Temple, in the end, the 9 Saint Demon Gate still had to rely on the War God Temple in the future. "Come, we will go first. Those old men say that they will come later." Li Qie called for the group of Nan Huiran and smilingly said, "We already remained idle and had enough fun. Instead of basking in the sun here, it is better to go to the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground to rob some treasures." Rob some treasures in the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Hearing this, the group became excited. Greedy brat Nan Huiran's mouth was watering and cheerfully exclaimed, Hey, oldest brother, I still need a suitable weapon here." The group of Chu Daily didn't dare to ask Li Qie for treasures unlike the brat, Nan Huiran, but they were still excited hearing about going into the burial ground for treasures. Even if they couldn't get anything, it would still be a great learning experience. "Even if we find treasures, the first one wouldn't be yours." Li Qie angrily slapped his head and said, no problem, I can wait, all the way to the last turn." Nan Huiran didn't mind and cheekily said while stalking Li Qie. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. He wasn't going to mistreat his followers. "Only with our group?" The silent Tu Buyu was worried, and he said, "The ancient heavenly corpse burial ground is an ominous place. We are only going to find treasures, not to fight. Our group is more than enough." Li Qie laughed and ordered Li Shuangyan to take out a chest. Li Shuangyan was carrying the chest given by shopkeeper Gu. Inside was an old set of clothing, an unopened box, and a small copper mallet along with a small gong. After cleansing himself and burning incenses, Li Qie put on the old clothing and wore the unopened box on his back with the mallet in one hand and the gong in the other. Seeing Li Qie suddenly dress in this manner, even Li Shuangyan had her mouth wide opened, let alone the group of Nan Huiran. "You look like a merchant from a village like this." Chen Baojiao, next to his side, commented on his appearance. She wanted to smile with her country-toppling beauty, but she quickly covered her mouth and contained her laughter. Still, she carried a happy expression. Hearing Chen Baojiao, the rest of them stared at Li Qie and felt that he did really look like a merchant from a rural village. People who didn't know the real situation would actually consider him to be a rural merchant. They wanted to laugh at Li Qie's style, but they didn't dare to. Even people from the previous generation, like Shi Gondang, had to hold on to his laughter. "Well, brother, your style really does look like a rural merchant, Nan Huiran burst out in laughter. "Transaction." Li Qie, carrying a serious expression, slowly said, "We will be going to the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground to trade with the dead this one time." Trading with the dead? Hearing these words, everyone got the creeps. Trading with the dead. This matter sounded so ridiculous. "Oldest brother, the dead can still do business?" The easily scared Su Pei couldn't help but turn pale. Li Qie smiled and said, "It depends on who the dead is, and who is doing the business. A smart person will be able to do business while the foolish will be able to find their death. Come, we're going to the burial ground. Today, I will open your eyes to see what is called doing business with the dead." Hearing such a creepy and absurd matter, the brats were both afraid yet excited at the same time. They had never seen trading with the dead before. This ridiculous matter. Do business with the dead. Even Nyo Fen murmured. Ancient Sky City was built very close to the burial ground. Even when the distance was so near and the burial ground had countless corpses and the dead, yet from the start of time, no one had ever seen or heard an earth corpse leaving the burial ground to enter ancient Sky City. This was a matter that no one understood. Standing outside of the burial ground, the group of Nan Huiran's eyes and mouths were opened wide. From the beginning, they thought that this burial ground was a place where the white bones were as vast as the ocean. In their imaginations, the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground must have been a desolate barren land with corpse energy encompassing even the sky. However, this burial ground in front of their eyes had green hills and clear water. Looking around, they saw rolling mountain ranges with some as big as a resting ox and some valleys that resembled a sleeping dragon. In this heaven and earth location, mist was everywhere, covering the pillaring trees that towered the sky and spring waterfalls high above. Without seeing a few coffins, other people would have thought that this was an immortal scenery. Even though the scenery ahead was filled with undulating mountain ranges and tall trees, along with waterfalls high above, one could see quite a few coffins up ahead. When powerful cultivators activated their heavenly gazes, they could see many unbelievable places. There was a coffin hanging on a cliff. Some coffins were made from copper, some made from stone, and some were even made from gold. There was one placed on top of a solitary peak with a majestic aura. It was as if this coffin was lying on the high heaven. There were also some coffins floating on top of a tranquil lake. Sometimes, there were poisonous serpents swimming by, creating a creepy image. This is the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground? Chu Daily couldn't believe that this place was the burial ground feared by others. He originally thought that there would be mountains and rivers of bones and corpses. Don't people say that there are earth corpses everywhere? How come we don't see any earth corpses? Luo Fenghua asked with surprise. Look at that group of cultivators over there. At this moment, Shi Gondang pointed at a group of cultivators who just went inside the burial ground. Li Chie's group looked over and there was a group of cultivators jumping into the rolling mountains. They seemed to have a purpose as they looked at the entrance to a valley. There might be a treasure inside, so they rushed straight in with one breath. But the moment they rushed into the valley, suddenly, inside the thicket and the caves, many shadows appeared. They were all corpses with different clothing, coming from different places and sections. Countless corpses quickly rushed in to kill this group of cultivators. Kill! The disciples of this sect were ready to fight, so they roared and immediately began the battle. The corpses did not speak nor roar. They silently fought the cultivators. It was so strange. Countless corpses began to activate their life treasures. Some had godly swords, others with flags, and some with ferocious spears. Each life treasure and true treasure carried an evil aura and began to strike against the cultivators at this place. The sound of the universal laws resonated. These corpses were not only able to use weapons, but they were also able to activate merit laws as well. One cultivator was slain by a blade that contained revolving flames like the bellows of a fire dragon. This is the Scarlet Flame Gates Dragon Inflammation Blade Law. Seeing this scene, Shi Gondang said with surprise, "This earth corpse must be an elder-level character." They, however, do have a sense of territorial ownership, and anyone who enters the burial ground will be attacked. What about treasure lords and earth immortals? At this moment, all of the brats were very curious. This was the first time they had heard of these titles. Treasure lords are the dead hidden in the feng shui treasure earth, or rather, the powerful cultivators with only a breath left hiding in the feng shui treasure earth. Of course, when they buried themselves in this burial ground, they would become earth corpses and puppets of the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground as well. Li Chie continued, to be buried in the feng shui treasure earth, they were extremely powerful grand characters when they were alive. They could even be virtuous paragons, characters who swept the 8 directions. Not everyone could be buried in the treasure earth. Only the powerful ones had this privilege. Buried in the feng shui treasure earth can really allow for a rebirth? Li Shuangyan asked because all dying experts wish to be reborn again in this burial ground. Reviving again to live a new life is not so easy. Li Chie smiled and explained. It is quite difficult to be reborn, but if someone had died, then after being buried in a feng shui treasure earth, they would be able to breathe as if they have been resurrected. Of course, this is only one breath. The longer the burial time, the longer the breath would be. As time passes, some blood energy will be restored. One has to be buried for tens of millions of years to be able to raise some living essences like 8 to 10 years of lifespan. However, if one was still alive when buried, then the situation is a bit more optimistic. So it is indeed a chance at rebirth, Chen Baojiao movingly said. Li Qian nodded his head in agreement, and he continued. With regards to principle, yes. However, the chance is less likely than you being able to find an immortal emperor's true treasure while walking down a street. Being buried in the feng shui treasure earth, one would have to be there for millions, or even tens of millions of years before accumulating a bit of life. 8 to 10 years of lifespan would already be very heaven-defying. Being buried here was not an eternal thing either. There could be a heaven-defying master who comes to dig them out and steal their treasures. Or someone else might like their feng shui treasure earth and take it for themselves. This was why treasure lords wanting to rebirth was difficult beyond imagination. This means that treasure lords wanting to bury themselves needs to have powerful strength, or offensive or defensive formation, to use to stop future generations from digging their feng shui treasure earth. Li Shuangyan murmured. Correct. Also, if people actually try to dig up a feng shui treasure earth, the treasure lord inside will be forced to come out and kill the enemy. But unless it is the last possible choice, they will not easily climb out to fight because this would shove their effort for millions of years down the drain. Li Qian nodded his head in agreement. Hearing this, the little brats were frightened. Being dead for so long yet they could still climb out to fight. Buried for millions of years just to get some lifespan back. Why didn't they use longevity medicines to prolong their life when they were alive, ah? Su Pei made an innocent statement. You think they haven't taken them when they were alive? Li Qie smilingly said. To a few grand characters, they were already afraid of death when they were living and had tasted all of the possible things that could prolong their life. Longevity medicines are not miracles. The more you use them, the less effective they will be. Eventually, the effect becomes useless. Unless there was no other choice, who would be willing to bury themselves in such a place? Then what about Earth Immortals? Luo Fenghua asked. What is an Earth Immortal? In fact, Earth Immortals are very similar to Treasure Lords. Li Qie continued, but Earth Immortals are much more terrifying. They are buried in dragon veins so, in principle, they have a higher chance for rebirth than Treasure Lords. To be able to become an Earth Immortal, they had to be invincible existences during their generation. They were the representatives of authority. What is more frightening is that Earth Immortals can command their followers and subordinates to be buried with them. Earth Immortals are unbelievably strong, and they can even control the Earth corpses. I have heard of this legend before. Niufen contributed. During the Emperor's era, there was a behemoth existence comparable to immortal emperors who buried himself in a dragon vein. Whether he became an Earth Immortal or not, no one knew. The brats were aghast. An existence comparable to immortal emperors. Even if they were not as powerful, they would still be able to destroy the 9 heavens and 10 earths. How terrifying was this? So in this ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, Earth corpses are the weakest, then the Treasure Lords, and the most powerful are Earth Immortals. Chen Baojiao summarized. These words are right, but also not right. Li Qier explained. Earth corpses are not necessarily the weakest. There have been invincible existences who fought to the deepest part of the burial ground. In the end, they failed and turned into Earth corpses. Such Earth corpses' appearances would even drive away Earth Immortals, let alone Treasure Lords. The brats finally understood the general concept of strength inside the burial ground after Li Qie's intervention. Earth Immortals were not necessarily the strongest, and Earth corpses were not necessarily the weakest. Oldest brother, why are we dealing with Treasure Lords? Why not deal with Earth Immortals? Su Pei asked out of curiosity. Earth Immortals won't do. Li Qie shook his head and answered. It is not easy to deal with experts who reach the Earth Immortal level unless it was for worship. Plus, we are not going to the places where Earth Immortals are buried. Even though you have me and the ancient heavenly corpse adornment as protection, right now, you all cannot handle going to the Earth Immortals location because the corpse energy will invade you. Treasure Lords are buried under the earth. Will they go out for the deal? Chen Baojiao asked in amazement. Both Treasure Lords and Earth Immortals are the same. Being buried here is no different from death. They are in deep slumber. Even though they still have some awareness, but as time passes, their awareness will become more clouded. However, there are times when they will have clarity again, and they will be willing to get out and do business with us. Here, Li Qie smiled and said, Follow me. You all need to follow right behind me. Everyone must be half a foot distance back. Don't be too far from me. Remember when I am trading do not speak. Otherwise you might die in this place. Finished speaking, he stepped inside the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Li Shuangyan's group shivered at the same time. They didn't dare to be careless. They divided into two groups and quickly followed Li Qie in succession. Chapter 161. Dealing with the Dead, 1. When they entered the burial ground, suddenly, experts like Li Shuangyan and Shi Gondang immediately felt that there were countless glaring eyes from the thickets, caves, and even underground. Staring at them, many dead corpses came out. Seeing the earth corpses' sudden arrival caused the group to be frightened as their legs were shivering. Clang! 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 However, at this time, Li Qie used the copper mallet to strike the small gong to create a mysterious rhythmic sound. The heaven lasts for ages, and the earth is vast and obscure. Return to the road, return to the bridge. The ancient heavenly earth messenger is here. Gods and devils, along with the earth corpses, all take 3 temples back. At this moment, Li Qie chanted at the top of his lungs along with the rhythmic ringing of the gong. The sound of the gong along with the shouting mixed together into a resonating and indescribable song. Inside the harmonization of the two distinguished sounds, the atmosphere suddenly became terrorizing. It was as if someone in the dark was surreptitiously driving these corpses, causing others' hair to stand on end. But as the sound of the gong along with the chanting rang out, the earth corpses slowly receded like ghosts and hid in the thickets, caves and underground. Seeing this scene, the astonished group of Nan Huairan finally realized why Li Qie valued the ragged clothing so much. The heaven lasts for ages, and the earth is vast and obscure. Return to the road, return to the bridge. The ancient heavenly earth messenger is here. Gods and devils, along with the earth corpses, all take 3 temples back. Li Qie continued to knock on the gong and shout while slowly stepping into the burial ground. The undulating hills, along with the rapidly flowing rivers amongst the scenic mountains and rivers, were the burial ground for countless cultivators. Even grand characters along with invincible existences of generations were buried here. Penetrating the burial ground left them exposed to the pouring corpse energy from this land. It began to gather around the group of Li Qie. Seeing the corpse energy curling to their side, the hearts of Nan Huairan's group turned cold. If the corpse energy permeated into their bodies, this would not be a good matter. If light, then their cultivations would be weakened. If heavy, then they would become earth corpses. At this time, the long box Li Qie was carrying on his back exerted a faint touch of brilliance and slowly emitted waves of a medicinal and indescribable aroma. This aroma was 3 parts of a fishy odor and 7 parts musk. It lingered in the air and continuously veiled their group. Speaking of strangeness, when this medicinal smell coiled around their bodies, the corpse energy had no way of approaching. As they went deeper into the burial ground, the corpse energy became more severe. Places with a high density of earth corpses would have even stronger corpse energy. However, it couldn't invade the group of Li Qie. This medicinal armor protected Li Qie's group all the way to the front. They did not go fast nor slow, and they began to climb the mountains and traverse the rivers. Step by step, they went forward and met countless earth corpses consisting of human cultivators, demon cultivators, and even ghost immortals and heavenly devils. Moreover, these earth corpses were all powerful cultivators when they were alive. Even so, with Li Qie shouting along the way while smashing his gong, many earth corpses only stood in the far distance as they came close. They did not attack Li Qie's group. Instead, they went back to their old places. They saw many coffins along the way. Bronze coffins, wooden coffins, clay coffins, stone coffins, gold coffins, and there were even coffins made out of godly wood. Many coffins were hung over the mysterious cliffs. It was apparent to see that this coffin had experienced countless moons. Seeing this coffin, people couldn't help but become frightened in their hearts. Inside was a dead person, and a terrifying dead person that wanted to live again at that. What do you have to trade? Finally, a decrepit voice came out from the coffin. Li Qie hunkered down to the ground and took off the old box on his back. Then, he slowly said, "Ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, ancient heavenly earth messenger, trading item. Only 1 ancient heavenly medicine, basked in underworld energy. The box is unopened, ancient heavenly medicine, impossible to obtain. The ancient heavenly principle, a thing should not be attempted more than 3 times, everything has a beginning and an end." Zaza. Finally, the violet coffin slowly opened, and the person inside took a step out. At this time, Everyone clearly saw the old Taoist devotee stepping out from the coffin. This old Taoist was incomparably old. He wore a violet golden crown while holding a phoenix horsetail whisk. He wore immortal cloud treasure boots and there was a Tao crest embroidered on his chest. Even though the old Taoist had his eyes closed and there was no power in his body, there was an endless and majestic aura that caused others to shiver. This Taoist was absolutely powerful when he was alive. The Violet Cloud sect master, seeing the crest in front of the old Taoist's chest, Nan Huiran couldn't help but exclaim. As Nan Huiran opened his mouth, the old Taoist suddenly opened his eyes and revealed two bloody rays. These two bloody rays, like the arrows of the gods, shot towards Nan Huiran. Not good. Niu Fan's expression greatly changed and immediately swung his small shell on his back horizontally. A boom noise exploded. The two bloody rays shot on the small shell of Niu Fan and exploded like the thunder of heaven while Niu Fan was jarred flying away. Nan Huiran was also knocked away by the remnants of the explosion, and he crazily sprayed out a mouthful of blood. He was so powerful that it instilled chills down everyone's spines. Niu Fan was an enigmatic existence within their ranks. Only Li Qie clearly knew how powerful he was. But at this moment, Niu Fan was knocked away by the two glares. One could only imagine how powerful this old Taoist in front of them must be. Clang! When the old Taoist opened his eyes for a second time, Li Qie heavily tapped on the gong. The sound of the gong, like the big waves and strong winds, flew towards the old Taoist. Boom! When the sound wave struck his body, the old Taoist's body shook and had to take a few steps back. Young Junior is foolish and offended you with his mouth. There will not be a second time. Li Qie solemnly said as he gazed at the old Taoist. If you still want to trade, you and I will sit down. If not, I will turn around and leave. Inside the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, I'm sure there are many who are willing to trade with me. Eventually, the old monk sat down with his eyes still closed. It was as if he was fast asleep. At this time, Nan Huiran crawled up but didn't dare to say half a word. Even if he wanted to thank Niu Fan, he still didn't dare to speak. The other young ones held their mouths tightly shut. They were even careful with their breathing. Medicine out. After sitting down, the old Taoist finally said two words. Li Qie then unlocked the seal of the box. The seal was very strange, and it was not opened with merit law incantations nor violent force. Instead, it was opened with a very strange palm symbol on top of the box. Then, the box slowly opened. Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, who were relatively near Li Qie at this time, clearly saw everything. The treasure box had 9 items, and all of them were different. Moreover, they didn't know the names or what any of those 9 items were. Li Qie carefully looked at the items inside his treasure box. He finally took an item as small as an almond seed and gently placed it on the ground, and he carefully said, "One ancient heavenly corpse core, the core creator is a secret dragon." Thus, it undulated through the ancient heavenly times for 80,000 years, and it would be able to raise you 10 heavenly lifespans. Chapter 162. Dealing with the Dead, 2. The group of Li Shuangyan didn't know what a corpse core was, but Niu Fan knew a little bit. Legends has it that there were a few invincible existences that wanted to reach the deepest part of the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. However, their Tao was destroyed and they lost their lives. Some, however, maintained their unharmed bodies and their blood essence. These things spent a countless number of years in the deepest part of the burial ground and finally turned into a thing called a corpse core. It was a very beneficial item to earth corpses, treasure lords, and even earth immortals. The old Taoist sat cross-legged on the ground as a bloody light flashed in his eyes, then he closed them again. After a long silence, the old Taoist finally took out an item and slowly placed it on the ground. At this time, it was clear to everyone that it was a treasure cauldron, but it was not a heavenly cauldron of the alchemists, it was just a treasure cauldron casted from iron. Even though this cauldron was already returning to its origin, it still emitted strands of green smoke. This was not medicinal fog. Rather, they were powerful strands of steel, resembling a godly sword, that were seemingly able to pierce through the sky. Violet Diamond Cauldron, one smoke, one sword containing many facets of offense and defense. The old Taoist slowly introduced. Hearing the name Violet Diamond Cauldron, Shi Gondong's heart suddenly jumped. He had heard of this name before. It was a cauldron refined by a supreme sect master of the Violet Cloud sect, and it was called the Violet Cloud Sec's second defining treasure. But today, it appeared in this place. Deal. Li Qie didn't say much and accept the violet diamond cauldron at once. Then he casually threw it to Zhang Yu and said, "This cauldron is suitable for you, figure it out well." Zhang Yu accepted the violet diamond cauldron and was excited. He wanted to open his mouth, but he immediately closed it. Even though there were 10,000 words of appreciation that he could be saying to his oldest brother, this was not the time to talk. The young ones were also envious, but they all knew that as long as they followed their oldest brother, he would not go and mistreat them. The old Taoist put away the heavenly ancient corpse core and slowly took out a sword. It was a sword made out of stone sheath and stone handle. Clang! Li Qie unsheathed the sword and a dragon roar immediately resounded as the sword left its sheath. It was just like a true dragon soaring to the sky. The sword was engraved with tiny layers of dragon scales. The moment it was drawn, the sword scales seemed to have a life of its own and wanted to fly away from the sword. Good sword. Using the Tao bones of a 2,300,000-year-old godly frost dragon to craft, it has the power of the frost dragon as it was refined by an ancient method. It is engraved with a murderous power yet not imprinted with a merit law. This means that it still has the potential to be recasted. Li Qie stroked the sword and said, "The frost dragon sword. I crafted this during my prime. The owner will obtain the murderous power of frost and will be able to refine any merit law into it." The old Taoist eventually said slowly. Hearing this, everyone's expression couldn't help but change. A 2,300,000-year-old godly frost dragon, even godly kings would lose their colors. Such a powerful heavenly beast turned into a life treasure. How great was this matter? Li Qie opened his treasure box once again to check, and he eventually took out an item like a rock. This item looked like a rock but was actually a fruit. However, it had a cold and stony appearance and was completely black without runes, just like a rock. An ancient stone fruit, grown in the deepest part of the ancient heavenly corpse lake. It can increase your lifespan from 15 to 20 days. Deal or not? Li Qie placed the stony fruit onto the ground. Nan Huiran's group, and even Shurgondang and Tu Buyu, were surprised. They all knew that Li Qie had only obtained these items, but Li Qie's smooth explanation made it sound as if these were his own treasures. This was too incredible. More than very few people knew about the deep locations in the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, but Li Qie spoke of it clearly like it was his own backyard, and he knew everything with clarity. How was this possible? As for Li Shuangyan, she had a similar numbing sensation just like in the past. At this time, no matter what type of miracles Li Qie could concoct, she no longer found it strange. What could be more valuable or more unfathomable than the physique scripture in this world? This ancient item from the immemorial age was never known to have an owner, yet it was in his possession. Thus, Li Shuangyan was completely used to Li Qie's scary existence. Only Niufen silently sighed in his heart. From the past till now, it would be difficult to find someone who could be more knowledgeable than young master. Him knowing the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground like the palm of his hand was not enough for him to be astonished. Deal. The old Taoist took the ancient stone fruit without a hint of hesitation and waited for the next round of deals. A godly sword refined with murderous intention. It is most suiting for you. Li Qie nonchalantly threw the frost dragon sword to Tu Buyu, and Tu Buyu quickly bowed to Li Qie in return after catching the sword. Next, Li Qie immediately took out a small cup inside the treasure box. This small cup was sparklingly clear and was sealed. There was only half a cup of liquid inside. It seemed like a blue ice. With a gentle rocking of the small cup, the blue ice liquid exuded a very bewitching charm. Half a cup of demonic blue spring. You being a treasure lord, I don't need to explain the meaning of the demonic blue spring in the deepest part of the burial ground. Li Qie slowly added, if you have any important treasure, show it to me right now. This is the last chance. Hearing the words demonic blue spring, with bloody lights, the old Taoist's eyes flashed open for a moment. His body trembled once before he closed his eyes again. He remained silent for a long time in his seated position. At this moment, the group all held their breath. Even though they didn't know the reason why this was the last transaction, but seeing Li Qie's serious demeanor, they couldn't help but to stare again at the old Taoist ahead. They wanted to see what item he would take out for this trade. Deal or not? After a long time, Li Qie rushed this old Taoist. Eventually, The old Taoist austerely took out an item and slowly placed it on the ground. The moment this item was taken out, a golden brilliance, casted by wisps of golden strands like silk, appeared. The most awe-inspiring matter was that this thing resonated very faint immortal vibrations. It was as if they were quiet whispers of immortals. This was an ancient scroll made out of unknown materials. It resembled golden silk and ancient strands. Even though this ancient scroll had suffered countless moons, its golden light was still glittering. A scroll posted from outside the gate of a mortal Tao city. Seeing this item, Li Jie slightly changed his expression as his eyes became serious. He then stared at the old Taoist in front of him and said, "You saw Immortal Tao City?" This question jolted the old Taoist's body. His eyes twitched open and then closed. After a while he spoke. "In my old age it was just a little glance, so I wrote down a scroll. Can you say what technique it is?" Li Jie stared at the old man and finally asked in a calm manner. "A scroll of the jagged sword striking immortal technique." The old Taoist answered carefully. After speaking, he closed his eyes and gently sighed with a hint of remembrance along with regret. "You had great yet unfortunate luck. If you were at your peak and saw Immortal Tao City once, then you would have reached a higher level of attainment." Li Jie slightly nodded. He finally took the jagged sword striking immortal technique and threw it over at Xueqi. "Make a copy for self-practice, return the original to the sect. Without permission, do not pass it to a second person," Li Jie commanded. Xueqi, with matchless excitement, received the scroll and hastily turned towards Li Jie and bowed. She was ecstatic beyond imagination. At the evil-infested ridge, Li Jie rewarded her with the 1,000,000-year-old life ring and now bestowed her with a very precious technique. Since oldest brother treated her so well, she would even endure traversing into the fiery flames just for oldest brother. The old Taoist gathered the demonic blue spring and immediately turned around to step inside the ancient coffin. After a loud roaring sound, the coffin sunk into the ground and the grand formation also disappeared. After the old coffin sank into the earth, Nan Huiran quickly seized this opportunity and anxiously asked, "Oldest brother, why only 3 transactions? A thing should not be attempted more than 3 times. One treasure lord should only be traded with 3 times and one should take turns to show the treasure. If one side does not agree, then the transaction will stop and each will go their separate ways. There are only 9 heavenly ancient corpse treasures inside the heavenly ancient corpse box. At max, I can only deal with 3 treasure lords, and each of them 3 times." Li Jie said. "Heavenly ancient corpse treasures?" The group of Chu Daily, one after another, couldn't help but to glance at the box carried by Li Jie on his back. Heavenly ancient treasure box, heavenly ancient earth messenger adornment, frightened corpse gong. Li Jie patted the clothing worn on his body and raised the gong in his hand, and he said, "Without these 3 items, one cannot become a heavenly ancient earth messenger." "What is a heavenly ancient earth messenger?" Chen Baojiao, next to Li Jie's side, wondered. Clang. But, at this moment, Li Jie didn't answer Chen Baojiao's question. He was already knocking on his gong and shouted, "The heavens lasts for ages, and the earth is vast and obscure. Return to the road, return to the bridge. The ancient heavenly earth messenger is here. Gods and devils along with the earth corpses, all take 3 temples back." Hearing Li Jie's chanting, the group of Li Shuangyan didn't dare to linger and immediately followed right behind Li Jie's back in an orderly fashion as they departed from this valley. They set off once again to find a second treasure lord. They continued to climb the mountains and walk through the rivers. Li Jie went from one feng shui treasure earth to another. It was obvious that Li Jie understood the feng shui treasure earths inside the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground like the palm of his hand. The group of Shi Gondang found this puzzling since Li Jie knew where these treasure earths were located so well, giving them a mysterious sensation, but they couldn't conveniently ask Li Jie. In fact, it was not surprising that Li Jie knew this burial ground so well. In the past millions of years he, as the Dark Crow, had entered the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground more than anyone else, including even its deepest part where he even brought people in to attack the place. Where the feng shui treasure earths and dragon veins were located, how could he not be clear? On the way, Nan Huiran's group had met a few treasure trees and dan grass and even a few treasure mines. But they couldn't dig them because Li Jie warned them that this trip was only for trading. Outside of trading, they could not take anything else from the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. This was an unchangeable law. Chapter 163, Middle Continent's Treasures, 1. Eventually, Lichia chose a deep lake. It had stagnant water where the bottom of it was nowhere in sight. It exuded a cold and suppressive atmosphere. People couldn't help but to shiver standing next to the lake. After Lichia finished his transaction ceremony, the entire deep lake poured out a brilliance as dark as black ink. Waves and waves of black lights resembling demonic swords soared to the heavens, causing others to shiver without the coldness. It was as if a devil was coming into being from underground. Exage. When all of the black lights were interwoven into one place, a devious laughter appeared. A shadow stepped out from the black light without a coffin. Moreover, this shadow was entirely shrouded with black fog as thick as ink, rendering its real appearance impossible to discern. Within the black fog, there were the sounds of roars along with transforming mist. It seemed as if there was a prehistoric fierce beast wanting to rush out. The evil energy of this shadow caused the group of Nan Huiran to cringe. This evil energy directly affected their souls as if a devil had its gaze on them. Exit. The approaching shadow let out an insidious laughter and devilishly spoke. Heavenly ancient corpse messenger, even though I have heard of this is my first time seeing one. Little kid, hand over all of the corpse treasures, then maybe I will spare you from death. This treasure lord's first words after appearing changed the colors of everyone. They didn't expect this treasure lord's sudden upheaval. It was not like the old Taoist that followed the rule of the transaction. If it is a transaction, I welcome it. If you want to rob, then scram for me. Only Lichia was as calm as a mountain while facing this treasure lord with evil energy piercing the heaven. Little thing, when I was alive, my title alone would be enough to frighten you. The black shade ominously spoke. Lichia smiled carefreely and responded. Only a remnant of the Dragon Ming ancient dynasty, not enough to reach the apex. Today, if you want to trade, then take out the heritage of your Dragon Ming ancient dynasty. If not, then get the hell back to your grave for me. Little demon, who are you? The shadow immediately screamed like the thunder and in this very second, made a move. A ghastly black hand reached out and directly struck towards Lichia. A ghastly hand that could conquer even the heaven and earth and carry the sun and the moon, it was able to catch the yin and yang. With just this hand, even heavenly king's souls would fly away. It didn't matter that this shadow was a dead person with non-existence life force. At this moment, it was still an unbelievably frightening existence. Clang, clang, clang. However, with life and death in front of his eyes, Lichia, like the storm, banged on the frightened corpse gong. The torrentious sounds of the gong rushed out, grinding on the grand earth and surprised even the heaven above and hell below. A pitiful scream sounded, causing the group of Nyo Fan to jump. They all thought that Lichia was captured by the black shadow, but when everything became clear, they were all frozen. A hand suddenly penetrated from below the earth. This shriveled hand resembled a bird claw. It was covered with green feathers. The hand rushed out from the ground and grabbed the black shadow in a flash. The extremely sharp nails pierced through the black shadow as it bellowed and shrilled. 4 drops of blood dripped down from the black shadow. They were extremely bright, like 4 blood diamonds. They were immediately devoured when they hit the ground and emitted a curl of smoke. 1 blood, 1 year. So what if you were buried for millions of years? In the end, you still had to give it back to the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. Seeing the 4 drops of blood disappearing on the ground, Lichia nonchalantly smiled and said, after being kneaded by the green feathered claw, the black shadow was completely annihilated without even ashes or bones left. Under this green feathered claw, even if one was once a fierce character with illustrious titles that swept through the 8 directions, it was not enough to reach the apex. They would be strangled like an ant. Boom! The green feathered claw sunk back into the ground, and the lake of death also collapsed as well. This location eventually became a flat plain. 1 feng shui treasure earth destroyed, and a new one will be born. Lichia slowly smiled and said, dogs cannot change their habit of eating shit. After millions of years, even a remnant still thinks that it is the supreme ancient Ming. If I didn't end your existence, it would be a disfavor to myself. The group's legs were frightened weak from fear and they sat straight down on the ground. Shi Gondang and Tu Buyu, hearing Lichia's words, had their hearts in shock. Lichia, from the start, didn't want to trade with the opponent. Rather, he only wanted to kill him. Lichia wanted to kill the treasure lord in this feng shui treasure earth. Xueqi used to be a ferocious monster, and two Buyu traveled across the 8 directions and had seen many things. Yet, their spines still ran cold. Plotting against a treasure lord. Not many people would dare to do this. The sudden appearance of the green feathered hand also frightened countless shivering earth corpses in this area. At this time, even the powerful earth corpses all hid in their nests without daring to come out. What was that green feathered hand? The person that was the most calm was still Li Shuangyan. Although she was surprised, she still calmly inquired. Rule, punishment, iron law of the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. You can call it however you want. Li Jie smiled. I am an earth messenger at this moment to make transactions, so whoever violates the deal will be punished. That thing from earlier was an ancient Ming. Niufen took a cold breath and said, he actually came from the Dragon Ming ancient dynasty in the legends. This is the ancient dynasty built by immortal Emperor Long Ming Ah. It was only a dreg of society. Within the mortal emperor world, should any ancient Ming dare to act arrogant, then kill without mercy. Li Jie emotionlessly said. The young ones didn't dare to interject, while the previous generation, like Xueqi, was aghast due to these words. They felt that Li Jie had an unspeakable murderous intent against the ancient Ming, as if they were enemies. They naturally felt that it was an impossible matter. The first clan of the ancient Ming had not appeared in the human sovereign world for tens of millions of years. How could a 15-year-old boy be enemies with the ancient Ming race? The heavens lasts for ages, and the earth is vast and obscure. This respect came from the heart. The old man accepted the crimson gold insect devour root and contemplated for a bit before placing another item in front. This was a mirror that had an ancient style. Its material was unknown, but the mirror was concave inward like the mouth of a fish. The moment this mirror appeared, a virtuous paragon aura rushed out. Dragonfish transformation mirror. Made from dragonfish saint copper with 7 runes Grand Dao treasure metal. Even though the 7 runes did not become words and phrases, this life treasure had followed my entire life. A virtuous paragon life treasure. The old man said. This phrase left the hearts of the young ones quivering. A virtuous paragon life treasure. So terrifying and powerful. From 7 runes Saint Copper. This life treasure was too valuable. They know, in the cleansing incense ancient sect, the first elder also had one. Chapter 164, Middle Continent's Treasures, 2. Li Jie looked into his treasure box and eventually took out a cicada shell that looked like a piece of silver. It was seemingly alive. Without a careful look, one would think that this was a silver cicada. Void Intention Silver Cicada Shell. Lived in the depths of the Void Intention Valley, it is able to give you 20 more days of living. Li Jie placed the silver cicada in front of him and told the old man. The old man did not say anything and packed up the Void Intention Silver Cicada shell. This meant that the transaction was successful. Li Jie grasped the dragonfish transformation mirror and quietly threw it to Chu Daily. Compared to the group of Nan Huiran, Chu Daily was only a disciple promoted by Li Jie later on, so his relationship with Li Jie was a bit shallow. He didn't expect to have a part of the treasure sharing. After accepting the mirror, he quickly bowed towards Li Jie. A virtuous paragon's life treasure. How precious was this? To a third-generation disciple like Chu Daily, this was something he didn't dare to think about before. There was one last transaction, so Li Jie looked at the treasures left in his box. He then took out a small bowl. This small jade bowl was sealed with a little bit of fresh blood inside, but this blood was not particularly bright and vivid. Diluted treasure blood. You should know its value. Li Jie placed this bowl of blood down and slowly said. The old man, whose eyes were always closed, suddenly opened them and revealed a bloody ray. Then they were closed again. After a long silence, the old man took out an ancient flag. This ancient flag was a bit tattered and had a hole on its body. However, this flag, once surfaced, immediately emanated a sky-piercing murderous intent. It was enough to cause others to feel that they have been beheaded and that their lives have been ended. The moment this flag appeared, the group's expression turned pale. The killing intent of this flag was too strong, causing others' hearts to flutter. This was a murdering god banner of the old battlefield. I didn't think that you would have obtained it. Seeing this flag was outside of Li Jie's expectations. He then took the flag and said, "Deal." The old man put away the blood drop in the bowl and turned around to lie in the coffin. Finally, It was lifted by the skeletons back to the ancient cave. Do your best to cultivate. This flag is extremely important. Don't disappoint me. Li Qie threw the murdering god banner, with its soaring killing intent, to Nan Huairan. Holding this flag, Nan Huairan couldn't help but feel incredulous. He quickly kneeled to the ground and bowed his head as he said, "Thank you, oldest brother, for considering me." Even though Li Qie gave the extremely powerful and heaven-defying murdering god banner to Nan Huairan, no one had any objections. Everyone knew that Nan Huairan was the first to swear loyalty to Li Qie, and was set on following his oldest brother. To be bestowed such a sacred item was not any bit surprising. Taking advantage of the gap in transactions, Chen Baojiao had been holding back a question for a long time. She could refrain no longer and asked, "Corpse treasures that are able to prolong life, are other cultivators unable to use them?" "No, corpse treasures are only useful for the treasure lords and earth immortals." Li Qie shook his head and said, "However, corpse treasures that are able to move earth immortals are not many." For the last transaction, the group was quite nervous. Li Qie took them to the boundary of the dragon veins. Finally, Li Qie chose an absolutely towering sky-high giant mountain. Standing on top of the mountain, the whole world was within a single glance. Standing on top of such a place, the young ones couldn't help but feel astonished. This mountain was truly too majestic and could simply be called the #1 mountain. Not a dragon vein, but no lesser than a dragon vein. "I will gamble this one time, ah." When Li Qie chose this feng shui treasure earth, he movingly said. Finally, Li Qie completed the transaction ceremony, and there was a person who immediately rushed out. No one saw how this person appeared. When they clearly saw this person, the younger generation group of Nan Huairan was stunned. In front of them was a woman a bit over 30 with peerless elegance. It was difficult to describe with the brush and ink. This woman's peerless elegance possessed a mature charm, making people's hearts beat faster. Li Shuangyan had a supernatural beauty, and Chen Baojiao was country and city toppling, but compared to the woman in front, they were lacking a mature air. Chen Baojiao was a beauty bringing about calamities and floods with a poisonous charm, but she did not have the same maturity and sultry atmosphere like the woman ahead. If the woman's eyes weren't closed, then Nan Huairan's group wouldn't have believed that this woman before them was a dead person. The Middle Continent Ancient Kingdom's princess, the #1 beauty of immortal Emperor Yan Wu's era. With the best appearance and extreme talents, all three being at the saint level, she was enough to shock all the heroes. Although the #1 beauty title is a bit too much, it was not far off. Li Qie looked at the woman in front and sighed with emotions. This grand beauty renowned in an era, as the Dark Crow, he had seen her once. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he could meet her again. However, a meeting after millions of years. She was already dead. The supreme beauty ahead, with her pretty features, opened her eyes and the bloody rays appeared. She then closed her eyes and didn't say anything. Li Qie sat on the floor and the supreme beauty also sat down. Li Qie opened his treasure box and looked at the last 3 corpse treasures. Eventually, he took out all of the 3 treasures at once and stared at the supreme beauty ahead as he slowly said, "My 3 corpse treasures, all to trade for that item of your Middle Continent Ancient Kingdom." Once Li Qie's words came out, the supreme beauty turned around and left without a word. "I'll add another condition. Outside of the transaction, I will tell you where Chu Yuntian's burial is located." Li Qie immediately called out. The supreme beauty's body became stiff and quickly turned around with her scary gaze, looking at Li Qie. This bloody ray seemed as if it wanted to crucify him as she was trying to see through Li Qie. "Don't be too emotional. A big fluctuation is not good for you. You have accumulated, little by little and through the countless moons, to save up your origin longevity. Do you hope to use it now?" Li Qie calmly continued. "In the present time, I'm afraid that people who know about Chu Yuntian no longer exist. If I know, I will not be using words to trick you." Finally, the supreme beauty closed her eyes and slowly sat down in complete silence. "I know this item of the Middle Continent Ancient Kingdom is in your possession. That year, when the kingdom met its calamity, that item did not appear. The only explanation is that you took it away. I will let you know the matter of Chu Yuntian, and it will also complete your desire. Cut this thought, then maybe you can come into being with a new rebirth. Think about it carefully." Li Qie slowly spoke. The group of Shi Gondang acted like monks who were scratching their heads in complete confusion. They naturally didn't know who Chu Yuntian was and were lost about the Middle Continent's item even more. This secret was only known to Li Qie alone. As for why Li Qie knew so many things, they wouldn't ask anymore. They were becoming accustomed to Li Qie knowing all things. The beautiful woman contemplated for a long time and finally took out a stone box. She gently placed it on the ground, still silent. Li Qie slowly placed his hand on the stone box, but he didn't open it. He simply sensed it and finally sighed. The Middle Continent's treasure, ah. He placed the 3 corpse treasures in front of the Supreme Beauty and whispered. Li Qie's voice was extremely soft, and only the Supreme Beauty could hear it. After listening, the Supreme Beauty's body was shaken and she suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, revealing a bloody ray like the rainbow. Don't be excited. Your lifespan doesn't come easily. If you use it now, then it would be a waste of countless moons. Li Qie gave a warning with a deep tone. Finally, the Supreme Beauty closed her eyes and took the 3 corpse treasures. Then, her shadow disappeared without a trace. No one could clearly see her method of departure. Li Qie solemnly put the stone box away without saying anything. Then, he patted Luo Fenghua's shoulder and said, "When there is a chance in the future, I will give you a treasure. Biggest brother, I am already very satisfied with the soaring dragon." Even though Luo Fenghua didn't get anything in this treasure-sharing trip, Luo Fenghua was already very satisfied. The ancient intent fasting gave him a soaring dragon because of his oldest brother's face. This was already a great occasion for him. Plus, having come this far, it was all due to his oldest brother's guidance. As for Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, needless to say, they knew the right amount of propriety. Niufen didn't care too much about treasures. In fact, he had a lot of treasures. To him, Li Qie teaching him the 18 solutions was more valuable than all of the treasures in this heaven and earth. Li Qie decided the location. They descended from the mountain and were ready to leave the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Over there, after leaving the mountain, when they wanted to go around a corner of a valley, Li Shuangyan noticed that there was a strange thing in front of the valley. She hurriedly pulled on Li Qie's sleeve and whispered to him. Li Qie lifted his head to look and the people in the back also followed suit. At this moment, they saw that there was a coffin slowly drifting out of the valley. In the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, to suddenly witness a flying coffin would instill the creeps into anyone. This slowly moving coffin was too strange and was completely silent. At this moment, not mentioning the younger generation, even the group of Shurgondang was frightened on the inside. Li Qie analyzed this coffin and shivered in his heart. His eyes became serious as he stared at the coffin leaving from the valley. He was shocked because he didn't think that he could see such a ghastly scene again. This was not his first time seeing such a scene. This coffin was very common. It was as if it was made from the most ordinary of wood. Inside this burial ground, there were many better coffins, with copper coffins, bronze coffins, and there was even godly wood coffins. This coffin in front made by the most common wood was not worth mentioning. Down, down, there are ants beneath. Su Pei meticulously found out how the coffin was moving, and she muttered, "OL Yen Wu equals hate all things, /OL." Chapter 165. Ants Moving a Coffin, 1. Everyone took a second look at the bottom of the coffin, and it was just as Su Pei had said. The underside of the coffin was densely packed with ants in an orderly fashion. It was as if they were an army as they lifted the coffin out of the valley. Seeing such a strange scene of ants carrying a coffin, not mentioning the juniors like Nan Huairan, but even the ones who had seen many things in the world, like Niufan and Shurgondang, were surprised. Although this burial ground produced many strange sights because it was one of the most mysterious and strange places in the world, anyone who came in here had seen many bizarre scenes. But seeing ants carrying a coffin was the strangest thing they had ever seen, and it instilled cold chills upon them. Ancient ants moving the coffin. Looking at the ants carrying the coffin, Li Qie's eyes coagulated with a dignified appearance as he murmured. As the dark crow traversing through countless moons, inside the 9 worlds, no matter whether it was a burial ground or ancient earth or even the mysterious ferocious earth, he had passed through all of them. In the past millions of years, what kind of things had he not seen before? Ancient ants moving a coffin. He had seen this once before. He didn't think that he would see it again in this life. Is it a corpse in the coffin? Is it a treasure lord or an earth immortal? Chen Baojiao, seeing this aberrant scene, asked. Perhaps it is a treasure, not a corpse, not a treasure lord or earth immortal. The little brat, Nan Huiran, became greedy again as his gaze brightened up towards the coffin. Oldest brother, why don't we open it and see? Luo Fenghua was one of the more impulsive one within the younger generation, and hearing Nan Huiran's words, he added, That is not okay. Su Pei, with her big round eyes staring at the coffin, said with a scared expression. This thing is so odd. What if it is an ominous matter? Nan Huiran did not give up and laughed out loud. What is there to be afraid of? Oldest brother is here. Meet God, slay God. Meet Buddha, slay Buddha, let alone a coffin. Of course, the older generation like Shi Gondang did not join the commotion. Li Jie finally withdrew his gaze from the coffin carried by ants. With one hand, he slapped Nan Huiran's neck and said, If you want to die, I will throw you over there. Even if you are invincible, at the forbidden burial grounds and ancient earths, there are many things that are taboo existences. Being scolded by Li Jie, Nan Huiran wryly laughed and quickly shrunk down to his neck. At this point, the ants carrying the coffin headed towards the deepest part of the burial ground. Speaking of strange matters, when these ants were busily carrying the coffin, all of the earth corpses nearby immediately retreated. Even the ones hidden underground ran far away from this coffin. Seeing this scene, everyone took a deep breath from being surprised. Even earth corpses are avoiding it. What on earth is inside that coffin? Li Shuangyan murmured. This was not a question for all of them, but more for Li Jie. Li Jie stared at the coffin heading towards the deepest part of the burial ground and didn't say anything, nor did he take any action. Seeing Li Jie's countenance, Li Shuangyan knew that this was a serious matter. Seeing the coffin disappear from everyone's eyes, the always silent Tu Buyu quietly whispered, Should we go take a look? No, Li Jie finally shook his head and said, There are many unprovocable things. Even for an invincible existence, messing with a taboo matter would still end with their death. We're going. The transaction is finished. We cannot stay here any longer. In the end, Li Jie, once again, knocked on his gong and took everyone outside. The group of Li Jie arrived fairly early to ancient Sky City. After they went inside, the city was even more lively, and there were even more cultivators from the grand sects and powerful nations visiting the city. Especially the ones located in the Grand Middle Territory, they were the ones with houses close to the lake to enjoy the light of the moon. Many older generation cultivators also brought along their juniors to the city, so that these young ones could experience the world and open their eyes. In the end, any disciple with potential would eventually face an existence like the 12 burial grounds. Within the young geniuses coming to ancient Sky City, there were a few that garnered special attention from everyone. For example, Tao Child Shengtian of the Heavenly God sect was one of them. The Heavenly God sect of 30,000 years ago was only a grand sect that was barely a first-level existence. However, when their ancestor led his troops to destroy the Cleansing Incense Ancient Kingdom and defeated the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, that was of immortal emperor's lineage, it caused the sect to be in decline ever since. Because of this, the Heavenly God sect within the last 30,000 years was in the limelight, especially during the difficult Tao era. Existences like the Heavenly God sect's ancestor were always dreaded by others. Even the old undyings of immortal emperors' lineages had to be wary of him. Tao Child Shengtian arrived at ancient Sky City with many experts from the Heavenly God sect along with more than 10 royal nobles from the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. They were like the celestials worshipping the moon. The aura of the royal nobles undulated as they rode the dragon horses next to their chariots and flying pavilions. And Tao Child Shengtian amongst them seemed like a crown prince, protected by his followers. Such ostentation left many cultivators in ancient Sky City to change their expressions. One had to know that during the difficult Tao era, countless geniuses stopped at the royal noble realm. Without passing the fate adversity, they would never be able to step inside the enlightened being realm. Even though the difficult Tao era was over, for royal nobles to surpass their fate adversity was easier said than done. So in this era, as long as the undyings who were suppressing their blood force don't come into being, it was an era ruled by enlightened beings and dominated by royal nobles. To many sects in the contemporary era, just having one royal noble was not easy. To have an enlightened being was like coming across a treasure of the gods. Today, Tao Child Shengtian, a younger generation yet being escorted by so many royal nobles. This was indicative of his status and was enough for him to shine dazzlingly. The Heavenly Jewel Kingdom is great and is developing continuously. As long as their ancestor is alive, Only more royal nobles will join the kingdom, not less. Seeing such a pompous scene, many experts sighed in envy, as well as jealousy. The rise of the heavenly god sect was as clear as day to all of the sects in the Grand Middle Territory. Defeating the cleansing incense ancient kingdom that had stood strong for millions of years and gained countless treasures. This was a matter that incited greed out of many people, but as long as their ancestor was alive, no one dared to have any strange thoughts about the heavenly god sect. The heavenly jewel ancient kingdom is developing non-stop. I'm afraid it will be the strongest of this era. In one generation, there is the heavenly jewel mortal king, one of the two heroes of the Grand Middle Territory. Now, Dao Child Shengtian is a rare genius of the territory. They already have capable descendants. How could they not rise? One expert of the last generation lamented because of this. Dao Child Shengtian with his followers, along with the experts of the heavenly god sect, powerfully entered the city, attracting much astonishment and jealousy. A peerless genius within the contemporary geniuses. I'm afraid not many people could compare with Dao Child Shengtian. Some princesses and saintesses of a few sacred grounds and sects lamented, and there were quite a few who were charmed by him. Peerless genius? A demon monarch coldly snorted. He didn't like Dao Child Shengtian. He spoke with an unfriendly manner. Only a dog of a mourning family. Eighth brother serpent, what are you saying about this matter? A friend of his, another demon monarch, curiously asked. This demon monarch looked at Dao Child Shengtian being worshipped by the celestials and spat, then he contemptuously replied. That year at the evil-infested ridge, if heavenly Prince Qingxian didn't save him, he would have died already. Eighth brother serpent had followed the old turtle monarch of the flying dragon lake to the evil-infested ridge. You must have had a great harvest. I heard that there was a heaven-frightening event that happened there, and many sects were completely annihilated. Could eighth brother serpent talk about this a bit more? A friend was interested and asked. When the evil-infested ridge opened, many sects were completely destroyed, and it brought a great wave across the Grand Middle Territory. But right after, to everyone's surprise, everything suddenly calmed down without a trace. Greed makes people perish. That day, after entering the evil-infested ridge, there was a legend about the treasure of the gods, and it was found by the cleansing incense ancient sects Li Chia. This demon monarch was still astonished as he brought this matter back up. Treasure of the gods? Hearing about such a thing caused the friend's eyes to become reddened. The so-called treasure of the gods was only a life-stealing talisman. At that time, many sects like the heavenly god sect and the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom all yearned for the treasure, and they forced the cleansing incense ancient sects Li Chia to hand the treasure of the gods over. Even though it was a long time ago, this demon monarch's spine still felt the chill as he continued. When the treasure was opened, it released a devil that annihilated everyone who wanted to steal the treasure. At that moment, if heavenly Prince Qingxian didn't use an emperor's possession to escape and also save the little brat, Shengtian, would he be acting like this today? When it came to this matter, this demon monarch became fearful just thinking about it. If he didn't follow the old turtle monarch to quickly escape, then he might have died in the evil-infested ridge as well. No wonder why this trip to the evil-infested ridge had so many experts of sects dying completely. Such a grand matter, yet it was kept quiet. So it was someone wanted to hide their own humiliation. An expert murmured after hearing this information. As the saying goes, good things didn't leave the door while bad things will spread for 1,000 miles. The event at the evil-infested ridge quickly passed throughout the city. Dao Child Shengtian, with his boundless fame, immediately turned ugly once he heard this news. This was detrimental to his power and prestige. A true humiliation.